Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Let the 7 meter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man makes them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Crooner. Unfortunately, Lady Chase will not be joining us tonight again. She's still in the hospital. I just came from visiting her. Thank y'all for keeping her in y'all thoughts and prayers and giving her well wishes. She should be coming home either tomorrow or the day after. And we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And join us tomorrow, especially you Kamala sexuals, you damn Kamala supporters, you Kamala bots that love to troll our pages. We would love for y'all to call in to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced tomorrow at our regular scheduled time of 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. The call-in number is 516-418-5996 and press 1 and you'll be live on the air. And Carlin L. Manuel, you definitely need to come on the show since you want to troll my page. And also Sharkcast, you're also welcome to come on to the show. I'm so sick of you Democratic shows that ain't even funny. But on tonight's show, we'll be discussing several things. The first thing is Marcellus Williams' execution. Unfortunately, Black family doesn't know like they gave the brother in Missouri a stay. The governor out there, I guess he's going to go through with the execution. So we're going to go over his story and why this is completely unjust and how he was wrongly convicted. And he should have been pardoned today. Then we got a Black man faces discrimination at Chicc-Fil-A drive-thru in New York City. Then we got Kamala, or Kamala, whatever the hell her damn name is, Nevi, begs desperately for second debate. Trump is too late. Trump says it's too late. It's too late for you, Kamala. You're not going to get no second debate from the dump as in human shit, and I want to make that perfectly clear. You crashed and burned the last debate, and you Democratic shills over here talking about she won the debate. The dump was up against her and the two moderators who were both on Kamala's side and gave her the questions beforehand. That's why she was so calm, cool, and collective when she was doing that debate. So yeah, y'all are Democratic shills, especially you Kamala sexuals, you Kamala supporters. Y'all are definitely welcome to call into Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced tomorrow. Then we got CNN reporter panicking in Unhinged rant toward Black Trump voters. Then Professor Black Truth is going to give us an update on that debate. His thoughts on the debate that took place, 2 weeks ago now. And he's going to show us why this election doesn't matter for the presidential. Then we got VP Kamala, Curry, Marlene Black Harris enjoyed the fear her pen brought while a prosecutor, during that debate, they weren't even allowed to ask her about her prosecutorial record in California. And our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, has been telling y'all for 8 years on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced about her horrendous record in California. But, some of our people are very hard-headed, and they got to see things to believe them. So I'm going to give y'all an update on that. And then how she danced around and danced no for deportations. Then we got our Unhoused neighbor news and our legal migrant news and our Unhoused neighbor sweeps and our illegal migrant sweeps. So those are the topics. I need to call Shabaka again. Shabaka should be on here. I sent him a link, so it should be up here. Well, I asked Shabaka, he needs to come on up and talk to the people. Hold on, y'all. Make this phone call real quick. In the meantime, I'm going to play these clips about Marcellus Williams, who, like I said, he's scheduled to be executed tomorrow. about a couple hours ago, the governor of Missouri refused to pardon him. So this innocent brother is going to lose his life as a result. Where is it? It's this Q ad. So many windows open. It's ridiculous. It's this damn Q. Come on, Q. Where are you? It's open. And now I can't find you. Where's Marcellus? I had a whole queue for Marcellus. I can't find it. Hold on, y'all. I know I'm saying, because I had the whole queue up already before I started the show. Where is it? Blacc. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Where is this damn Q at? I just had it up. Here it is. I think it's a different one. It's the one from tonight. Where is this damn Q at? Oh, here it is. Okay, I found it. So, who was Marcellus Khalifa Williams? The innocent man Missouri is about to execute. Fair use YouTube. So it's from the Real News Network. They're going to give us an update on who our brother Marcellus Williams is. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too late because they have ruled that they're going to execute him tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Where is it? Fair use. There you go.
So Missouri is the South. I tell people that often. Missouri is the South. And when we look at it, we look at the lynchings in our state, and we can really overlay a map of the executions, and they almost match. So places that did, lynching, extrajudicial murders, now carries out the death penalty, capital punishment. It is definitely mostly Black men for the most part. But the overwhelming majority of people are poor, and that's what we need to talk about too. People who are facing capital punishment or lengthy sentences in prison are poor, don't have access to the best legal help. In Khalifa's case, his attorneys back at that time, his defense attorneys today, those two men are judges, and they came to court and they said, listen, we were ineffective because we had another death penalty case at the time, and we were stretched thin. We were busy. We had more than one capital punishment case, and we did not do everything that we could for Khalifa because of that other case. And they actually admitted that in court as well. So the representation for people, most of the time get public defenders, and they don't have the robust, representation. Everybody's not OJ. Everybody cannot afford,
That's right.
Johnny Cochran and the great legal
dream team.
Exactly. And so most poor people are facing these particular punishments because they don't have access to that robust legal representation. And that's the crux of it. Even right now in our state, there are approximately 10 to 12 pending capital punishment cases, meaning they're sitting in jail waiting to go to trial, and they've been charged with murder and facing a death penalty. And guess what? All of those people right now are white men from rural Missouri. So they're from small towns in Missouri. They're all white men. And this is really an indictment again of our system. So when we talk about like racism and the division and the biases, we truly need to understand that our system, our country hates poor people. Overall,
yeah. They criminalize
it doesn't matter
poverty.
what color you is. You if you're poor and you don't have access to resources or access to amazing litigation, etc., you are going to be victimized in this system.
They criminalize poverty. They criminalize poverty. But talk a little before, as we get ready to close out, talk about Khalif, because I asked you earlier, I said, make the case why you think he's innocent. And I'll leave that up to our viewers based on the preponderance of information that you gave us. The facts of his case is in public record. But talk about Khalif. How is he doing, and what kind of person is Khalif for the benefit of our audience?
So Khalifa is, again, his birth name was Marcellus Williams. He has been a very devout Muslim for many, many years, and he took upon the Islamic name Khalifa upon his Shahada, which is that naming ceremony. He is also the imam at the prison he's in. So he is a person that is looked up to, that is very admired. He guides the other Muslim men in that prison, and he's always trying to make sure that he stays in alignment with Allah. And so because of that, he keeps his faith right up front, and he is doing okay. We talked a few weeks ago. And he honestly encourages me, right? Because I'm not, I don't have the faith that he has. And so always concerned, asking me how I'm doing, telling me everything is going to be okay. Because I'm a warrior, right? But he is very much that person that really stays calm, keeps other people calm around him, and has their perspective that everything is going to work out because he is such a faithful individual. He's also a father, a grandfather. He is very involved in his family. And he's a poet. Khalifa writes amazing poetry, and we put together a collection of his poetry as well. He's written poems about, one is called The Perplexing Smiles of the Children of Palestine. And it's an amazing poem about just the atrocities that are happening, to the Palestinian people. He's written a poem about like George Floyd and the issues of, what happened in 2020. So he's very in tune with what's going on today. And he has written some amazing poetry. So he's a beautiful spirited person. He is definitely someone that has so much to give to others. And we are truly, fighting for his innocence and his life so that he can go on impacting people in a positive way.
So tell our audience right now, what can they do? How they can support and try to help reverse this process that we know that is going to take place unless we get some support and raise the voices of Khalif.
Of course, his legal team are doing all they can in court, and we appreciate that. But as far as the community, locally here in Missouri and nationwide, just amplify Khalifa's story in his case. Talk to your community members, talk to your family, talk to your loved ones about the fact that death penalty does not solve anything, and actually killing innocent people should be something we as a society should not be doing. We have a petition for Khalifa. We also have a webpage, which is www.freekhalifa.org. And that's his name is spelled KHALIIFAH. So freekhalifa.org, and it has a toolkit where we have graphics and we have information that you can share on social media. You can print also and share as well. We have a little email template that you can email our governor, especially if you live in Missouri. You can definitely utilize that. So we're really asking people to learn and to amplify the case, amplify Khalifa's life and humanity. And we would love this to get as big as possible. Some people have made like videos on TikTok and Instagram, and those are amazing as well. because those get a lot of views and really inspire other people to learn more. And so that's truly what we're looking to do, amplify Khalifa's case. Next Tuesday, the 17th, from 6 to 9 p.m. Central, we will be going live on Instagram, bringing on several people to talk about Khalifa's case and, trying to do a social media push, really just to amplify the case again and to amplify his life and to, because a lot of people don't know what's happening. So we definitely want more people to understand what is going on and how it not only affects us in Missouri, it affects us nationwide, because we should have a stop at killing innocent people. That definitely is not something we should be doing.
Thank you so much for watching the Real News Network, where we lift up the voices, stories, and struggles that you care about most. And we need your help to keep doing this work. So please tap your screen now, subscribe, and donate to the Real News Network. Solidarity forever.
Developing tonight, in less than 20 hours, Missouri death row inmate Marcellus Williams is set to die by lethal injection. It comes after the state Supreme Court ruled this evening that the execution should move forward. Brent Solomon is in the newsroom with what will happen from here.
Hey there, Mike. Tonight, the group Missourians to Abolish the Death Penalty tells me it will deliver more than 1 million signatures to the state capitol tomorrow. It's a last-ditch effort to halt the execution, despite today's ruling from the state's high court.
Please be seated.
In Jeff City Monday, a hearing before the Missouri Supreme Court to stop Marcellus Williams' execution 1 day before it's set to happen.
And basically, Mr. Williams is going to be killed because the government mishandled this evidence.
Michelle M.L. Smith was at that hearing and listened as the state's high court ruled against staying the execution. Prior to that ruling, Williams' attorneys insisted there were errors in jury selection for the 1998 stabbing death of newspaper reporter Felicia Gale. They also pointed to what we've heard before, reports of the murder weapon being mishandled.
And the main person who would say the government did wrong and would know is Prosecutor Bell. That's his office today. And he looked back at what his office did, and he said, yes, my office messed up.
After the ruling, St. Louis County Prosecutor Wesley Bell saying this: even for those who disagree on the death penalty, when there is a shadow of a doubt of any defendant's guilt, the irreversible punishment of execution should not be an option. He goes on to say his office has questions about Williams' guilt and about the integrity of the conviction. Governor Parson denying Williams' request for clemency, saying Monday, capital punishment cases are some of the hardest issues the governor's office has to address. He said, quote, when it comes down to it, I follow the law and trust the integrity of our judicial system.
I've heard Governor Parson also say that he stands with victims' family. He did what the victims' families want. The victims' family doesn't want this.
The governor says Williams exhausted due process, saying no jury or court have found merit in his claims for innocence. Tomorrow, Williams supporters will gather in several cities, including at the state capitol. They're hoping the U.S. Supreme Court will step in.
Right now, the execution of Marcellus Williams will happen tomorrow. But his growing list of supporters remain hopeful that Governor Mike Parson will change course. Fox 2's Caroline Petty is live from Powers Insurance Bureau tonight with the latest on their efforts. Caroline.
That's right, Mandy. Marcellus Williams is in his possible final hours as Missouri prepares for his execution. Governor Parson did confirm it will move forward today. Attorneys today also made their final arguments, and supporters rallied in hopes to stop this execution before questions of Williams' innocence are left unanswered. After years of advocacy to end Marcellus Williams' death sentence, Governor Mike Parson confirmed today that the state of Missouri will proceed with his execution tomorrow on Tuesday, September 24th. The final oral arguments were heard today in Jefferson City by officials as activists and community members gathered in solidarity. Williams, who has maintained his innocence for the past 24 years, was convicted of the 1998 murder of Felicia Gale, despite zero physical evidence linking him to the crime. Attorneys for both Williams and Attorney General Andrew Bailey argued over DNA evidence and claims of racial bias among the jury pool. St. Louis County Prosecuting Attorney Wesley Bell sent out a statement Monday, in part saying, "Even for those who disagree on the death penalty, when there is a shadow of a doubt of any defendant's guilt, the irreversible punishment of execution should not be an option." Despite widespread support for Williams, including a clemency petition with over 1 million signatures set to be delivered to the governor's office tomorrow, Parson emphasized that courts at all levels have upheld Williams' conviction. Among the names on the petition, the victim's family members.
People who think, they're doing this for the family, please understand and reconsider your thought process in that, because in this moment, the family is not supportive of this. However, the government is still pushing forward, which is very disrespectful to the victim's family.
Activists will gather around the state tomorrow for an hour of solidarity before the petition drop-off in Jefferson City.
More people are learning, more people are educating themselves, and more people are outraged.
So Fox 2 was just informed of a new filing in the case. Marcellus Williams has asked the U.S. Supreme Court to stay his execution, citing racial bias during jury selection and new constitutional concerns raised by St. Louis County Prosecuting Attorney Wesley Bell. Williams' request follows a similar case where the court paused an execution due to prosecutorial error. That case is set for oral arguments on October 9th. Reporting from Powers Insurance Bureau, Caroline Petty, Fox 2 News.
Common people around the world are doing the uncommon, and they are doing supernatural things. The purpose of
a death row inmate is...
Hey, thanks for joining me. Shabaka, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Greetings, Shabaka. Thanks for joining us. Or me.
Yes.
I'm going over the Marcellus Williams case. The brother is executed tomorrow. There was a petition and several efforts to keep him from getting executed, but it looks like the governor of Missouri, otherwise known as Missouri, is still going to execute him tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time.
So it'll be 5 o'clock here. Okay. All right. So
it'll be 4 o'clock there.
Okay. All right. And then that'll be 3 p.m. in the West.
No,
Pacific time.
No, it'll be 4 p.m. your time in the West.
Okay. And they execute him at 5 p.m. in the Mountain and 6 p.m. in the Central.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And please join us on Blog Talk Radio for Shabaka's Black Experience at Hands tomorrow night, 6 p.m.
Shabaka, I've already told the people. I told them that before you even hopped on.
Okay.
I'm trying to get this damn Democratic shield up here, though. This mug got so much shit to talk on Facebook. I want to see if guest is gonna come up here and talk that shit. Oh, there you are. He said he's good. And tune into this clown.
I'm good on tuning into this clown show. It's all filled with your confirmation bias. Get on the field and stay away from the keyboard. What are you doing to change your neighborhood community other than a podcast? Well, first place, motherfucker, let me tell you something. I've been out there doing it, okay? Been to jail twice, trying to circulate petition processes, okay? Advise the community to write up these rogue-ass police officers, okay? What other credentials do you need?
Bring your punk ass up here, otherwise...
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
We waiting for bring your punk ass up here, you fucking Democratic shield. All you doing is caping for Kamala. The woman ain't even black, and y'all sitting up here accepting this cosplay.
Tuning into this clown show. This is all Phil. Okay, put that up there again. I want to read what this trick is saying.
I did. I put the link up. Okay,
No.
he said I'm
He
good.
says he's good on Caroline L. Manuel. He's good on tuning into this clown show. This is all filled with your confirmation bias. Get on the field and stay away from the keyboard. What are you doing to change your neighborhood and community other than a podcast? Yeah, we're doing a lot to change our neighborhood. First thing is to circulate our money within our own fucking community and quit giving it to motherfuckers like you. How about that, Trick?
Stupid motherfucker.
Yeah, man. Bring your punk ass up here on the show. That, you babbling idiot. We can't hear you. Bring your punk ass up on the show. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
Right.
Pissing me off with this bullshit.
I know, Shabaka. I know. I'm so sick of these clowns.
Yeah, so anyway, and by the way, Caroline or Carolyn, better yet, I'll just call you Carolyn. How about that?
Let's up here, Carolyn.
Yeah, Carolyn. And then we got a podcast tomorrow night. And phone number is 516-418-5996, and you're welcome to call in.
Yeah, bring your punk ass up here. You got so much.
Bust the hateful ass.
You got all this shit to talk online. Bring your ass up here.
Yeah, exactly. We'll let him talk.
He's waiting on you.
Anyway, moving right along before we were so rudely interrupted.
Yeah, fuck this fool. I don't even know from a can of paint. He just gonna hop up on my post talking shit.
Yeah.
Come on, clown. Bring your ass up here. No,
you the fucking man. Moving right along.
Yeah. Come on, clown. Stop being a coward, bitch.
Yep. Okay. All right. So I hate to say that they're gonna execute this brother. I hope they don't. I do hope he does get a last-minute stay, because you got to keep in mind in California.
Come on, clown. Bring your ass up here. Quit being a coward. I know you watching.
Yeah. And then, too, as you know, in California, Brother Che, they wrongfully executed 2 people that I know. I haven't heard Kamala address this issue. One was a dude by the name of Carol Chaseman, and another one was a woman by the name of Barbara Graham. And I think Carol Chaseman was executed in the late 1940s, early 50s. And they executed Barbara Graham in 1958. And then what had happened was that they found out both of these people were innocent.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah. So many cases like that, Shabaka.
Oh, yeah. Well, as you know, the state makes money off of incarceration. They make money off of executions. And if I'm not mistaken, that when a person is executed by the state, then the state could pretty much do with his or her remains of what they want to do.
Right.
Yeah. You know, experimentation, autopsies, you know what I mean? Donating the bodies to universities, sciences, and what have you.
Yep.
Yeah. So I hope the brother does get a stay execution, is because you got to keep in mind, because you damn sure got a lot of people who had, you know, that killed black people unlawfully, and they went unpunished. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, while we're waiting on this clown to get up in here, I'm gonna let this other video play.
Man, we mad. That fool don't want none, man.
Scheduled to be executed, and there are last-minute efforts to save Marcellus Williams. He has maintained his innocence for a 1998 murder in St. Louis County. Justina Coronel has been following the case. She joins us from the newsroom.
Well, this week, several appeals were made seeking a stay. Now, this isn't the first time Marcellus Williams faced a close call and being executed. In 2017, former Governor Eric Greitens paused his execution just hours before. Now, Williams inches closer to another scheduled death.
Like, I hope a miracle happens, you know what I'm saying?
Marcellus Williams Jr. prays for a different outcome for Dad.
I would want people to know he has a huge heart, you know what I'm saying? He's very caring.
His dad, Marcellus Khalifa Williams, faces execution on Tuesday for a 1998 murder in St. Louis County. Williams has maintained his innocence. Now, several appeals to Missouri and federal courts are filed to issue a stay, including claims of new evidence of racial bias.
We found out that jurors were stricken from the jury panel.
Missouri NAACP president backs his attorney's arguments. Trial prosecutors unconstitutionally removed Black prospective jurors because of their race. St. Louis University law professor Anders Walker weighs in.
The only hope here is a due process ruling from the federal court saying whether or not Mr. Williams is guilty, there was racial bias, and that'll derail the execution.
Missouri Governor Mike Parson could also grant clemency at least 24 hours prior.
Governor Parson would probably grant clemency if the actual killer came forward and said, I did it. Beyond that, I think he is ready to execute Mr. Williams.
We have faith that Governor Parson will do the right thing.
Major decisions are still on the table days before time is up.
So if this is the way that he going out, we already made peace. I would be a witness to it, to the execution. I'm gonna stand there firm and show my dad he's not alone if this what it comes to, and I'm ready for it.
On Monday morning, 24 hours before the execution, oral arguments are happening before the Missouri Supreme Court to argue the prosecutor's appeal. The National NAACP president and Congresswoman Cori Bush have urged Governor Parson to halt the execution.
Now,
savings are great, but wouldn't they be better if they were automatic? With our EV charging solutions, you can charge during off-peak hours, so you can even save in your sleep. Hassle-free charging from XL Energy.
Fuck the commercial.
The closing days leading to Marcellus Williams' execution are in motion, as tomorrow marks the last oral hearings in front of the Missouri Supreme Court. Fox 2's Caroline Petty is live in Maryland Heights tonight with the latest updates on how officials and citizens alike are taking major steps in a final push to deter his execution. Caroline?
Mandy, yesterday, St. Louis County Prosecutor Wesley Bell and Marcellus Williams asked the Missouri Supreme Court to send the case back to the St. Louis County Circuit Court for a full hearing. Bell wants Williams' conviction and death sentence overturned due to the serious concerns about his innocence and alleged racial bias in the jury selection. Williams has also requested the court to delay his execution, which is set for Tuesday, September 24th. The Missouri Supreme Court will hear oral arguments Monday in the case of 55-year-old Marcellus Williams, who spent 24 years on death row for a crime he maintains he did not commit. Williams was convicted of the 1998 murder of Felicia Gale, despite no physical evidence. In 2015, the Missouri Supreme Court stayed the execution and ordered DNA testing on the murder weapon. The DNA was not a match to Williams, and trial testimony has been called into question, keeping doubts about his innocence alive. Execution was stayed again in 2017. A third execution date was eventually set for this Tuesday.
Missouri does what it has done many times in executing someone, even innocent people. Missouri has executed innocent people before. Our country has executed innocent people. So that's definitely the worst outcome, and that will send a message to our citizens that justice is actually not what, our Attorney General or our governor is seeking.
Nearly 1 million people, including the victim's family and some jurors, have signed a clemency petition to spare Williams' life. St. Louis County prosecuting attorney Wesley Bell telling Fox 2 on Sunday, even for those who disagree on the death penalty, When there is a shadow of a doubt of any defendant's guilt, the irreversible punishment of execution should not be an option. As the St. Louis County Prosecutor, our office has questions about Mr. Williams' guilt, but also about the integrity of his conviction. For those reasons, we will continue to do everything in our power to save his life. Activists are gathering on Monday and Tuesday as a sign of solidarity and rallying for justice in Jefferson City ahead of his scheduled execution on Tuesday, September 24th.
Killing people does not work. It does not fix anything. And also, it is worse, the fact that we kill and have killed innocent people.
Did reach out to Attorney General Andrew Bailey's office for comment and hasn't heard back as of Sunday night. Reporting from Maryland Heights, Caroline Petty, Fox 2 News.
What do you do when you throw out your back?
Use caution when lifting heavy objects.
How do I eliminate back pain?
Sorry, didn't get that. High quality emergency care. Find your nearest location.
Let's go!
Brother Check.
Why, out of all the jobs in the world, you pick this one? Why this job?
Marcellus Williams is scheduled to die by lethal injection 1 week from today.
But as Fox 2's Kelly Hoskins reports this evening, St. Louis County's prosecuting attorney took action today to try and stop the execution.
A St. Louis County prosecuting attorney Wesley Bell says that appeal was filed late last night on behalf of Marcellus Williams, who's set to be executed on September the 24th.
We're going to keep exploring every option we can to save his life.
The appeal was filed Monday to the Missouri Supreme Court after a judge upheld the conviction and death sentence for 55-year-old Marcellus Williams. He's been trying to get his conviction and death sentence set aside for the 1998 murder of Elisa Gale.
The statute that the legislature passed a few years ago, which allowed us and gave us standing to be able to bring these motions, was obviously key.
A St. Louis County Circuit Judge denied the motion. An evidentiary hearing was held on the case last month after prosecutors and Williams agreed to take an alpha plea to a charge of first-degree murder that would have rescinded the death penalty for Williams and left him with a sentence of life in prison without parole. Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey argued that the court doesn't have the authority to overturn his conviction or resentence him.
That would have given us the opportunity to continue our investigation and also given the defendant his opportunity to appeal his innocence claims. The problem is that with the death sentence, obviously, we can't undo that.
Despite showing evidence was mishandled and contaminated, the judge ruled his sentence would stand.
That there are credible questions about the conviction, but also potential questions about actual innocence. And I just do not believe it serves the interest of justice to execute it.
A petition for clemency has also been submitted to the governor of Missouri by Gale's family, who oppose the execution. Reporting in St. Louis County, Kelly Hoskins, Fox 2 News.
Missourians will have a long ballot in November packed with important issues, and you've already most likely seen the ads on both sides of Amendment 2. KMBC9's Matt Evans is fact-checking the argument around legalizing sports betting.
This fall, Missouri can vote to invest more money in our kids' classrooms.
The campaign to legalize sports betting, Winning for Missouri Education, has been focusing on where the money will go instead of the actual betting.
Will generate over $100 million for our schools.
That number is according to a study from a research firm released by the campaign earlier this month, which broken down annually by Missouri's 554 school districts would amount to a little more than $36,000 per year per district. But a new ad out from the opposition claims it would be much less.
Amendment 2 would allow them to pay zero gaming taxes to Missouri. That means $0 for Missouri schools.
This ad, put out by the group called Missourians Against the Deceptive Online Gambling Agreement, cites claims by the Missouri Gaming Commission and the state auditor's fiscal note, which said that could potentially happen because operators can deduct up to 25% of the gross costs of promotional credits and free play. The state's official fiscal note, though, which voters will see on the ballot, gives a wide range of possibilities and estimates unknown tax revenues ranging between $0 and $28.9 million annually. And these fights are just beginning. According to campaign finance documents, the parent companies of both FanDuel and DraftKings just pumped an additional $5 million each into the campaign for Amendment 2 in the past week. Before that, Missouri contributed more than $4 million in efforts to defeat the amendment. Matt Evans, KBC 9 News.
Through trying moments and victories, you show
Brother
up.
Check. Brother Check.
I'm here, Shabaka. It's had a
Oh, okay.
Story.
We have breaking news update. The state of Missouri will carry out the execution of Marcellus Williams tomorrow. Marcellus Williams is a convicted murderer of the 1998 killing of Felicia Gale. In a news release, Governor Parsons says he did not grant clemency because, quote, the facts are Mr. Williams has been found guilty, not by the governor's office, but by a jury of his peers and upheld by the courts. Joe McLean has the arguments from the courtroom when the issue went before the Missouri Supreme Court today. Joe?
Williams' attorneys claimed a prospective juror was dismissed during jury selection more than 20 years ago because he was a young black man.
He said he struck a juror in part because he was a young black man with glasses. That is unacceptable. We cannot stand for that. Just because we're hearing about it 1 month before an execution date doesn't mean that it's too late.
Attorneys for the state pushed back, saying the lower court did not breach Williams' constitutional right to a trial by jury of his peers.
Not only is that a mischaracterization, you can't even draw an inference from this record that was race-based. And it isn't drawing an inference, it's proving it by clear and convincing evidence. They didn't prove it by any evidence, certainly not clear and convincing.
Attorneys also discussed DNA evidence found on the knife used in the fatal stabbing, tested after Williams' conviction in the early 2000s. It revealed DNA matching one of the investigators, not Williams. A lower court said because Williams was not convicted based on that evidence, it's not enough reason to retry the case. Still, even the original prosecutor on the case, Wesley Bell, who's now the Democratic candidate for Missouri's 1st congressional district, filed a memo with the court urging for a reversal of the sentence. The case has garnered widespread public attention, including from the Innocence Project and other justice advocacy organizations. Michelle Smith co-founded Missourians to Abolish the Death Penalty. She was in the courtroom as arguments were made Monday morning.
He has had his rights violated and has not gotten the due process that he should have over these 20 plus years, and it continued today.
Tech billionaire Richard Branson also bought a full-page ad in the Kansas City Star newspaper calling for Governor Parson to take action.
The Missouri Supreme Court made two decisions in that case, one to overrule a motion to exonerate Marcellus Williams and another to deny a motion to stop the execution. Williams is set to be executed at 6 p.m. tomorrow.
Okay, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on this case?
A kangaroo court, definitely racial bias. I believe that somebody, based on what I've seen here, I believe somebody very, very close to the prosecutor, if not the judge, is protecting somebody by executing this man. I mean, man, that's the only way I could see in this kangaroo court. You see, this is kangaroo shit. Say,
Yep.
yeah, and the sad part about it is, if this was a white person, he already would have been up out of jail. And what I mean by if this was a white person, okay, he would have already been up out of jail. I mean, and if this was a white person and the victim was black. See, and I don't think it would have went that far if the victim was black. He probably would have had the charges dismissed against him, you know, in the state trial. You say, that's what I believe. So for that person, you know, who came in there with that hate mail, yeah, we still working on him, and me personally, I think he's a buster.
He is a buster.
Yeah, that's what I think. I mean, look at the fucking risk that we do every fucking time, man. That we come up here, man. Every time we do that blog talk show, we putting our general health at risk, particularly in these uncertain times, you know. And the show on Blog Talk tomorrow is
what we do off air. Like these motherfuckers think that we just on the air. Like we actually do stuff out in the community.
yeah, exactly. And then the amount of research that we do, where we go out and speak to people, stuff like that. Plus that you're running an office in Colorado, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And my credentials of going out there, participating in the election process, you know, the majority of my adult life, going to jail, getting in fist fights, you see what I'm saying? And what have you behind it. Yeah, so we are more than qualified to talk about the dump, as in human shit. We are more than qualified to talk about Kamala. We are more than qualified to talk about these race soldiers out here from Los Angeles to Denver to Chicago to New York City to Memphis, Tennessee, and to Atlanta, Georgia. Plus, we're somewhat educated, and I do know the word is educated, and that's the difference between a wise man and a goddamn fool.
And I'm not right there. Goddamn fool.
Yeah, so like I said, and just feeling the energy of this case, got an echo on. Okay, so we're getting feedback. I think it's coming off your end, Brother Che, because I don't have nothing on.
Yeah. Let me see.
Devices could be tapped. Not that I really give a good goddamn, you know what I'm saying?
Let me go out and come back this time.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, okay, we're working on some technical situations right now, okay? And so we hope this gentleman, you know, there in Missouri gets a stay of execution, okay? It's because these kangaroo courts are getting more and more redundant. And redundant is beyond stupid, okay? I know, you're getting real redundant, you know, useless. Okay, Brother Che, you're still getting feedback off your end.
Still feedback. Yeah.
Okay, no, I think it went away.
Okay, what about now?
Okay, I'm hearing a little bit of crackling. Okay, it could be somebody, man, out there fucking with a monkey wrench, you know, to throwing out works. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, so like I said, so most definitely prayers to this brother. You know what I'm saying? And I really hope that because based off of what I've seen, is that damn judicial process in that kangaroo court is protecting somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking they're protecting the real killer and using this brother as a scapegoat. So most definitely, our hearts go out to their family, and our hearts go out to the family of the murder victim. But give the murder victim some justice and go get the real goddamn killer. You say, because like I said, California executed a woman by the name of Barbara Graham in the late 1950s to find out that she was innocent. And I believe the same thing with a dude by the name of Carol Chaseman, too. They used to call him the red light bandit. And I think there was a judge in that kangaroo court in California by the name of Judge Fricky. And Chaseman represented it himself. Now, this is all from memory. And please correct him if I'm wrong. And if any of our viewers are out there, you know, if you want to research and pull it up, please correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, is that the judge did not allow Chaseman to approach witnesses in the witness stand, you know, as normally which would be afforded licensed practicing attorneys. You see what I mean? Yeah. Okay, so I see our troll left or whatever.
Yeah,
and
the
like
hell,
I said,
the damn coward. They dropped the link. Yes, he could have hopped up here, spoke whatever he wanted to speak. He a damn coward. You don't want to do it. You want to hide behind the keyboard. So
Yeah, right. So he's doing what he is accusing us of. Yeah.
Some Kamala supporters, they talk all that shit, and then when it's time to show and prove and say that shit to your face, they duck and hide.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And that man could support Kamala all he wanted to. Kamala is dangerous, okay? It's because I'm speaking to those close to me. And I'm telling them that she is dangerous. You know what I'm saying? And then, of course, the dumpster, as in human shit, he's more dangerous.
Well, I don't know. I have to beg to differ on that because the dumpster do nothing to directly harm black people. Kamala, on the other hand, her whole career is based off of harming black people.
Okay. Now, one thing out of all fairness to the dumpster, he did pardon Jack Johnson, who was falsely accused of a crime.
Yeah, he pardoned a lot of people, Shabaka. It wasn't just Jack Johnson.
Okay, let me ask you this, Brother Che. Do they have records of presidential pardons?
Yeah, you should be able to pull it up.
Yeah, okay. Because, and I have to agree with Trump when he said you would think the previous administration would have did this, you know?
But again, Shabaka, these are tethers. Mount the damn tether.
Tethers, yeah. Now, let me ask you this. Was Gaddafi a tether?
No, he was a writer.
Yeah, he was.
Hey, Charles County man is out.
Yeah, he was.
Thoughts and prayers go out to the family of Marcellus Williams.
Absolutely.
I wish he would have got a state execution, but that punk A governor of Missouri refused to pardon him. Parsons refused to pardon him. So his brother's going to be executed tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time.
And 4 p.m. here in the West.
No injection like they did Big Tookie, founder of the Crips.
Yeah, they get executed Tookie at San Quentin through lethal injection. And I believe after the execution of Mr. Williams in California, I think California put a moratorium on the death penalty for a minute. But I would have to do more research on it. And of course, you know who the governor was of California at that time.
Yeah,
right. The Terminator.
All right, well, moving along, Shabaka, our next topic is black man faces discrimination at Chick-Fil-A drive-thru. As you can see, they put monkeys on his receipt.
Monkeys on his receipt. Wow. Well, I would have went in there and I would have spoke to the manager on that one. And
he's about to sue the hell out of him, and I hope he gets paid. So
Yeah.
Brain Reloaded, shout out to him. He shouts us out, so I shout him out too.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I don't have no problem with it, none whatsoever.
He's gonna give us
and what's happening is, man, is that these dumpites and Kamala sexuals, as you calling them,
yeah,
it's pretty much, man, is that they giving white America indirect permission to discriminate blatantly and flagrantly against us. Just like I was looking at that damn Judge Perro.
Oh Lord, we don't have time. I gotta play the clips or whatever.
Yeah.
Outrage after he placed a drive-through order at Chick-Fil-A, and he says a worker printed a racist name on the label.
Our Amy Cho has that story you will only see here on News 4.
When Marquise Vanzago got his food from the La Plata Chick-fil-A drive-thru last Friday, he was shocked to see this printed on the label, the word monkeys instead of his name.
It was devastating because it just set me back, years. As a Black male, we've gone through a lot, and it just it's a constant reminder. Just when you think you're healing from a situation, someone opens that wound back up.
Vanzago says he went inside to complain, and a manager and the store owner later apologized to him. Vanzago says the owner told him he wouldn't fire the employee involved because the employee was a minor and said he misheard the name. Vanzago says he placed the order face-to-face, not through a microphone, because the worker was standing outside in the drive-thru line.
I think that it could have been handled a lot differently. I definitely think that the employee should have been terminated on the spot. It's unfortunate that he might end up losing his job, but that happens. He needs to learn from this.
And Vanzago tells me he used to be a regular here at this Chick-fil-A, often coming several times a week. News 4 reached out to the company for a response. They sent a statement saying this Chick-fil-A is independently franchised and operated. The franchisee of this restaurant has apologized to the guest. However, this experience does not meet our expectations and is unacceptable. Vanzago says he's hired an attorney and he's considering filing a federal lawsuit against Chick-fil-A for discrimination.
I won't be going back to that Chick-fil-A any longer. It's racism is still alive.
News 4 also called the La Plata Chick-fil-A. A worker who answered the phone said they had no further comment. Amy Cho, News 4.
I can't begin to tell you how commonplace stuff like this is. It's just been a while since I've actually done a story about this. And I actually did hear about this. I think Cedric Hito was the first person I saw actually talk about this, but I had no idea that it happened in Charles County and in La Plata. Now, of course, y'all already know where I'm from. And I'm familiar with Charles County because I've been to Charles County before. I've been to La Plata, but I don't go out there often because it's so freaking far away. Like, it's like a damn near an hour drive. If you also throw in the traffic, it adds on more time. But the furthest I go out to Charles County, for the most part, if I have to go out there, is the Waldorf, which is like the city that's slightly ahead of La Plata. So I'm not surprised that this indeed happened. Now, like they said, the man's name is Marquise. His name is Marquise Vanzago, but they printed up monkeys on the receipt. How do you get monkeys out of Marquise? And like he said, when he was talking to the person taking his order, they weren't talking through the voice box. Because sometimes when you go through a fast food line, if it's during a busy time, they'll have someone outside with an iPad or some kind of a tablet taking your order. So the person that they're talking to, like he said, is face to face. That's typically commonplace when it's real busy, especially during like maybe the lunch hour. That's typically when business is ramped up. And sometimes if you're going to a place that's open early in the mornings, in the morning time is when they're busy, but they typically don't have a lot of people out there standing with the iPad in the morning. It's usually during the lunchtime. So if he told this person his order to their face and they asked for a name and he said Marquise, I don't know how they got monkeys out of that. I really don't get it. And like I said, this is not uncommon because we've seen this several times before where people have printed up slurs, and I'm talking about worse than monkeys, on receipts before, like the N-word or that black person or whatever they wanted to put up there that wasn't the person's name. Because I don't know anybody that would who's black and say, oh, my name is Monkey, or my name is N-word, or my name is that black person or that black person. They're going to give them their actual name, or maybe an initial. Because a lot of the times if I go and I was to get something, I usually just give them my initials. That's typically what I like to do. And a lot of times I just order my stuff online.
Miss all the fun. We had these.
But yeah, this person, whoever did this, knew exactly what they was doing. And I think the thing that also pissed me off, and I'm sure it probably pissed him off too, was when they were talking about who issued the apology. They said the person who is the owner of that franchise, because they said it was independently owned. They said they were the one that came out and issued the apology. Yeah. Why is the person who is the franchise owner, who wasn't even there, who didn't do this, giving out the apology? Why isn't the worker made to give an apology? They were the ones that put the name in there and wrote that in, because they had to type the name in order for it to be printed out on the receipt. Yeah. When he told them the name, they had to type the name, so they actually typed MONKEYS and not the spelling of this man's name. So the person who's apologizing shouldn't be apologizing if they're doing it on their behalf. I don't like when they do that. It should come from the person that actually did it, because when the person that did it doesn't do it, it pushes them to the side for them to not have any accountability for their actions. And that's another thing that we have seen multiple times. Now it says that this man has taken out a federal lawsuit against this particular Chick-fil-A. I guess we'll have to see how far it indeed goes. The best thing that he said that he'll not do is continue going there. He said that from this day forward, from the time that this happened, that he will not be attending or going to that particular Chick-fil-A anymore. So that's the best thing he could do, because it would have been crazy if he decided to keep going after what he had to deal with. But yeah, I'm not surprised by this in any measure. I'm not even surprised it happened in my state. People think that this is something that could typically only happen in the South. If y'all remember, there was an incident involving somebody who had a receipt situation, and it happened in New Jersey. This was a few years ago. So some of y'all may or may not remember. If I have any subscribers who live in Jersey who was listening to this, probably heard about it. But there was a situation where someone had wrote a slur or someone's name. No, they tried to set this couple up. They tried to set this black couple up to try to say they were homophobic, instead of they called their waiter or their waitress a homophobic slur, and they tried to set them up. But then it came out the person turned out they were lying. So you got to really, really pay attention, because they'll even pull that crap too. But yeah, we'll see. How far this goes. I don't know how far it'll go. If this guy manages to have his lawsuit go all the way, go the distance, then kudos to him. If not, then he'll have to find another method to actually deal with this situation. And I also thought it was very interesting too, because when they called the next day after this happened, or after this made the news, they called that particular Chick-fil-A, and they said a worker answered the phone. It wasn't the person who did it. They probably, I don't know, maybe they told him to take the day off or whatever the case may be. Yeah, they said they have no comment. Of course, they have no comment. They probably told him, look, we're probably going to get, they probably told him in a team meeting, look, we're probably going to get some calls today about what happened. Do not answer any of the calls. But I think it's also interesting, too, is that we don't know the name of the worker who did it. Now, Marquis said he, so it was a male. I live right next. So we don't know their name. And as of now, as of right now, they haven't been reprimanded, as in fired, because that's what he said he wanted to happen to them. He said that he wanted this person to be fired, but right now it sounds to me like this person has not been fired. It sounds to me like they might still be working there. And because we don't know what they look like and we don't know their name, it's people that's still going to go to that Chick-fil-A and probably have had encounters with this guy. As a matter of fact, I'm almost certain that they did, because that means somebody had to come into that drive-through behind him, so they had to deal with him. So we'll see.
Yeah, so my thoughts on this is I hope this brother get paid. To hell with
yeah, he will. And and if the brothers out there listening, or if somebody knows from reach out to brother Marquis, and brother Marquis, you're more than welcome to get with us here and with Frontline Black News and Liberated Minded Media, man. To bring your case here. And Twin Pyramid says he stopped eating that crap, and they have always been racist for years. And I feel you on that there, Twin. You know, it's because, like I said, when our people, or as the ex-man that said, was sitting at a lunch counter begging for a cup of coffee in Wilmington, and quite natural, of course, Kamala couldn't do it then. All right. How do you know they're not pissing and shitting in the food? Okay. Oh, he used to do a construction site for Chick-Fil-A for a few years. Okay. Okay, twin. I feel you. I feel you. Great skills you have there, brother, doing construction, because most definitely our people need homes. Young men need to learn about carpentry, masonry, plumbing, electrical work. You know what I'm saying? Yes, our young men need that. And this is the power shift, ladies and gentlemen, of which they are afraid of. Okay, it's because, see, people, when you become an old bastard like me, and many of you do, okay, wisdom comes with age. You see a lot. You make special notes. You got scars. You see what I'm saying? Okay. And I used to participate in the election process, and I had to get up off of it. And you know who's the main motherfuckers that made me get up off of it? Black people. One in particular. And I don't give a fuck about you, Mark Ridley Thomas, you bitch-made motherfucker, and I hope you hear me out there. When your stinking ass was running to be a supervisor for Los Angeles County, your bitch ass ran unopposed. So we registering people to vote. We're filling out all the paperwork that you told us. You little short, fat fuck. You look like Hitler with a Hitler mustache, you roly-poly bastard. Yeah, Mark Ridley Thomas, I'm talking about your funky, stinking ass. And by the way, Mark Ridley Thomas, I heard you got caught up in some bullshit about one of your children to go to a certain college, man, and you was doing some improper things. You know what I mean? And then, you dirty bastard, your staff tells us, come to the party, and afterwards, for us going out there, working our asses off, and we go there to go to the party. We were told to leave. No, demolition is his specialty. Yes, sir. Okay, twin. Okay. Hey, twin, check out Vegas, man. It's because it's a boom town out here for construction, brother, and all related fields, twin. You know what I'm saying? All right, so fat fuck Mark Ridley Thomas tells the LAPD, don't let us in there. This is invitation only, some shit like that. And the sad part about it is, Brother Chad, I could see why. Oh, yes, sir, absolutely. Okay, and twin. And I could see why a lot of our youth get disenfranchised, and particularly with our inner city youth, okay? It's because you're young, man, you want to look good, you want to go chasing after that snatch, no disrespect to the ladies, you know what I'm saying? But we all know what we're talking about. And whatnot. And so what happens is that they always are setting young black men up for falls. You see what I'm saying? Always, rather if it be through the educational system, rather if it be through the judicial system, rather if it be through the criminal justice system, or rather goes through the economic and poverty system. You see, because poverty and incarceration, there's a definite correlation between the two.
Yeah, that reminds me of a book I had read back in college called The Rich Get Richer and the Poor Get Prison.
Exactly. Oh, okay. I'll make it a note of that there, Brother Check. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and by the way,
it's the author.
Yeah, and I'm going out here not getting off topic. Okay, you two bums in California. I want to talk to you. You sons of bitches were prosecutors in the kangaroo courts of LA County. Yeah, Larry Elder. I'm talking to you. And Leo Terrell, I'm talking to you, to both you sellout coon-ass scrubs.
Right. Well, moving along, Shabaki, because we got last.
Yes, sir.
Still waiting on you, Kamala supporters. Kamala begs desperately for second debate. Trump says it's too late.
Okay.
Don't smash your piggy bank to death just because you need new irons.
Fuck the
These Tacoma golf
commercial.
irons are
Fuck the
crafted for
commercial.
What's
Fuck
going
the
on, everybody?
commercial.
Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button because that's the most important thing you can do for me on this channel. On your social media platforms, you're begging for a second debate against Donald Trump. She's begging for a debate, and I'm going to play that video of her begging for another debate right now. But why is she begging the way that she's begging? She's begging because her internal polling is reflecting that she is losing this race. In my opinion, I assume, well, for YouTube's sake, I'll say that, right? But in my opinion, her internal polling is reflecting that she is losing this election. And I say that because, based off of her own words and what we're getting ready to listen to here, she's going to talk to her crowd of supporters, and she's very much so literally going to tell them, do not pay attention to the polling that comes from mainstream media because we are the underdogs. Watch this.
So we're here to speak truth. And one of the things that we know, this is going to be a tight race until the very end. And so let's not pay too much attention to the polls because we are running as the underdog. Okay? And we have some hard work ahead of us, but we like hard work. Hard work is good work.
So as you can see coming out of her own mouth, once again, she states, do not pay attention to the polling. Do not pay attention to what the mainstream DNC media is saying, because if you let them tell it, Kamala Harris is winning by a landslide, right? But the reality is that her own internal polling with her campaign is showing, no. You are losing, and you desperately need another debate. And this is why now word has already been put out there by the Harris administration, or I should say by the Harris campaign, that Harris accepts CNN debate invitation for October 23rd, again challenging Trump to another showdown. Now, remember, she rejected the Fox News invitation because she doesn't want an actual fair and balanced debate. That's not what she's looking for, but she has accepted the October 23rd invitation from CNN. And here's the video of Kamala Harris right now, just simply begging. Let's get into this one.
Well, you probably heard I would like another debate. So I'm hoping the former vice president will agree to that. But we have a lot more to discuss.
You raised $27 million to Donald Trump as he's called for it.
I want to pause right there. She said, I hope that he accepts the invitation to the second debate because we have a lot more to discuss. There isn't anything left to discuss at this point. Kamala Harris has so far engaged in roughly around 3 interviews, I'd say. A lot of people call them softball interviews. I wouldn't even say that because a softball still hurts if you get hit by one. She's engaged in T-ball interviews. She engaged in a T-ball interview with Dana Bash on CNN. She engaged in another T-ball interview with a local ABC news station. She had another T-ball, you can say town hall-esque interview with Oprah Winfrey. And she failed these scripted T-ball events every single time. She has failed miserably because she just cannot respond to any questions off script as it pertains to her policies. She literally repeats the same mumbo jumbo every time, and despite the fact that she continues to repeat the same thing over and over again every time, she still can't seem to remember her lines, making her come off as extremely disingenuous and fake. And that is her main issue right now, outside of the fact that her and Joe Biden destroy the economy and create the migrant crisis, right? But the point is that there is nothing left to talk about. All that could be said and that should be said has already been stated, especially when it's coming from Kamala Harris. She simply wants a second debate so that hopefully they can get Donald Trump in another gotcha moment. They want another, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats moment. But what's funny about that is that it's futile. The eating the dogs and eating the cats moment didn't do anything. It didn't move the needle at all. If anything, Kamala Harris actually slid back some in her polling. So looking for that moment again, it really doesn't make any sense, but that's how desperate Harris is. But let's let her finish out the rest of her begging. My apologies for interrupting.
Donald Trump as he's called for a second presidential debate. I know you told your donors he's looking for any excuse or a reason not to. But what's your message to them?
join me on the debate stage. Let's have another debate. There's more to talk about, and the voters of America deserve to hear the conversations that I think we should be having on substance, on issues, on policies. What's your plan? What's my plan? And we should have another one before Election Day. So thank you all.
Once again, there isn't anything else to talk about. There isn't anything else to talk about. And that's why Donald Trump has also rejected this invitation also. He's turned it down. He says there's nothing to talk about. And I want to let him explain why that is. But you know what? Before that, it's honestly just for giggles, you know, just for laughs. Let me play Kamala Harris's surrogate on CNN, who's begging also, and who's also somewhat engaging, you can say, in kind of shaming tactics, right? But let's get into it, and I'll explain more of that afterwards.
Precedented in modern American president.
Let me rewind it back just a little bit.
Yeah, fuck the commercial, fuck the commercial.
It would be unprecedented in modern American presidential history for the two candidates who are running to only engage in one debate. So we believe that the American people deserve to see that.
So he said it's unprecedented for presidential candidates to only engage in one debate. But the reality is Donald Trump has engaged in two. What is unprecedented is for a sitting president who is running for re-election to halfway through the race, reach his arm out and tag the hand of his tag team partner, and then she comes in to replace him. That's unprecedented. We've never seen anything like that before. We've never seen a presidential candidate who's currently sitting in office, Joe Biden, who is running for re-election, losing so badly that his own party did an internal coup, I assume, to remove him from running for re-election and replacing him with his vice president. An internal coup, from what it appeared to be to me. And to many of you who are watching this right now, that is unprecedented. But saying that it's unprecedented for these two candidates to engage in only one debate, that's being disingenuous. Trump has already engaged in two. Kamala has only engaged in one, and she only wanted to engage in one when she knew it would be a 3-on-1. And from this moment forward, there really isn't anything left to say or anything left to prove. And Donald Trump will also explain that as well.
The problem with another debate is that it's just too late. Voting has already started. She's had her chance to do it with Fox. You know, Fox invited us on, and I waited, and they turned it down. But now she wants to do a debate right before the election with CNN because she's losing badly.
She's losing badly. She's losing badly. And like he said, it's just too late. It's too late. Early voting has already started. You turned down the Fox News debate because you didn't want a fair debate. And you just have to deal with the consequences of essentially your inaction, you know, not wanting to have honest debates, not wanting to have honest and fair interviews. Meanwhile, on the other side of the political spectrum, you have J.D. Vance and Donald Trump, who have given multiple interviews at this point. These guys are doing and holding press conferences open to the press all the time. So your inaction is your own undoing as it pertains to Kamala Harris losing in the internal pollings that are displaying this for her, that has led her to now be sitting here begging for a second debate. It's too late. It's too late. So with all that being said, that does it for today's video. I want to thank you all for joining me today. Hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. And also...
All right, thank you, brother. TD Media Group. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on this? Kamala begging desperately for a second debate, and the dump says it's too late.
Okay, well, unfortunately, I have to agree with the dump as human shit. Okay, because Kamala is a late bloomer, you know, in this presidential election. Plus, that another thing that brother should have mentioned is that down there in Georgia, that Stacey Abrams, that I saw on mainstream media earlier today, they're going to have a hand count of the ballots in Georgia.
Yeah, we covered that.
Now, Georgia, and I think we've covered that on a previous podcast. So it's kind of like, man, they got this stage set, you know, for the presidential election, and that's why on Shabbat's Black Experience Enhanced, we're doing the presidency, hypocrisy,
and redundancy is the title of the show. This shit is redundant, man. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, here, the taxpayer pays the salaries of the vice president, the president, all of his cabinet, and all them other overpaid motherfuckers sitting on their ass who ain't doing shit. You see what I'm saying? And then the sanctity that you have of this office of the presidency. Okay, man, y'all are pissing and shitting on it their damn selves. So that goes to show that if they're wiping their ass with it and pissing and shitting on it, and excuse my language, but putting it out there because this is how I'm viewing it in my mind.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Okay, and then, all through the history of our people, man, going out there getting killed for the right to vote. You know, like old John Lewis getting knocked upside the head at the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Oh, that's good trouble. But John Lewis, before you kick the bucket, man, you gotta sit up there and that you respect a man shoving ketchup up his ass talking about he has a menstrual cycle.
And remember, he was caping for the migrants too. I mean,
Exactly. And we cannot be caping for these other groups anymore. It's because, as you had stated many times, Brother Che, when we was on a previous internet network,
yeah.
I'm not going to say their names, okay? You know, we need something tangible.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You need something tangible. Now, sitting up there, man, putting this Bay Area bimbo up there talking about, oh, I'm not going to do anything just for black people. No.
Just in case y'all forgot.
I mean, my God. I mean, just look at all the memories of those who made the ultimate sacrifice in the Black empowerment era and in the civil rights era. From Medgar.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No, because
Miss Fannie Lou Hammer, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired, and I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of this bullshit that they're putting out here.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens to old people. You get old, you get cranky. You see what I'm saying? And you can only do the best you can to leave information that you did for the generations after you. You see what I'm saying?
You blew it. You're not getting enough faith. Deal with it.
Who is that?
Kamala. I said you had your chance. You blew it.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. I deal with it. And then hopefully, if, God forbid, that Humpty Dumpty gets re-selected, then hopefully they'll impeach the son of a bitch, man, a third and fourth time. And have his ass to go right straight to fucking jail.
About impeachment don't mean a damn thing.
Yeah, I know. Only thing in impeachment, for all practical purposes, Brother Terry, you know, for our new viewers out there, and impeachment means that the president simply has been issued a speeding ticket by a law enforcement agent. Okay? Yeah, twin. So, which means is with his ticket, he has to go to court, right? Okay, so the court, you know, with the chief judge, what is that crook in that kangaroo Supreme Court? The chief justice presides over the Senate, and the Senate is the ones.
Chief Justice. What the fuck is his damn name? Thomas? No, not Clarence Thomas. Chief Justice. It's gonna come to me, y'all.
Oh, the Chief Justice is the one that Baby Bush appointed, John Roberts.
Roberts.
Okay, now let me show you something else about the kangaroo court. That son of a bitch was appointed to Chief Justice and not even as the Associate Justice. So he didn't even work his way up the ranks. At least William Rehnquist worked his way up through the ranks.
Yeah.
And I forgot who the Chief Justice was Okay, wait a minute. When Tricky, okay, wait a minute. Judge John J. Sirica. He was the Chief Justice during the kangaroo courts of Tricky. Okay. When John Dean spilled the beans and he had to do some time. Okay. And then of course, before Sirica, okay, this guy died as the Chief Justice. He used to be a former governor of California by the name of Earl Warren. Yeah. And believe it or not, to find out that Earl Warren started his political career in Alameda County in the 1920s.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. All right, moving along, Shabaka. Nazi Network reporter is panicking in Unhinged rant toward Black dump supporters.
Oh yeah, who's there on the Cartoon Nazi Network?
I don't always have 1 to 2 hours in my day to actually prepare a meal and then clean up after.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button because that's the most important, being disguised as some sort of political education, news and information. And yes, that does help to give me a slight boost, sort of political education, by CNN correspondent, I believe his name is Keith Boykins. The reason you're going to see him as stressed out and agitated as he is because folks like him are used by CNN and other news outlets to bring in the Black vote to the DNC. If Kamala Harris loses this election and there's a low Black voter turnout, there's a good chance that you won't see this guy on television ever again. So that's why you're going to see him as stressed as he is. And currently at this moment in time, Kamala Harris is not doing good with the Black vote in general overall. I want to take a quick moment to pivot to this article here, but we're going to get through this very quickly. As you can see here, the article is titled NAACP to spend $20 million mobilizing Black voters this fall. So they're throwing a lot of money to get that Black vote to come around to Kamala Harris. Because like I said, a lot of Black voters, they're just not feeling Kamala Harris. And for a lot of these political pundits, their job is on the line. The NAACP plans to spend $20 million encouraging Black Americans, a critical voting bloc in the presidential race, to turn out to vote across 12 states this fall. Now, here's a little bit of a breakdown of how this money is going to be spent. $2 million on mailings aimed at pushing voters to the polls. $3 million on radio ads in Black communities. $1.4 million for texting outreach, another $1 million for polling and research, and then finally what we have here, $6 million in funds for local NAACP chapters and partners. $6 million in funds for local NAACP chapters and partners? I wonder specifically how that $6 million for local NAACP chapters and partners will be breaking down. I have a good feeling that that breakdown will come in the form of money going in certain people's pockets. Okay. I'm not really sure that that's going to go into any other helpful outreach programming to get Black voters to turn out for Kamala. But I digress. It is just speculation. Let's get into the real reason why you're here. Let's get into this unhinged rant by Keith Boykins, whose job is on the line at CNN. And I'm going to let it play out in its entirety first. It's only about maybe a minute long, and then I'll circle back around to it to give my kind of breakdown of what he's actually talking about and what he's saying. But let's look at this, because this guy is stressed.
I'm in Chicago, and it occurs to me I need to teach a quick civics for celebrities course. So here are 5 things to know for today's lesson. Number 1, Kamala Harris is Black. She has a Black Jamaican father. She grew up in Oakland, California. She attended Howard University, a historically Black college, and most importantly, she says she's Black. Number 2, Kamala Harris is the vice president, not the president. The vice president only has 2 main duties: to break ties in the Senate and fill it in case something happens to the president. Number 3, the president, no president can sign an executive order to give you reparations. Congress must do that, and even then the Supreme Supreme Court has to uphold it because it's challenged in court.
Well,
Number
on the
four, Donald Trump did not
reparations,
give you a stimulus check. Democrats in Congress made that happen. Republicans resisted it. Trump delayed it so he could put his name on it and make you believe that he did it. And number five, please don't get your political news from people who don't know anything about politics and government, not from your mama, your cousin, your auntie, your barber, your friend down the block, your weed dealer, or anyone else who's uninformed. And there you have it. That's today's Saturday school lesson.
That man is stressed out. Oh my goodness.
Well,
okay, so let's
go smoke him one and relax.
Let's take it from the top. That man knows his job is on the line, doesn't he? Oh wow. Let's take it from the top. Okay.
So I'm in Chicago, and it occurs to me I need to teach a quick civics for celebrities course. So here are 5 things to know for today's lesson. Number 1, Kamala Harris is Black. She has a Black Jamaican father. She grew up in Oakland, California. She attended Howard University, a historically Black college, and most importantly, she says she's Black.
Kamala Harris is Black. Why is he so amped up about Kamala Harris is Black and trying to convince Black folks that she is Black herself? Well, the reason is this, right? He started off by saying, I'm in Chicago and it appears to me I need to give a quick civics crash course for celebrities. That's a direct response to Janet Jackson, who recently gave an interview, I believe it was to The Guardian, in which she stated, and I quote, from what I hear, Kamala Harris isn't Black, she's Indian. And that's an accurate, factual statement. I don't even understand why this is debated. Kamala Harris is an Indian biracial woman. I don't know why it's so offensive to refer to her as who she is, which is an Indian woman. Well, when Janet Jackson stated this, obviously that statement went viral. And in going viral, even a fake apology came out from someone who was claiming to represent Janet Jackson, who doesn't represent Janet Jackson. That fake apology on behalf of Janet Jackson went viral, and then Janet Jackson responded by saying that apology did not come from me, and it was unauthorized. Whoever gave you that apology is not representing me, effectively not apologizing for her statement. She has not apologized for stating that. This really agitates the DNC, on top of the fact that Janet Jackson has yet to apologize. Hopefully she won't. A fake apology did come out, and she came out and said, no. I didn't apologize for anything. She could have took that moment to apologize, but she didn't. She said, that didn't come from me. That's fake news. But let's carry on and listen to this unhinged rant a little bit more.
What the science is showing us is the universe appears to be alive. It appears to be conscious.
Number 2, Kamala Harris is the vice president, not the president. The vice president only has 2 main duties: to break ties in the Senate and fill it in case something happens to the president. Number 3, the president, no president can sign an executive order to give you reparations. Congress must do that. And even then, the Supreme Court has to uphold it because it be challenged in court. Number 4.
Let's stop right there. Understand, in 2020, for the Democrats, on the main stage, not just simply online, because what's happening online and what's happening on the main stage are 2 different things. On the main stage during the 2020 election, reparations was an actual topic of discussion. Every DNC candidate had to answer that question, whether they were on the Breakfast Club or they were on The View or even on mainstream media outlets. They all had to answer to that. They even addressed it on the DNC debate stage. Once again, in 2020, that was a main topic of discussion on the main stage. In 2024, reparations is not a topic of discussion on the main stage. And Black folks that are voting for Trump are not voting for him on the basis of whether or not there's going to be reparations given out. They're voting for him on the basis that the economy has tanked under Biden and Harris, and we're dealing with a migrant crisis under Biden and Harris and a host of other issues under Biden and Harris. They're voting based on that. But what Keith is attempting to do right now is gaslight Black folks into a conversation that isn't happening in an effort to trigger a larger conversation on reparations to happen, knowing and understanding what the Republican position on that topic is. And once the Republicans give you their position on the topic of reparations, he then turns around and weaponizes it and uses it against them in order to reel in the Black vote, as if voting Kamala Harris into office is going to get Black Americans reparations, when we all know that's not going to happen. There's a bill that's been sitting collecting dust on the Congress floor underneath the rug for 40 years now. And it's a study bill on reparations that hasn't even been brought up to the House floor for a vote, not one time. And this is just a bill that studies reparations. It's a study bill, and the Democrats refuse to even vote on it in 40 years. Okay, so if they won't even vote on a reparations study bill, what would lead you to believe that voting Kamala Harris is going to get you reparations? You see what he's trying to do here? That's that tricknology. You got to watch out for the tricknology. Don't let these folks gaslight you and bait you into foolishness.
Donald Trump did not give you a stimulus check. Democrats in Congress made that happen. Republicans resisted it. Trump delayed it so he could put his name on it and make you believe that he did it.
I always find it hilarious that as it pertains to Donald Trump, anything he did that is considered good or a positive, somehow it doesn't count. It always doesn't count. If it's Trump, it doesn't count. The stimulus check doesn't count. I forget what that second chance bill was called as it pertains to prisoners. I believe it was the First Step Act. Oh yeah, the First Step Act. That's another good one that he did. Apparently it doesn't count. Anytime Donald Trump signs a bill into law, it is always overemphasized. Every time Trump signs a bill into law, the DNC always overemphasizes on how it had to pass through Congress. Well, every bill has to pass through Congress before it gets to the president's desk for it to be signed. But they overemphasize on that to credit away from Trump. But when it comes to Kamala Harris, or I should say Joe Biden, or when it comes to Barack Obama or any DNC president, they get all the credit for whatever they sign into law. It is only Donald Trump that some way, somehow, if he signs a bill into law, that's a good thing. It doesn't really count.
Number 5, please don't get your political news from people.
Let's play this last one. I'm going to make this full screen in closing because this is when the wheels really come off on his unhinged rant.
Put his name on it and make you believe that he did it. And number 5, please don't get your political news from people who don't know anything about politics and government, not from your mama, your cousin, your auntie, your barber, your friend down the block, your weed dealer, or anyone else who's...
Your weed dealer? Really? This is what the DNC thinks of the black vote. I'm surprised he didn't say not from Pookie and Ray Ray. The weed dealer, not from Man and them. The weed dealer. Interesting choice of words. I don't smoke, so I don't know why he would even be saying something like that, but I digress. Let's let it play out. Look at him jumping up and down like a fool. This man does not want to get fired from CNN.
Put his name on it and make you believe that he did it. And number 5, please don't get your political news from people who don't know anything about politics and government, not from your mama, your cousin, your auntie, your barber, your friend down the block, your weed dealer, or anyone else who's uninformed. And there you have it. That's today's Saturday school lesson.
I don't think you or I learned anything in that Saturday school lesson other than the fact that this man is desperately trying to keep his job on CNN. And the only way he's going to be able to keep that job is if the black vote turns out for Kamala Harris. But one thing I know is that this black vote right here will definitely not be turning out for Kamala Harris. And I think many of you feel exactly the same. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you all for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to this channel if you're new to this channel. And also share this video out on your social media platforms. And don't forget to follow me on Telegram and Rumble. That is extremely important. The link to my Telegram and Rumble will be pinned in the description box.
Yep, and don't forget to follow us on Facebook and YouTube for Frontline Black News. It's your Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter.
That part. Yes, sir. Okay. Now, what it is, Brother Parrish, okay, and then I'm going to have to split in a minute, man, because I got to conserve this data, because I got to get up early in the morning and do some important errands. What it is, man, is that I'm just very, very sorry to see of this election scam, sham, game, whatever, go down the tubes, man, and so many of our people died for these so-called rights. The professor, you know what I'm saying? and it's really sad, man, that it didn't work. Okay, and I'm gonna tell it like it is. Going out there voting for these motherfuckers, man, was an absolute goddamn waste of our time, and I have to put it that way. What we should be building is some damn business infrastructures and acquiring some land, which is a factor of production. But how do we get the chain off the brain of the Negro? As Dr. Carter G. Woodson had said it so properly, the miseducation of the Negro. And then those who come out of miseducation, he gets labeled as a hater. He gets labeled as a rabble rouser. Well, he don't know what the fuck he's talking about and all this bullshit. But yet, though, you want to sit up here, pull out your Johnson, piss on our heads, telling us it's rain. You want to crack your nasty, stinking ass and shit on us and tell us it's snow. No, man, this mind fucker's got to end, man.
Yeah, it has
Just
to
say
end.
the fuck it didn't work, man. I mean, let's move on. Shit.
Right.
Don't you think, man, when our ancestors were building pyramids, man, on the continent, man, and hey, man, okay, we're going to try to do this pyramid right here. Well, man, it's a little bit off the angle. Fine. Tear the motherfucker down, try it again. Now we're on the right angle. Beautiful. Okay. The first phase is done. Okay. Same diagnosis, man, with the second phase and the third phase. You see, you got to know how to build to build.
Right.
You see what I mean?
Yep.
And sitting up here, man, as you gratefully these damn feather tethers, man, they need to go take a feather and shove it up their ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, these tellers got stuff. Yeah, so as you can see, these Democratic shields are beyond desperation mode. They sit up here to educate us on politics, like we didn't take solid pie, political science. We didn't take civics. We didn't take none of that because they stopped teaching when I was in school. But I remember
that's bad. When I was in school, civics was mandatory, man.
I remember.
That's what I mean, brother. Say about your generation, man.
Balances. I remember.
See what I'm saying?
Rock.
It's okay to use the word nigga. You see, that's why I appreciated that clip, and I think it was on your wall that I got that clip where a white fella go to a battle rap. Well, y'all say so. I'm gonna say the word nigga to bang.
Yeah.
Right cross. Right on time. Brother didn't say nothing. He unleashed that right hand. That was beautiful.
Yes, it was. And
you see what I'm saying? Well, y'all said amongst yourselves, don't worry about what the fuck we do, motherfucker. You ain't black. You're the black experience ain't your experience. And I don't give a damn how many bags your trick ass paid for.
That part. So yeah, as you can see, these Democratic shields are in desperation. They're fighting to keep their jobs because they got to deliver the black vote to their master because they're still on a Democratic plantation, and they won't get no butter biscuits if they don't deliver the black vote to Kamala or whoever Democrats have running. And those days are them days are long over. So all your Democratic shields that are freaking out, losing your minds, trolling our pages, leaving hate mail and all of that. And then when you're asked to come up on the platform, you want to talk crap in the chat, but you don't want to come up and actually speak. So later for y'all about to be out of it, and I can't wait. So before Shabaka goes, I'm gonna play this Professor Blacc Thru his commentary on the last debate that took place earlier this month between the dump as a human shit and Curry Mouth Black Harris, and the debate showed why this election doesn't matter for black people.
address. All right, let's talk about the debate. Sure, it may be past tense, but it also gave us a side-by-side comparison about why it is that we're sitting out the election because there isn't anyone to vote for. What can we say about it? It was a basic presidential debate. Neither one of the candidates said anything that was one iota different than what we thought they were going to say, but the left corner of the white media had to make up for Biden's humiliating defeat. After all, they got to make the presidential race out to be a horse race, whether it is or not. So no matter what, Kamala Harris shellacked the orange man, because what else could they say? They need a quote-unquote game changer badly. If they said that Kamala had merely held her own, that would be the same as saying she's cold toast, and that ain't good enough. And they certainly couldn't say that she didn't score any knockout blows. Harris has been avoiding the cameras from day one, and the left corner of the white media has been letting her. Even her CNN interview saw her being tripped up.
When you were in Congress, you supported the Green New Deal. And in 2019, you said, quote, "There is no question I'm in favor of banning fracking." Fracking, as you know, is a pretty big issue, particularly in your must-win state of Pennsylvania. Do you still want to ban fracking?
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020 that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking.
So even with the friendliest of left-of-center white media outlets, Kamala Harris still wasn't smart enough to keep all her lies straight. Even at this late date, she's still the county clerk's office level functionary she was back when she was carrying low-down Willie Brown's bag. Of course, the orange man doesn't have this vulnerability, mainly because Trump doesn't have to give good interviews. He's already decided that he's going to throw his base red meat. He's going to tell them that he's going to do the things that they claim they want him to do, even if a lot of them already know going in he didn't do much the first time around and probably won't do much the second time. But the point is, he's speaking to their interest. He's saying what it is that they want him to do. Kamala Harris won't even do that much. So because the white media knows presidential races are good for business, they're going to hype Harris, because to do otherwise would be to claim that the election's already over. And if it is, then why should anyone tune into the white media's vapid coverage or read their inane articles, which offer no insights at all? They know the game they're playing, and they know who they're playing. You. That is, if you let them. So predictably, the white media narrative coming out of the debate is that Kamala absolutely destroyed Trump. It was worse than Kennedy versus Nixon. It was worse than Biden's implosion just a few months earlier. Of course it wasn't, and the viewers can see that, and even the cheerleaders for Kamala can see that too. They're hyping Kamala because she's in trouble. Her entire strategy has been to hide from the cameras, do no interviews, stick to campaign rallies and other safe spaces, and see if she can fly under the radar, at least until Election Day. This has been all about avoiding having to explain herself or face tough questions for the next 45 days. As she and her handlers see it, that's the goal. Just keep her from putting her foot in her mouth for the next 45 days, 6 weeks. If they can just stall for time for 6 weeks, then she's got a chance. She was really counting on taking the lead from Trump after the convention, but as I told you, her anticipated post-convention bump didn't materialize, and the white media's own bias has come back to bite them. Ever since she was announced as a candidate, they've pushed the narrative that Kamala Harris has been some kind of game changer. Record-breaking fundraising, they say, which, as I told you in an earlier briefing, is the exact same thing they said about Hillary Clinton in 2016. That she was breaking all previous campaign fundraising records and had raised far more than Trump in donations, along with her being ahead of Trump in all the polls. They're just cutting and pasting the same headlines from 8 years ago. This is not some phenomenon taking place. It's just the same old election cycle narrative. Only this time they're putting some extras on it. Kamala's been electrifying the crowds, they say. Her poll numbers have been skyrocketing, they say. Swing state voters are falling in love with her, they say. And her numbers have only been going up, up, up. They've been saying this for 2 months now. And yet, even though she, according to friendly white media outlets, only needs 1 or 2 percentage points to pass Trump, she still hasn't been able to yet, even after the convention, even after allegedly mopping the floor with Trump. Her poll numbers have remained stagnant for weeks now. It's been 2 whole months since Biden dropped out, but even with all the lavish coverage Kamala's been given, Trump is still ahead of her in the polls. How can this be if her numbers have only been going up, up, up for weeks? How can this be if all she needs is a couple of percentage points to pass Trump, and yet no matter how much we hear that she's continuing to rise, she's still behind Trump months later? Her post-convention bump has been more sizzle than steak. Even her biggest cheerleader, the New York Times, has been forced to admit that her momentum has stalled out. Now, this headline was just a couple of days before the debate, only a couple of weeks after the Democratic convention, when Kamala's numbers should have spiked and her lead over Trump should have fully solidified. Instead, we see her biggest fans forced to admit her momentum has stalled. So all the chatter about her numbers keep rising is just hype. Because in politics, as in the rest of life, if you're not growing, you're shrinking. And that being the case, one has to wonder, with her momentum having stalled out, how long until those numbers begin to slide to the point that even the white media has to admit it. They just want you to think that her numbers are only going up. They're trying to get something going, and it's not working. She needs to get at least 5 to 6 points ahead of Trump merely to be outside the margin of error, but the numbers aren't moving. Candidate Kamala isn't gaining steam, as her own media outlets have put it, and that's why they've been desperately trying to make you think she won the debate. Now, as I've told you, it's impossible to win an election at a presidential debate, though it is possible to lose an election at the debate. When Biden crashed and burned live on air, he lost the election then and there. The same white media who had been ignoring his clear cognitive decline were now forced to admit to it. Voters could see this guy could barely talk, and when he tried to, it came out complete gibberish. He's sunk his support with Democrat voters. People who previously said they could support him were suddenly saying something was wrong with him and he wouldn't last 4 more years. Compare that to Trump versus Harris. Did Trump do anything that would make people say, he's lost my vote, he can't possibly be president? No. And with an election in which he holds the lead, that's bad news for Kamala. The debate hasn't moved the needle for her. Whatever huge post-debate bump the white left media was clearly hoping for didn't happen. That's why I showed you all those headlines from those very same people who were saying Kamala wiped the floor with Trump, but that it probably doesn't even matter. That's what they're saying. Oh, she beat the guy 5 ways from Sunday, but it probably doesn't matter. They spun the debate harder than a Category 5 hurricane, and it still didn't help. That's why her camp was demanding a second debate immediately after the first. They had a controlled environment with ABC where they knew the moderator wouldn't put her on the spot, wouldn't ask any tough questions, and they could control how long Trump could speak. And of course, they would be fact-checking him the entire night because Kamala's not sharp enough to score points on Trump on her own, so the moderators would have to do it for her. The entire point of the debate was to manufacture headlines saying that Kamala crushed Trump. He was caught in a gotcha over and over again, except Kamala never got him at all. The entire point of the debate, it seems, was to fabricate some headlines saying that she crushed Trump, and that all you people who were thinking that you weren't going to be voting for her, well, you might as well have because she's winning. And speaking of fabricated headlines, the headlines that came out immediately after the debate said that Kamala Harris and her team wanted a second debate, but that Trump is refusing. But something must have happened the day after. I think it was the realization that Kamala didn't get that post-debate bump that they were hoping for, because the headlines suddenly changed from Kamala Harris' team wants a second debate to Trump says he won't debate Kamala again. And you can tell they're all coordinated on this because they're all using the exact same wording in their headlines. Now, by wording it like that, Trump says he won't debate Kamala again, it's meant to make it sound like Trump is declaring this on his own, when in reality, he was giving a response to Kamala's demand that he debate her again. Her team were the ones who demanded a second debate. This is an admission that whatever bump Kamala and her allies were looking for didn't happen. So when she demanded a rematch and Trump said no, they're trying to bait him into it. But they word their headline the way that they do because most people don't read past the headlines. Hard to believe among an intelligent group like this, but it's true. Most people have no confidence in the white media, so little trust, and truth be told, so little interest that they skim headlines, and that's it. So using misleading wording in their headlines is crucial to shaping public opinion. But Trump has turned things on its ear by saying that he won't debate Kamala again. He's declaring victory. He knows the debate didn't boost Kamala's numbers at all, that her momentum stalled out. She'll go the way of Sarah Palin and wither on the vine if she can't make something happen. He has the lead, and time is running out for her to gain some major points. See, Trump has done this before with Ron DeSantis. Moron was so desperate to boost his own failing presidential campaign and get some face time with Trump, but Trump knew that debating DeSantis would only benefit DeSantis. So he declared that he wouldn't participate in any of the Republican debates, and indeed he didn't. Without Trump there, people didn't care to see DeSantis' stupid ranting about critical race theory and DEI. The white media hated that because their power is based on their ability to conjure magic. They write headlines about you, and that's supposed to become reality through the power of public gullibility. They can tell the public to love you or hate you based solely on their own headlines and repeating that talking point over and over again until people buy it. That's how the white media makes something out of nothing. But also, they need to validate that the road to the White House leads through the white media. Trump showed them that they can give all the TV time they want to these also-rans, but that he's the one people are tuning in to actually see. Without him there, it won't matter. Love Trump or hate him, the orange man accurately understood that massive TV coverage alone for DeSantis wouldn't translate into massive votes. And he was right. And of course, DeSantis flamed out, and now Trump is running the same play against Kamala Harris, starving her for oxygen too. Whether you like Trump or not, and I admittedly fall into the don't like the orange man category, looking at this from a purely objective standpoint, you have to admit that after almost a decade in politics, we now have enough data points and examples of Trump under fire to know how he performs when he's under attack from multiple opponents. When he first disrupted the GOP in 2015, he was up against the never-Trumpers on the white right, including Fox News. Every GOP debate he went into, the moderators made no secret of their disdain for him. It was clear to everyone their job was to take him down. Most of the questions at those Republican primary debates were aimed at Trump. Everybody else was basically being ignored. All of it was meant to damage him politically. That was the first example of a media organization who knew their chosen candidates couldn't beat Trump, so they tried to defeat Trump from the moderator's bench. The main problem with that strategy is that the public can tell when the media is piling on someone or singling them out, even if it's someone they don't like. The result is the public sympathizes with the individual being piled on because it's obvious they're being attacked by a group. This is a big part of why Fox's attacks on Trump at the debates backfired, even with Republican voters who weren't part of MAGA world. Everyone remembers the dust-up between Trump and Megyn Kelly, who these days is looking more like a cadaver. So Trump knows what it means to be in a debate where everyone on stage and off stage are attacking him. He handles pressure very well. Like him or hate him, you have to acknowledge he's not afraid to go into enemy territory. When he was debating Kamala, he was also having to debate the moderators too. They were trying to fluster him, anger him, get him to lose his cool, but it didn't work. Now, has Kamala ever done a debate on Fox? Has she done a debate on any platform other than a friendly one? She did one debate against Tulsi Gabbard and got crushed, and that was on a friendly platform. We've never seen candidate Kamala under pressure. All we've seen is her coddled, protected, and catered to. The one time she was in a debate and got taken to task, it went very badly for her. That's why ABC's so-called moderator spent so much time fact-checking Trump. Kamala's too incompetent to score any points on Trump on her own, so ABC had to do it themselves. In fact, when you look at the white media's coverage of the debate, you notice that all the alleged victories that Kamala had that night were actually when Trump was being fact-checked. Go back and watch the debate, if you dare, or read it for yourselves. The big moments that the white media claims were defeats for Trump was when the moderators challenged him on something. Kamala didn't actually do anything, the moderators did. It's only now, after the debate, that some, not many leftist white media personalities are pointing out that during Kamala's CNN interview, Dana Bash tripped her up when she asked why Kamala had changed her position on fracking. Kamala lied and claimed that she hadn't, and Bash let her get away with it. But in reality, trying to run from her prior position, Kamala stuttered and stammered her way into a nearly incoherent denial of reality. That's why she doesn't do any interviews, and it's hurting her. Even the New York Times had to admit it. Voters are saying they don't feel like they know anything about Kamala, even at this late date. She's been in the public eye for several years, and she's been vice president for 4. And yet you still got those voters saying they don't feel like they know anything about her. Yet that's the price of not doing interviews. It means that she has no real media presence. And those rallies are no substitute for that. All she's doing is preaching to the choir. Clearly, Kamala's handlers and the left corner of the white media understand that neither the convention nor the debate has made Kamala the frontrunner, and her momentum stalled. The only way to overcome this is to get her in front of the cameras doing as many interviews as possible. But they can't afford to do that because she comes apart under the lightest of questioning. Kamala Harris doesn't interview well. She didn't lay a glove on Trump during the debate. There were no memorable zingers, no killer debate moments where she tripped him up or forced him to make some damning admission. She didn't beat him, but But the left corner of the white media's mission has been to convince as many people as possible that she did, merely by saying it over and over again. And the more they work to convince the public without having any real proof of what a great performance they claim she'd had, the more they sound like they're straight coping. The public isn't sold on her, and there's no more opportunities for a Kamala bump in the polls at this date. There's no more conventions between now and the election. No more debates either, thanks to Trump. Kamala needs another chance to try to get a bump, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. So what is there to keep her numbers from beginning to slide south? Now, Trump and his goons have never been able to pull an October surprise. Trump tried it when he coerced the Ukrainians into making a false announcement that they were going to investigate Hunter Biden's business dealings over there, but the only thing Trump got out of that stunt was impeached. Nonetheless, if there is a chance that someone over in the Trump camp is ready to try some sort of October surprise, something that would force Kamala to get in front of the cameras, that would do more than anything to damage her. Kamala hasn't established herself as some Oval Office ready candidate. The left corner of the white media has been furiously trying to manufacture that misimpression through their orgy of flattering headlines. But since she only sticks to campaign rallies and doesn't really get in front of the voters, certainly not anyone who's even remotely going to take issue with her, she's hurting her ability to talk to and connect with those center and right-of-center voters. That's why Trump's banging the drum about illegal aliens eating people's dogs and what's going on in Ohio, because Kamala isn't going to talk to those people. She hopes the ABCs and CNNs can make the case for her with those voters out there, except they can't. And they also hope that black people will begin to get afraid of the orange man being back in office, so the bootlicks and shills have been crawling out of the woodwork after 3 years of straight hiding. They want us to be afraid, or to be angry, to be emotional. When people are emotional, they act impulsively. They can be more easily led around by the nose. But now you have black people who are removing all sentiment from the equation and looking at these elections as a straightforward business transaction. What are we going to get? For the first time in generations, black voters are actually attaching demands to our vote. And we're seeing that these Democrats are doing everything they can to tell us what they won't do for us. But they've been bending over backwards to do things for everybody else. So they can bring out Trump's past racism and his current bigoted nonsense, and those are valid points. Fair enough. I certainly won't be voting for Trump because he's not offering me anything. But I won't be voting for Kamala Harris either for the exact same reason. She's not offering me anything either. Right. My vote is valuable, and like anything of value, it must be purchased. The hell would we look like giving Kamala the White House for free, especially after she spent decades using every political office she's ever held to attack the black community? Exactly. You think when she becomes president, it's going to change? What's her stance on reparations today? What's her stance on an anti-black hate crime bill? What's her stance on punishing the police? Has she said anything about what she's going to do for black people on any issue at all? In last Thursday's briefing, I told you about how the National Association of Black Journalists pretended to question Kamala about reparations. They asked her if she would use her ability as president to issue an executive order to commission a study on reparations, just something as empty and meaningless as a study. Kamala Harris said no Congress should handle something like that. So she's gone from, I'm not going to do something that's only going to benefit black people, to, I won't even discuss anything that benefits black people. 4 years ago, Kamala Harris stood right beside Joe Biden, and they both offered up a slate of empty promises, like the so-called Lift Every Voice plan, whatever the heck that was supposed to mean, and the White House-level Police Accountability Commission, the George Floyd Policing Act, even things like the John Lewis Voting Act. Even if you are some empty-headed Negro who actually believe Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's lies, the question still stands, what have they actually done? They made a ton of promises and fulfilled absolutely none of them. Oh, but they did put a black woman on the Supreme Court and made another ambassador to the UN. And how much good has that done us? Tokenism. That's all they're offering. The Democrats appoint these tools who are going to do their bidding. And then they claim they did it for us, even though we've gotten nothing out of the presence of Ketanji Brown on the Supreme Court or that Greenfield woman at the UN. Giving 2 black women a couple of civil service jobs doesn't change our condition as a group. They're both there to be black faces serving white interests, which is exactly what they've done. So that's what I think about the debate. Just a big nothing burger, a joint press conference by a couple of blowhards talking tough about what they're going to do for everybody else. This election needs to be about the real issues, starting with cash reparations and an anti-Black hate crime law. Now, if there are other candidates out there who allegedly are amenable to these long overdue policies, then they need to do something that Kamala and Trump and the two major parties would never do. Reach out to the Black grassroots. As long as they don't, then they're not alternatives at all. They're just continuing the process of keeping the people who are demanding real change at arm's length. If it's too much trouble for you to talk to us, then it's too much trouble for us to vote for you. That's the rule. For everyone, that's the standard. Everybody wants to stand with these pathetic sock puppets created by the same white dark money donors who made the political process a sham to begin with. You have to be connected to the establishment power brokers for even these so-called independents to talk to you. Then so be it. But as I've been saying for years and years now, it is not the voters' job to chase the candidates. It's the candidates' job to chase the voters and make the case. If you decided that you don't want to do that, then what you're really saying is you want for Black voters to basically enhance and raise your prestige and your profile. And that only benefits you. Well, if there's one thing we learned about Kamala, it's that we're through being held at arm's length, treated like a dirty secret, and otherwise regarded as people that it's just too much trouble to be seen with us or even talking to us. That's how Kamala Harris wound up in the position that she's in. And there's no debate about that. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Edward, Ronald Waits, Rowlett Churchwell, Connie Beasley, and James Porter. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Right. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on this on your way out?
Yes, sir. Okay, this here is going to be my last comment for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, there's an old saying, okay, Chicago, Illinois is referred to as the Windy City. Question: why do they call it the Windy City?
Is it because it's the wind, or is it something other?
They call it the Windy City because all the politicians there, they're looking just blowing wind.
Oh.
That part, like that Democratic National Convention, all them idiots got up there and just blew a bunch of wind. They should have blew it out the crack of their ass.
Justice and joy.
Exactly.
Freedom.
See, Kamala Harris is talking out the crack of her ass.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Joe Biden, well, you know, he's got issues, you know, he's got shit all over the place, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
His dope fiend son, well, you know, I mean, this whole election, to quote you, Brother Paris, is a nothing burger, man.
Yep.
It's a nothing burger. And for us, just like what Professor Black Truth says, it's a great big nothing burger for us. Once again, you know, they doing it at our expense, and we got too much division within the Black community. You see what I'm saying? And then, you know, the coon, the jigaboo they had up there in Chicago, oh, vote for Kamala, like brother was saying right there with the glasses on. Vote for Kamala. Man, that idiot is on puppet strings.
Yeah.
Not the host of that show, but the guy that he had showed off of one of his clips.
Yeah.
Okay. On puppet strings. You see, Black family, when are we going to get off of these puppet strings? See, when are we going to get off these puppet strings? At least one thing about the dump, as in human shit, and I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way.
Right.
He is stating how he honestly feels. And that is an old saying from South Central Los Angeles. Never apologize for how you honestly feel. And the dump ain't doing it, you know. I'm not voting for the bastard, you know what I'm saying? That's for damn sure. But one thing, though, is this, okay? Elect Jesse Paris to the State Assembly of Colorado. You know what I'm saying? And definitely check us out on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And definitely visit the website, thechampionsbrew.com. is because people, we are sitting up here rubbing two sticks together, man, trying to come up here with some funding for this platform.
Yeah.
So the quote, Professor Black Truth, good evening, ladies and gentlemen from Sin City. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully the city of Las Vegas will start bouncing a wrecking ball off that hotel that says Trump on it. Or why don't Trump do something smart and says, you know what, people? And now this will really fuck Kamala up. Guess what, people? You know, for all the people here who are not immigrants, okay, you don't have no place to stay. Hey, let me get you out there to Las Vegas. Here's $50 in chips. Okay, you see what I'm saying? And you can go stay up there in a room and get your life right. You know, men, you got your week. Women and children, you got the month. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm putting it out there, and then people can call up the podcast and call me every no good SOB as they want. They say, the dude got a great big ass hotel out there. Sarge says his wife owns it. Trump owns it. His wife owns it. The dogs owns it. Who really gives a damn? Get some of these homeless women and children up off the street.
Right.
And then give the women and children, 2 weeks up in there, get a man folk a week, because his order of business is, first, let me go in here and get some rest and get out of these stinking, nasty ass clothes and go bury them somewhere. Okay. Let me scrub for at least a couple of days to get about 45 layers of dirt off of me. Hey, being homeless is fucked up.
Yeah, it is.
You know what I'm saying? It's dangerous, And then, hey, let me go out here and get a course of action going on. You see what I'm saying? Hey, let me start making me some of my own money. And see, well, hell, I kind of like being clean again.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I know what it's like to be through there. And that there should be a motivation for him to stay there to keep the upgrade of the quality of his lifestyle. Oh, now I can go pay child support for my kids. Or I can go get my kids from the woman that's got Pookie and Ray Ray laying up there with her and raise my children on my own. See, it's not a handout. It's a hand up. Big difference between the two.
Right.
See, Hunter Biden, certified dope fiend. Hunter Biden ain't worried about no money. He was born into money.
Yep.
Shit, hiding Biden keep him loaded, man, for the next 50 years, and then they never did answer who found all that, who shit that was in the White House who did that.
Nope.
Damn. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that there's politics here in 2024. And definitely check us out on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, ladies and gentlemen, this Tuesday night. The title of the show is going to be Redundancy. What did I say it was, Brother Che?
You said,
oh, yeah. Hypocrisy.
And redundancy.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hypocrisy.
Presidency, redundancy, and hypocrisy.
Yes, sir. So, all you dumpites, you can call in. All you Biden sexuals, Kamala sexuals, you're welcome to call in too. And what it is, when we go off into these debates, I need somebody to convince me of why I should get up off my ass and participate in one of these prepackaged bullshit elections. I want to be sold. You see what I'm saying? I want to be sold of why I should get up off the couch. Okay, homeless guys get the Diddy treatment.
Oh my God.
Well, full Diddy oil. Damn, Judy. Oh man, yeah. I think that person had to get that off his chest, just waiting for the opportunity. Yeah, that was a good one right there. Yeah, I'd give it to him. And out there to all my haters, to all our haters, we don't hate you. You hate us
is because you cannot deal with this undisputed truth. You see what I'm saying? You see?
The Nazareth from Solar Vision Debate League.
Okay, yeah. And please join us. And the number to call in is 516-418-5996. Okay, just be respectful, you know what I'm saying? And that we ask is because we've gotten admonished a couple of times. The episode is for those 18 years of age and over. Okay, we're probably going to have the one and only Sarge on there.
Oh my God.
Okay, I know, but Sarge is Sarge, and I give Sarge his respect, very well-read gentleman, although I disagree with him 80% of the time.
Yeah.
And then Joe Gibson, I'll be very, very interested in to have you call and tell us about the black Nazi you have down there in your state.
Mark Robinson.
Yeah. I'm very, very curious about that because Lisa Cabrera gave him the business. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then, of course, as we all know, that individuals who have that mindset had perhaps been the victim of some type of abuse in that same manner. But he's a big dude. You know, I have to give it there to the black Nazi. He's a big dude. You know what I'm saying? And big dudes like that can be very, very dangerous. Trump is a big dude. You know, Trump is every bit man of 6'3". You know that, right, Brother Paris?
Yep.
Yeah. He's a big dude, you know. But, however, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And so for those of you that like to drink coffee, definitely please visit the website. It's up, thechampionsbrew.com. You know, and then this is Shabaka Sankori signing off from Sin City. You know what I'm saying? A place called Lost Wages. You know, and if you saw the movie Goodfellas, everybody is here. You know what I mean? And what have you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is Shabaka Sankori for Frontline Black News. And we'll see y'all tomorrow night on the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Number to call in, 516-418-5996. So we expect the number one dump supporter, the Sarge, to call in. And I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, with Sarge, there's never a dull moment. Okay, so this is your Baka Sankori signing off from Las Vegas, Nevada. Everybody have a nice night. Oh, and right now, it's a pleasant 79 degrees right here. You know what I'm saying? All right, twin, more power to you, twin. And if you can, man, join us, man, if your schedule allow you to. And if you can, brother, please listen to the playback and share the playback link to the show, which will be announced, you know, in the chat room. You know, because we need all the support we can get, man. I mean, man, we damn near like the Titanic. You know what I'm saying? We bailed out some water, but we taking water on again. Yeah, and that there's the continent of Akibaline. Look at that there, black people. That there's where we come from. You know what I'm saying? Look at all that gold and diamonds. And without that continent right there, the world's economy was shut down. Huh, it's not too bad for shithole countries, huh? Yeah. And if it wasn't for all those shithole countries you see right there, the damn Western world's economy would collapse. And that is an economical fact. So, ladies and gentlemen, so I bid you all a good night from Las Vegas, Nevada. Come on, 7-Eleven.
For joining.
I'm out. All right. Okay, Brother Che.
All right, so the next topic is VP Kamala Harris enjoyed the fear her pen brought while a prosecutor and danced no deportation. So Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on this.
We was kind of having our weekly meeting.
And we were just discussing that, is that y'all just like when we talk about Vice President Kamala Harris. You know, we talked about Diddy over the weekend, and y'all didn't really respond to talking about Diddy too much, at least from me. Because maybe, you know, some people, you know, like, I like to dive into the music industry topics, actually, because it's some deviance in that music industry. But when I talk about Vice President Kamala Harris, y'all like to hear that. The Democrats, like I say, listen, what I do, I'm gonna let y'all know something. I have a whole board to my left, a couple of boards, and I leave to write down every topic I know y'all like. And so, you know, when you say, well, why don't you talk about this and the third? Always remember with people making content, or even on TV, we all look at ratings. Now, ratings for us is like the viewership, the likes, joining the app, supporting events, things like that. And speaking about events, let me talk to you about that. 2025. We want to do some events next year, traveling the country doing events. I said 2025 is my year to be outside a lot more and not be behind this desk. I was talking with Kellen about a lot of that, and I said,
fast forward,
ladies and gentlemen, and it won't be long for you better go cash your ballot. Some of you can cash your ballot right now with early voting. I think some people can do mail-in voting. Like I said, we have until the 21st of this month, October, to go do voting, and I can't wait to go do mine. Like I told y'all before, I'm ready for this election to be over with so we can see who we're going to get one way or another, so we know what we need to do one way or another, right? But make sure you go to vote.gov to register or update your information in your state. All right. So Vice President Kamala Harris, there were some videos that kind of was put out with her. We want to talk about two of them, and then this third one we really want to talk about tonight. So, you know, they always talk about Trump and he wants to be a dictator and all that sort of thing. Okay. All right. Even though there's nothing in the Constitution that would allow him to be a dictator, you know, I mean, if you actually knew your Constitution, if you knew how the government worked, and no matter what Trump says, he cannot be a dictator in this country. But unfortunately, some people actually believe that, and the Democrats are running with that. Like, they know good and well he can't be a freaking dictator, because if he was a dictator, then why did he leave office? Right? If he was going to be one, he probably would have been one 4 years ago. Or the other time he was in office, I can't even say 4 years ago now, but he'd have been one, right? So they're running with that. The Democrats are also running with the Project 2025 thing. I don't like it because it's a lie. I say it's a lot of things you can talk about Trump with that's actually truthful. So why you got to lie? Anyway, so Vice President Kamala Harris, you know, and the Democrats, they believe in censorship, and they believe also, you know, some of y'all loving the prosecutor now, right? You know, y'all, I thought y'all was, you know, fighting for the community. I thought y'all was fighting for people to not be mass incarcerated, and prosecutors have a lot to do with mass incarceration. We know about the Sentencing Project. Black Americans are, you know, incarcerated for longer sentences, and they're exonerated the most out of all groups of people. But black people, some black Americans, not all, but some black Americans love a prosecutor now. Okay, cool. Well, let me play a clip of y'all favorite prosecutor, since y'all love a prosecutor, and I just want to know what y'all think about y'all prosecutor here. So let me roll this.
I learned, I think I was, 22 when I started that work. I learned that with the swipe of my pen, I could charge someone with the lowest level offense. And because of the swipe of my pen, that person could be arrested. They could sit in jail for at least 48 hours. They could lose time from work, and their family maybe lose their job. They'd have to come out of their own pocket to help hire a lawyer. They'd lose standing in their community. All because of the swipe of my pen. Weeks later, I could dismiss the charges, but their life would forever be changed. So I learned at a very young age the power. You know, the power I have as a prosecutor is that with a swipe of my pen, I can charge someone with a misdemeanor, the lowest level offense possible. And by virtue of that swipe of my pen, you will have to go to a courthouse and stand in line. You will have to come out of pocket and hire an attorney. You may get arrested for a few hours. You will be embarrassed in your community. You will miss time from coming onto the Google campus. All because with the swipe of my pen, I've charged you with a crime, which I may choose to dismiss 2 weeks later. It's an incredible amount of power.
Okay, I'll get to this point because that's the second part I want to get to. But let's go back to this, right? Let's go back. Now, you know, the scriptures teach out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. Now, I want you to listen to what she says one more time and how she views her pen. And while we have up here on the lower third, Vice President Kamala Harris enjoyed the power to potentially ruin lives. Let's roll that one more again, as some people would say.
I think I was, 22 when I started that work. I learned that with the swipe of my pen, I could charge someone with the lowest level offense. And because of the swipe of my pen, that person could be arrested. They could sit in jail for at least 48 hours. They could lose time from work and their family maybe lose their job. They'd have to come out of their own pocket to help hire a lawyer. They'd lose standing in their community. All because of the swipe of my pen.
And she is, let me stop that real quick. She's grinning the whole time she's saying this. But this is, but listen, hold on. To y'all who support her, okay? It's your American right. You can vote for her if you want to. I can't stop you. And I'm not, because I'm not in the voter booth with you. But you mean to tell me that's what you support? That's the prosecutor you support. If any prosecutor you should be supporting Marilyn Mosby. Why don't you go support her? And she's a Democrat, but I support her. You know why I support Marilyn Mosby? Because Marilyn Mosby was trying to stand on business for black people. Yep. She did. And she was railroaded by that same Democrat party that she's a part of. She was railroaded. So if Marilyn Mosby ran for something, I could support her. I may not agree with all her politics, but I've seen Marilyn Mosby actually stood up for black people. Yep. She did put charges on all those cops. She were trying to prosecute all of them. Yep. And they undermined her cases and got those, and nothing really happened to the cops. Yep. And it was after Marilyn Mosby, ever since then, till they got something on her. Yep. Now, if you're gonna support a prosecutor, support that one. But no. You're not gonna support Marilyn Mosby and how she was done wrong, okay? You're gonna support this one, who's grinning about putting charges on black people. Let's call it what it is. Well, she's gonna put charges on white people. Let's call it, in California, there's more black people locked up in jail, and then after blacks, Hispanics. She's not putting white people in jail, because if she was putting white people in jail, like mass incarcerating white people, they'd have found some sort of charges on her, or at minimum got her voted out. She would have never became attorney general putting white people, mass incarcerating white people. So let's stop. Look at all the black people that she did this to with the truancy in California. How she was putting black single mothers in jail for truancy with the swipe of her pen. But she was a soror when she was doing that too, right? I mean, now listen, I don't think the AK, at least I would, and maybe I could be wrong, but I don't think the AKAs would be proud of mass incarceration, right? Listen, I'm giving the AKAs the benefit of the doubt. I know some AKAs, very nice women. None of them have been mean to me, right? They got AKAs that's probably in the chat right now. But if you're AKA, are you proud to hear your soror saying that? I don't think that's the guidelines of to be a AKA is mass incarceration. Not what I've heard. She want to talk about Trump being a dictator, but she was happy about her pen. And if she's happy about her pen being a prosecutor, my God, if she becomes a president, what will she do then? When she really got a pen? Or maybe am I the only one seeing this?
Nope.
That's disturbing. Let's continue.
Weeks later, I could dismiss the charges, but their life would forever be changed. So I learned at a very young age the power.
You know, the power I have as a prosecutor is that with a swipe of my pen, I can charge someone with a misdemeanor, the lowest level offense possible. And by virtue of that swipe of my pen, you will have to go to a courthouse and stand in line. You will have to come out of pocket and hire an attorney. You may get arrested for a few hours. You will be embarrassed in your community. You will miss time from coming onto the Google campus, all because with the swipe of my pen, I've charged you with a crime, which I may choose to dismiss 2 weeks later. It's an incredible amount of power.
She repeated that twice. The incredible amount of power. And someone that enjoyed that kind of power, because you were enjoying it so much to the point that you were being braggadocious about it. Well, I may just dismiss it 2 weeks later. Basically, after I ruined your life. Basically, what she was telling y'all is lawfare. She can wage lawfare.
Yep.
Because lawfare will literally ruin your job, empty your bank account out, try and put you in jail. That's lawfare. And she has no problem with lawfare, just as much as she has no problem with censorship. She doesn't like people like myself and many others that have an opportunity to talk to you. She wants us regulated. Because we aren't part of the propaganda machine like ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, all them, right? They're part of the propaganda machine. She said that she wants these microphones regulated. And unfortunately, people in the Democrat Party, there are people in the Democrat Party that want to give away their rights. They want to give away their freedom of speech. They want to give away freedom of the press. Because technically what we're doing is freedom of the press.
Right.
They want to get rid of freedom of the press through regulation. They want to infringe on your 2A. They really don't believe in due process like talking about, right? The same party will say to people, my body, my choice. But when it comes to certain medications at a certain time, a couple of years ago, it wasn't my body, my choice. It wasn't the government shouldn't be telling me what to do with my body, because remember, it was her administration waging their power, wielding their power to force you to put something that you stood against. Maybe if you did, for whatever reason, I don't know, I'm not a doctor, but it's just something you didn't want to do. And the power they had is, well, if you don't do what I tell you to do, you're going to be broke. You're not going to be able to pay your bills. You're not going to be able to feed your kids unless you do what I tell you do. You better understand who's the real quote unquote dictator at this point. Last time I checked, Trump didn't make us do that. It was a choice with him, but with her and Biden, and you hear how that's how she feels. She feels that I got my pen and I got some power that I'm wielding through this doggone pen right here. And if you go out there.
At Applejack, you'll spot craft beer lovers, rare blend discoverers, fancy gifters, and slow mezcal sippers. With over 15,000 options, there's an aisle
there. And you give her the ultimate pen with the real power. What would she do then? It's just a question I'm asking y'all. What would she do then if she got the real pen of power? What would she do? Yeah. That's another thing. If they just keep trying to label you, like you said, insane, you're crazy, you're insane, you're crazy, and you see this stuff coming up on you, because this is how it works. First, the media attacks you. That's how it starts. Then after intense media attack and waging a propaganda campaign against you, then they try to come at you civilly, then maybe civilly, it could be criminally. If you see the media attacking you just out of nowhere, it just won't stop. This is why I tell you, have your passport and get yourself up at that point and just go with your newfound friends somewhere for a couple of years. Chill out over there for a couple of years. And then because if you're not here, they can't really say much about you at that point, right? So you get out the way. You stay out of here at least about 2-3 years to maybe even 4 years. If you do come back here, you just come back here just to visit friends and family and get right back out. You don't really hang around. Or you may have to fly friends and family out to you just for a couple of years, just to keep your distance. But I've seen the play. I see how they do it. It could be a documentary. That's still a media attack. It's a lot of ways they get you. And my job and what I do here is study to show thyself approved. Study the tactics, study how they move, study. Watch what happens to other people as part of studying. Say, okay, that happened to him. Write this down. I don't want to do that. This would happen to her. Okay, I don't want to say that. You have to study the tactics and remember them, and don't think that people are playing with you. Because sometimes Black people don't take things seriously until they get into the thick of the issue and the thick of the problem. Great February says, I notice how quick Democrats are to dismiss Dr. Cornel West, a real Black person, to defend it's a Indian woman playing as Black. Well, I mean, it is what it is, but she's part of the agenda. Now what is the Democrat agenda or the Democrat playbook? We talk about the Democrats. We know it's open borders. We know it's not prioritizing Black Americans. We know it's transferring resources to the migrants, with the open border policy. You can't have an open border policy and then don't make sure they can be here and live and work and be self-sufficient. That's all part of the Democrats' plan. It's an open border policy. And the open border policy alone should make the Democrats lose. But unfortunately, we have a lot of Black Americans, and I don't want to talk about our community. I know there's others in the Democrat Party, but I want to focus on us. There's a lot of Black Americans who feel that issue is not an issue. They welcome it and all of that, right? And at one point in time, I felt that way too. So I understand why they feel the way they feel, because one, it doesn't affect them until they get in their neighborhood. Then they're going to start talking different, like Chicago, like New York. Then they'll start talking different when they're affecting them, right? But as of right now, a lot of them feel that, it's okay for them to come until one of the Venezuelan gangs do something to their house or to their family member. Then they're going to want something done. I've traveled to other countries. No other country has an open border like the United States of America right now. No other country. No other country that I've traveled to do not prioritize foreigners. And if they do start prioritizing foreigners, it become a problem. Like, for instance, when I was in Turkey, I had a conversation with a Turkish woman, and she was talking about the Syrians. And she was saying, the Syrians keep trying to come over here, and the government want to do this and give them certain things because they was coming over for refugee status. But Syria was like a war zone, okay? All these other people that's coming, they're not living in a Syria. They're not. When you coming from, the Caribbean, that's not a war zone. You come from the African continent, that's not a war zone. Latin America is not a war zone in none of those areas. So if someone from Syria, they have a little bit more of a claim, right? Because of all the war and all stuff going on in Syria. But that lady didn't like the fact that Syrians was coming over there, that the government was giving them asylum. She had a problem. She said, "Hey, the citizens here are more important than these Syrians." Oh, she was not happy about the Syrians, and I'm as an American, I'm listening. I say, you know what? I said, and this was back a few years ago. I said, we do have an immigration problem, really, too, and people say it's asylum. And they come, I said, but the United States give way more than what you're talking about. I said, they give them. I was going through homes and apartments, food. They give them jobs. She's like, oh, they do. The United States do all this. How do you guys even allow that? And that's what I'm always asked when I talk about what happens here. Every person outside the country say, how do we, as American citizens, allow it? Because they put it back on us. They don't say, well, your government. They say, how do y'all allow it? But we know is allowed because we have people who will vote for those parties that support that, right? They will support that. So on top of wielding power, and you know this prosecutor will wield all kind of power, do you think it's going to work out good for Black Americans? See, that kind of prosecutor, if you're speaking up about migrants, she'll try to put hate crime charges on you, that prosecutor. Or she's going to get her particular attorney general, maybe start prosecuting people that talks about migrants, saying it's hate crime. Remember, her pen, right? She enjoyed that, to shut you up. Maybe she'll put them charges on you and then dismiss them after a couple of months. Just to mess with you. That's her words, not mine. Now let's get to something else y'all need to pay attention to on top of her pen.
Deportation. Up with education. Down with 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 deportation.
Okay, all right. So what they were saying, if you couldn't make it out, ladies and gentlemen, up with education, down with deportation. That was a video from a couple of.
Woo! Come on.
Twinings. Teas that taste great and do you good. Twinings. Drinking life.
Desmond, how are you watching college football this year?
ESPN on Sling, for sure. Come on, bro.
Desmond, people are wondering, how are you watching college football on ESPN this year?
With Sling, obviously.
Years ago, that's just kind of resurfaced. And hasn't that been the mantra of the Biden-Harris administration? I can't say the education part, but definitely down with deportation. There was a Venezuelan migrant who committed a crime in Chicago. I said to hold him because we're going to come get him. They decided to let him go, and he ended up going to Denver and committing crimes in Denver. So even when they commit crimes in this country, the Democrats are protecting criminals. But if it's a Black man or a Black woman who's committing a crime, Black American man or woman who's committing a crime, they're not going to protect you. You're going to go to county jail. You're going to go to prison. That's where you're going when you commit crimes. But when they commit crimes, they get to get out of jail. They can attack cops, and they're not shot 17, 18 times. Notice that? They have been literally attacked. You remember when them migrants in New York had attacked an NYPD officer? Now, if a black person just grabbed a cell phone in front of them, they pull out their weapons and unload the whole magazine. The migrants physically attacked an NYPD officer that we all saw on tape. And all of a sudden, those guns they didn't work all of a sudden. They magically did not use them. They're committing so many crimes, and we're not seeing about a migrant was shot 17 times in the back. That's why we call them race soldiers, because they only would do that to black people. They would gun down black people for anything. Traffic stop. Oh, I thought he had a gun. I thought he had one. I didn't see one. I thought he had one. And even if you see one, okay, we live in a country that has 2A. Is he pointing it at you? Is he about to do something to you? But then when their own people have firearms, I've seen traffic stops where police officers lost their lives because they were just so lax with their own. They lax with them. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, it's right there. And the whole time this dude was plotting to take the life of that police officer. How many times y'all seen those videos? They be on YouTube and other sites. But a black person, some of them walking up to the car holding their gun. Like, so if you're a migrant, you don't have to worry about, what's happened to a lot of black people. You don't have to worry about that. See, the migrants have more of a privilege in this country. They can commit crime and don't have to worry about getting shot. But if you jaywalk as a black person, you have to worry about possibly getting shot or losing your life. So once again, it goes back to what that Turkish woman told me. How do we allow that? How do we allow it? You mean to tell me that Vice President Kamala Harris says down with deportation? It's okay to attack the police. I thought she's a prosecutor. I thought she's supposed to be supporting law enforcement, right? So you're not going to protect the cops. You're supposed to be a prosecutor. You let them get attacked by the people that you let in this country. Open borders, right? You've given federal dollars. The cities have given money. The state has given money to the migrants while the American people suffer. But you're out here chanting and dancing down with deportation. And y'all have and some of you who like to come to my page or that old school dude on TikTok had made some video about me. So you mean to tell me all this is okay with you? All is okay. And this is why that Turkish woman said what she said to me. Why do y'all allow that to happen? Because we have a section of people in this country that allows it to happen. Because if all people was unified, it don't matter what community you come from, wherever. It don't matter. Your color, your religion. It don't matter about any of that, right? The block, two block. Thank you very much. Why aren't all American people? It shouldn't even matter about a political party. Why all American people aren't unified and say, wait a minute, hold on. They can't get special treatment, but we can't. How come they are getting all these food stamps, EBT? Do you know landlords are putting people out and evicting people, or not allowing them to renew their lease because they want the migrants to come stay in those properties so they can get more money from the government? The government is giving a lot of money to house migrants, to give medical services to migrants. They are charging literally triple the price. And they're all getting paid off of this migrant crisis that was created by the Biden-Harris administration. Everybody getting a bag. But the American citizens are getting a middle finger. And your tax dollars and mine is paying for it. Now, Violante says, how do you not just give in to despair about this? I don't give in into despair about anything because my motivation and my courage and strength that I have is rooted in the Lord. And I know the Lord is much bigger than all of them. And I know the Lord got my future in his hand as long as I stay righteous and try to do the right thing. As long as I don't be a deviant like P. Diddy in the gang. As long as I'm not doing things like that that's evil in the eyes of the Lord, sinning and righteousness, then I have nothing to fear. But in my position, I have to be like John the Baptist, warning you, telling you what's coming or what could come if you do not heed the warning. That's what I'm here to do. You don't have to heed the warning. Nobody listened when it came to the flood either. They dismissed Noah too until the flood came, and then now they want to get in the boat. Okay, well, it's too late now. You can dismiss me. You can call me whatever name you want to call me. But if you put the lady in office that loves her pen, if you put the lady in office who says down with deportation, if you put the lady in office who has no problem giving resources to people who just got here yesterday, they don't need a credit score. They don't need a job history. They don't need anything. But me and you will be denied for homes.
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens. Enjoy free 1-hour delivery when you spend $35.
Cars, business loans, grants, all kinds of things will be denied for, oh, your credit's not strong enough. Oh, well, your work history. Oh, well, you missed a couple of payments on this credit card. And I know your credit was good all this time, but you had a bump in the road. So you got to go a year without missing a payment. They come in here. They don't have to worry about any of that. You don't hear not a single migrant talking about, man, I gotta get some credit going. No. That's only for me and you, not them. So if you're going to put her in office, understand that's what you're allowing. You understand? So how could I feel any kind of despair when it's the people in this country that's facilitating that? Well, a goddess Navi, listen, you got to always wake up in the morning with a positive outlook, okay? You got to, first of all, thank God that you woke up in your own bed in your right mind, that you can see, that you can hear, that you can speak, that you can walk on your own in the morning and go to the bathroom, take a shower, brush your teeth, wash your face, comb your hair. Put some deodorant and lotion on and get dressed and start your day. You should also, in the midst of all that, thank God you got a roof over your head, that you got food to eat. It may not be 5-star, but you got some food to eat, right? If you got a car to drive, you got a job. Be thankful for that too, because some people don't have it. And when you focus on the basics, when you wake up in the morning, thank God for your family, your kids, your husband, your wife. Focus on the basics that you have, because some people don't have it. If you got your health and strength, focus on that, because some people don't have it. Some people woke up this morning in a hospital bed looking up at the ceiling. Some people are in a coma right now. You got to always think about those things. What is the most important? Then, after you focus on what's the most important, right? All this other stuff that's going on is going to be a battle, but you do your part. And then sometime during your part is this: you fight, you let other people know what's going on, you do everything you got to do, and hey, it comes to a point too that you got to say, okay, my days of fighting is over. Listen, every fighter retires. Every fighter gonna eventually retire, and let the next group of fighters come right behind you. There is a time for you to go into retirement. In retirement, you can always give wisdom to the fighters to say, hey, don't make the mistake I made when I was doing this. If they want to listen, but don't be so much caught up on the issues and problems in this country or any country, right? You can be listening in other countries. Learn to take the time to take some time off. Enjoy the ocean and the waves and shoot, go do some zip lining and horseback riding or something. If you like the amusement park, go do that. If you're a foodie and you want to do a food tour across America, go do it. Don't go so caught up in all these problems that you're not enjoying life. You understand? And when I'm certain ways, I have to back off from here and say, hey, I got to back off. Like for me, I need my Saturdays back. I've been doing streams on Saturdays. I need my Saturdays back. So how I'm going to do that, because I have to figure that out, at least starting tomorrow, I'm going to start doing the stream on the Emancipation Media. So I thought that, okay, well, if I do streams over there, that can make up for the Saturday that I do here, right? So I can have my Saturday and my Sunday back. So I can enjoy, because sometimes I need a recharge. Because dealing with all this stuff with Vice President Kamala Harris, the migrants, the system, and dealing with us, right? Like my grandma say, ain't Haggis cheering. Dealing with them sometime too. It's a lot. It's a lot. And y'all got to think about that. It's a lot. Sometimes Black people, we die too early. Some of it is our lifestyle, but a lot of it is we don't enjoy life. And when I say enjoy life, I don't mean you got to do something that's reckless. I don't mean going to a Diddy party is enjoying life. I mean, just something simple as, man, take your kids, somewhere. Let your kids enjoy life. Sometimes people go, you go do your couples trip, your girls trip, but what about the kids? Are you going to take the kids on the trip? Take the kids sometime. Let them enjoy life too. So we can focus on Vice President Kamala Harris and the Democrats. We all can get registered to vote, which we are all doing that, right? We're going to vote, but after that, if she win, okay, then we come up with how we're going to deal with that for 4 years. If Trump win, how are we going to deal with that for 4 years? Regardless, we got to live. We got to live, ladies and gentlemen. We got to live. No matter who get elected, we got to live. That's why I always say, have a plan A and a plan B. My deal is, like I told y'all earlier, I got to move around. I got to get outside a lot more in 2025. I got to move around. I don't have time to focus on Trump or Vice President Harris, no matter who wins. The things I got planned in my head for next year. And I want you to plan for next year too. Right now, make some plans. Do you need to go to school? Do you need to go to trade school? Anything that you maybe always wanted to do, someplace you always wanted to go. Some people going to Ethiopia with us in March, right? They never been. They say, you know what? I'm going to go. Shoot, I never seen it. Let's go, right? I appreciate those people. I've met so many people from this platform that say, man, I never thought to come over here to this country. Shoot, we say, why not go with people that's like-minded? And they enjoy their experiences. But some people never leave their neighborhood. They talk about the same problems every day. Listen, you in Chicago, Brandon Johnson is a problem. Brandon Johnson not going to be around forever. Get Brandon Johnson out of there. Excuse me. And stop being afraid of change. That's another issue. The reason why a lot of you vote Democrat like that, to the point it's hurting you, is because you don't want to change. If you keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over, expecting a different result, we already know what that is, right? And that's what a lot of you have been doing. Some of you are so emotional. That's not normal to be that emotional about politics or political party, especially with a lot of our people. We're so emotional about the Democrat Party. That's not normal. No other group of people are that emotional about a particular party. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen white people emotional. I haven't seen Asians. I haven't seen Hispanics. I haven't seen Arabs. I ain't seen Africans. I haven't seen Caribbeans be just so emotional about a party like we are as Black Americans. And I would understand if the Democrat Party had brought reparations to us. I would understand if the Democrats made sure all the laws was on the books and enforcing the laws on the books to protect Black Americans, to make sure we can get home loans, business loans, that we can get just some regular personal loans, grants, making sure that the banks are audited to make sure that we wasn't discriminated against, checking every area in this country, dealing with the race soldiers at the federal level. That way they'll put a stop to that, right? The things that they do to us. You understand? Edward Bloom just shut down the Fearless Fund, literally. Where's the Democrats coming out against Edward Bloom, okay, with the Fearless Fund? But if any of you sisters from the Fearless Fund are watching, Clint Terrell said, I love Hill Scott podcast, not just political podcast, but other topics. If these politicians listen to him, both sides, this country wouldn't be as jacked up as it is now. I try to do my job, and I try to plant the seed, my friend. But the Fearless Fund, change the name, change the LLC. That's what you do. Close the Fearless Fund out. Just get rid of it. Come back with something new. What you do is you make the recipients be the freed men, freed women of America. Okay? The freedmen. The freedman is not based on race. That is a status that's given to us only by the American government. Even Clarence Thomas in the affirmative action case with the college admissions talked about, and he mentioned several times about freedmen. And when I seen Clarence Thomas saying that, I said, oh, Clarence Thomas, believe it or not, gave us the play about using the term freedman. And Neil Gorsuch had mentioned it once or twice too in his opinion. And I say, that's it. Because if you say black, that okay, well, here come Edward Bloom. But if you say freedman, he can't come at you because that's not race at that point. That's a lineage, the freedman. So if you want to do a scholarship for the freedmen of America, it's only one group of people in this country who are the freedmen. We had the Freedmen's Bureau that still is not what it should be, but it's still in existence on the federal level today, the Freedmen's Bureau. So what we have to do is we gonna have to get rid of the term black and use the word freedman when we talk about transferring resources exclusively to each other. Does that make sense? So if any of you sisters from the Fearless Fund come back with what I just said, and Edward Bloom can't touch you. He can't touch you because freedman isn't race. What is the criteria? You must trace your ancestors back to slavery. And your parents must be freedmen. They must be. And your grandparents and your great-grandparents must be freedmen. Because you're not going to pull no $5 freedman and say, well, my 4 times removed grandmother, she was a slave. That's not going to work, Becca. It's not going to work. Your mammy and your pappy has to be freedmen. Your grandparents, your great-grandparents. What plantation you came from? Which one? That's how you do it. Trust me. What Edward Bloom done to the freedmen with the Fearless Fund taught me the game. Taught it to me. If you go to Emancipation Media right now, look at the description and the language I use there. Look at it. I don't even say the word black. Go look at what language I'm using. I'm doing that for a reason. How did none of the lawyers come up with this argument? I don't know. I don't know. But Edward Bloom can't sue and say freedman, because that's not a racial classification. That is a lineage. And we are descendants of freedmen. And you have a right to transfer resources to freedmen. If you want to do something that includes the diaspora, you can welcome to do that too if you choose to. You could say freedmen and members of the African diaspora. That's not race at that point. If you choose to just include all black people into something, right? I'm saying if you choose to. If you want to do something specifically for the freedmen, then you can say for the freedmen. Definitely people that say, I only want to help the people in my lineage. Okay, freedmen at that point. Then nobody can crowbar themselves into freedmen. Nobody can wedge themselves. See, other people can come here and say they black, but you can't say you're a freedman. You can't. And once again, it's a federal classification that's already on the books. That's the thing. You don't have to go work hard to get a new label on there when it's already there. And there's a history of it already. So, sisters, you know, yeah, I love to talk to y'all. I love to, you ain't got to be on camera. I mean, I love to sit down and talk with y'all and say, how, man, shoot, let's get this language right. Let's get some constitutional lawyers to sit down and see how tight y'all can redo this thing. Because you got to have some constitutional lawyers too. You got to, this is the thing. You got to appreciate Edward Bloom, because people like him just tighten your game up. Sometimes, oh, here he come. No, that's good, because you got to have people like him to make sure that we tight everywhere we go. Listen, you never have holes in your armor. Okay, that was a hole they can use. Okay, cool. Now you fix that. You fix it. That way nobody else could come behind him and try to stop us from transferring resources to our group. You say you don't agree with nor subscribes to FBA. Well, that's a term. I mean, Foundation of Black American Freedmen. It's in the same realm, beyond with you. I'm just saying about more so what I read in Supreme Court decision. We have a history of being called freedmen. We had the Freedmen's Bureau. It's still kind of existence now. It's not what it was originally supposed to be. I'm just saying, how do we Edward Bloom proof our anything? Like, for instance, if I came up with a scholarship and I say I want to give a scholarship directly to the lineage of people here. Now, if I want to do something for the diaspora, I'll say, hey, okay, well, this particular scholarship is for the diaspora. That means for everybody, right? In the diaspora, the African diaspora. But if I want to do it specifically for my lineage, then I say freedmen. That's the way I would do it. But even though I'm saying this, and it would be tight, I still would sit down with a constitutional lawyer and say, help me Edward Bloom proof what I'm about to do when I'm trying to transfer these resources. And that's all you need, is just a good constitutional lawyer. Yes, you say that's what FBA means. I know exactly what it means. Yes, but this is the thing. If you put on paper, I'm talking about, we got to think about Edward Bloom here. Even though we know it's a lineage, we got it. But when we think about Edward Bloom, and when he goes to try to sue for you trying to do something race-based, we just talking about Edward Bloom here. He can go after you if you say those words, because you're still putting race in it, right? So lineage is the way to go. I'm just saying what's already on the federal books without race would be freedmen. That's just the only thing. I'm not. You can call yourself FBA. That's fine. Okay, FBA. I know what it means. It's cool. Fine. But I'm just saying when we start transferring resources to each other, like giving grants for businesses, scholarships, maybe you want to give $100,000 to maybe whoever, but you want to give it to a freedman business, right? Then you do that. Because nobody can crowbar themselves into being a freedman. And nobody can crowbar themselves being FBA either. But I'm just talking about when you put it on paper and when you create contracts and all this other stuff, remember, Edward Bloom going to try to come. So when he tried to send, what he did to the Fearless Fund, he sent a bunch of whites and Asians to try to apply for the Fearless Fund. And it was turned away because they wasn't black. So he used that to get the lawsuit going. But in order to get something from the freedmen, you got to say, okay, show me how you qualify. Show me that you're a freedman. Is your family on the 1870 census? Is your parents freedmen? What's a freedman? Basically a descendant of a chattel slave. It was in this country. Is your parents descendants from them? On both sides? Or like, is your grandparents descendants of them? How long have you been in this country? Your people should have been in this country from the beginning. You can't crowbar your way into freedmen either, right? But I'm just talking about Edward Bloom and with the Fearless Fund, right? You can say FBA and do that, say it. I'm not against it. I'm just talking about Edward Bloom and his tactics and how we can protect ourselves from trying to stop us from transferring resources to our people, just like the Asians transfer resources to their people and the white community and the Hispanic community. He not gonna mess with them. He only gonna mess with us. And you know why? Because he's anti-black. Period. He's proven that. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on the live stream today. We greatly appreciate it. Make sure you click the subscribe button. Make sure you click the like button. That's very, very important. And we'll see you tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Tomorrow, we will be streaming on Emancipation Media. Probably trying to go for noon, even though I got an interview I need to do by 11. We're going to try to make it for noon. If not noon, it'll be 1 p.m. But somewhere around there, we'll get that going tomorrow. So make sure you check us out on Emancipation Media and back here tomorrow.
I've always been a strong, independent woman.
You have an extremely rare form of bladder cancer.
I didn't know I could get breast cancer when I was 41.
How could I have cancer?
I immediately knew that I had a team waiting for me at Rocky Mountain Cancer Center.
People were with you. People were cheering you on. People were telling you, well, you're almost at the end of the tunnel.
I can now experience a sigh of relief.
You are going to have the tools and the support to get through it.
If you have the right people behind you, taking care of you, nothing is impossible.
Best time buying crypto? It's like your first visit to a taco truck. So you start with un poquito, a taster. If you like this, we can mix things up. Go off menu, spicy as you like.
Wow. What an amazing crowd. It is great to be in Wisconsin, and we're going to win Wisconsin together on November 5th. Now, I am so grateful to all of you, grateful for coming out, grateful for all the work that you've been doing on behalf of our campaign, grateful for getting your neighbors out to the polls, because we need to get every single person, everybody that we can, out to vote in November. I have a dear colleague of mine who says that we need every single person in this room to vote 10 times. And everybody gets a little nervous and said, well, Republicans don't vote 10 times. We just vote once. But the legal way that you can vote 10 times is to take yourself, 9 friends and family, and get them to the polls. And if we do that, we do it together, we're going to win this state. You know, because that's what's so amazing about the people power that animates this campaign. We're never going to have the mainstream media. We're never going to have the Democrats, allies in the press, but we have the truth and we have the people, and we are going to win Wisconsin because of that. Those are the two most powerful forces in American politics. Now, before I get started here, I want to give just a couple of shout outs here. And the first is you guys have a great state party chairman in this state. Wisconsin, I've met a lot of great state party chairmen, but I want to give a special shout out to Brian Schimming. Brian, thank you so much for everything that you do on behalf of us in Wisconsin. We've got Wisconsin State Assembly candidate James Robecki. James, where you at? Give James a round of applause. Thank you, man. It's great to see young people stepping up into public life. Thanks, man. Good luck to you. You're going to do great, and you're going to make a great public servant for the state of Wisconsin. God bless you. Now, you've got a great congressman here, and I'm going to call him up in a second to offer a few remarks. But if y'all remember, the last time that I was in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, I made a nice little stroll over to Kamala Harris's plane. Do you remember that? Now, that was pretty fun. And the reason that I did it is, if you remember, at that time, Kamala Harris had been the presumptive nominee for about a month, and she had done 0 media interviews. 0 interviews with the press, 0 questions asked and answered, 0 opportunities for her to take advantage of to actually talk to the American people. And what kind of a person? What kind of person wants to be the president of the United States but is too afraid of friendly American media? That is a disgrace. And we should not promote Kamala Harris. We should say to Kamala Harris, you are fired. If you're too afraid of the American media, you can't be the president of the United States. Now, it's funny, though, not a whole lot's changed. You know, Kamala Harris has gone from giving, I think, 0 interviews to maybe 2 interviews. And my favorite thing about Kamala Harris's interviews is I think that we win about 100,000 votes every time she answers a question. Because, you know, the difference, there are all these differences, all these policy differences, all these things that I could point to. But you know, the biggest difference, I think, between President Trump's campaign and Kamala Harris's campaign, it's that Kamala Harris speaks to the American people like they're children, and we speak to the American people like they're fellow citizens who deserve our vote and deserve our respect. Because, you know, they'll say, well, Kamala, Vice President Harris, what is your plan to lower the inflation caused by your policies? And she'll say, well, I grew up in a middle-class family. I believe in small business. And then everybody with an ounce of common sense is saying, well, you didn't answer the question. Or Kamala Harris, your policies led to an increase in energy prices, an increase in housing prices. What are you going to do to change that? Give us the specific idea of what you're going to do. And she'll say, well, when I worked at McDonald's, I loved making hash browns. And all the American people want, I think, from a person who would pretend to lead them is to actually answer some tough questions and stand before the American people and ask for their vote. And that's what she refuses to do. Now, I will say that I sympathize with her a little bit, because if I had Kamala Harris's record, I might run for the American media too. And let's just tick through let's go through the details of the public policies that Kamala Harris has pursued to make us weaker, to make us poorer, and to make our country less safe and less secure. Because this didn't happen overnight, and it didn't happen by accident. The open border in this country did not happen through an act of God. It happened through an act of Kamala Harris. What she did is, on day one, she said, we're going to suspend deportations. We're going to stop Donald Trump's remain in Mexico. We're going to encourage the asylum fraud that has opened the American southern border. And on day one, she did exactly what she promised. And now Wisconsin and every other state is dealing with the consequences. On day one, remember, Kamala Harris said they were going to go to war with American energy. They were going to explicitly raise America's energy prices because she wanted us to go green. Now, never mind the fact that a lot of the green energy she wants us to buy is from solar panels manufactured in China. Never mind the fact that the electric vehicles that she wants us to drive are from EVs made in China. She promised higher energy prices, and that's exactly what she delivered.
Deep breath. Cancer is a journey you don't take alone.
Did it!
Our cancer care team works together to care for all that is you.
So proud.
Trains. Trains that use the power of Dell AI and Intel, clearing the way so you arrive exactly where you belong.
And remember, after the most successful 4 years of American foreign policy, we had peace in Asia, we had peace in Africa, we had peace in the Middle East, we had peace in Europe under the leadership of Donald J. Trump. What Kamala Harris did is that she did a total 180. She promised that she was going to undo the foreign policy of Donald J. Trump, and now we have chaos across the world in a country that is on the brink, I really do believe, of World War III. We are closer in this moment to a nuclear war, to a third world war than at any time in our country's history, and we have the chaos and incompetence of Kamala Harris to thank for it. I say we get a president who knows what the hell he's doing. I say we get Donald J. Trump back in the Oval Office. Now, before we go much deeper into the record of Kamala Harris, I want to bring up a great Wisconsin representative, a great patriot, and a great human being. Congressman, why don't you come up and say a few words to this great crowd? Derek Van Orden, ladies and gentlemen. God bless him.
Thank you, sir. All right, what'd I tell you? This is why we like J.D. Vance here. He started in some of the meanest circumstances you can possibly imagine in the United States of America. He joined the military, he made something for himself. He's got a great family, and he loves his country. The reason we like Donald J. Trump here is because he has built America, and he will defend us literally with his life. He got shot in the head for us, and he said, fight, fight, fight. When you gentle people leave this place, I want you to look around at God's creation. And I want you to look at these beautiful rolling hills. And I want you to stop your car. And I want you to look at that hill. And it doesn't matter how long you look at that hill, the cavalry is not coming over the hill. Because the cavalry is in this room. So, Mr. Future Vice President, I'd love having you here. You are always welcome. We will fill you up with cheese curds to the point where you're not going to be able to walk. Give my best, our best to your family and to President Trump, and God bless you, sir. And let's go win something.
Now, you heard Derek tell a little bit about my backstory, and let me just tell you a little bit more, because one of the reasons that I am so proud to stand here is that my story is very much an American story, and I believe that my story is impossible anywhere else but the United States of America. We still have, as much as our leadership is trying to destroy it, we still have the American dream in this country, and this election is about preserving it and building upon it for the next generation. Now, Now, my American dream was not to write a best-selling book. It wasn't to start a business. It wasn't even to run for vice president, as awesome as it is. My American dream was to be a good husband and to be a good father, to give my children the things that I didn't have when I was growing up. Now, it would have been impossible without the great bounty and incredible kindness of this country, from public school teachers who took care of me to the incredible opportunities of the United States Marine Corps, and Semper Fi to all the Marines out there. But it very much would have been impossible without the love and the support of a very, very strong woman, my grandmother, who took care of me when my mom couldn't take care of me. God bless you, ma'am. And I know between the fentanyl problems, the opioid problems, or sometimes just the circumstances of life, we have got, even in this room, some strong grandmas and some strong grandpas. Let's give it up. Thank you all. God bless you. We love you for doing what you do. For taking care of kids you didn't necessarily plan to take care of. We love you for it. We're grateful for it. Look, I don't know that I ever said thanks to my grandmother, at least not when I was a snot-nosed kid. But I wish that she could see this room and this crowd today. This is a great testament to our country and a great testament to what is possible in the United States of America. I shouldn't be here, my friends. I shouldn't be standing up here, but I am, because this is the greatest country in the world. Now, Now, my grandmother, for those of you who haven't read anything about me or heard anything about me or missed my RNC speech, she was a woman of many tensions. She was a woman of very deep and profound Christian faith. My grandmother also loved the F word. And, you know, both of those things were true. And I needed both. I needed the discipline. I also needed the love. I needed the Christian faith, and I also needed to be cussed out from time to time, because I was very often a kid who was not making the right decisions. And thank God that I had my grandmother to put me on the straight and narrow. But because I grew up in a family where money was often tight, and because I grew up in a neighborhood where things weren't always easy, I see the problems of Kamala Harris's economy and Kamala Harris's open border differently, I think, than a lot of leaders in Washington, D.C. Because I remember when my grandmother was negotiating with somebody for Meals on Wheels for a little bit of extra food so that she could share with her grandchildren. And I wonder, for the millions of families across this state and across this country who are struggling to put food on the table, what does your life look like when groceries get 25% more expensive, as they have under the policies of Kamala Harris? And as much as things weren't always easy in my neighborhood, you know one thing we always had, because we believed in this country, Democrat or Republican, rich or poor, every single child deserves to grow up in a neighborhood with basic public safety. And that is maybe the most dangerous thing that Kamala Harris has done to this country. Because she wants to defund the police, and because she has waged war on law enforcement, and because she has opened up that American southern border, we have taken from every American child what should be their birthright in this country. We have taken public safety away, and it's time to give it back to them, and that's exactly what President Trump is going to do. Because I want to tell you a story, of course, of a person who, of a family that has been affected by Kamala Harris's open border. And I want to tell you a couple stories, actually, because it drives home how much we have failed. Our leadership has failed this country. Now, if you watched the Republican National Convention a few weeks ago, you probably saw this incredible, beautiful, brave mother who had just lost an incredibly handsome young man, a 14-year-old kid, I believe. And she lost that 14-year-old son of hers because he died of a fentanyl overdose. Now, I saw some trolls, some very mean and sick people on the internet, on social media, talk about how this child died because he made a mistake. He took drugs, and those drugs were laced with fentanyl. And I think, first of all, how disgusting do you have to be to attack a young mother who's talking about her beloved child? But more importantly, Don't all of us want to raise our children in communities where they can make childhood mistakes and not have it claim their life? I am the father of a 7-year-old boy, a 4-year-old boy, and a 2-year-old baby girl. And I love them with all my heart. And I know, like every single kid in this country, they are eventually going to do something that really pisses me off. It's just what happens when you're a father. In fact, they do that every single day right now, and they're only 7, 4, and 2. But I want them to grow up in a country where the streets are safe enough where they can make a mistake and learn from it rather than have it take their life. And that is what we need. We got to get back to public safety in this country. Now, I want to talk about another story because it's so close to here in Wisconsin and it drives home that every community is a border state. Every community is a border community because the problems that Kamala Harris has imported through that American southern border have now gone nationwide. I mean, I talked to a local Wisconsin law enforcement officer just a few weeks ago. He said, we're arresting Mexican drug cartel members an hour outside of Milwaukee. And you realize Mexican drug cartels are operating outside of Milwaukee. And we have, of course, the town of Prairie du Chien. And earlier this month, I'm sure I'm not telling most of you something you don't know. Earlier this month, that town felt the sting of Harris's open borders because an illegal immigrant, a gang member from Venezuela, crossed the American southern border. He went to Minneapolis, was not deported because it's a sanctuary city. Thanks, Tim Walz. He went to Madison, Wisconsin, and was not deported because it was a sanctuary city. And then he went to this small Wisconsin town and committed sexual assault against a mother and a young child.
Woo! Come on! I said you gotta get it rolling! Get it right!
Twinings, rocks, iced tea. Twinings, drinking life.
He should have never been in this country, ladies and gentlemen. And when Donald J. Trump is president, all of them are going home. We're going to deport the criminal migrants in this country. It's just so simple. This is not rocket science. That guy, if you look at his rap sheet, his criminal arrest record, he had every red flag, every siren was going off. Not only should he have not illegally immigrated into our country, but he should have been deported after he was arrested. And he wasn't, thanks to the policies of Kamala Harris. Now, what kind of a person wants to lead this country but pursues policies as vice president that allows a violent criminal illegal alien not just to set up shop in our country, but to not be deported after he commits a violent crime? What kind of a person wants to lead the United States of America, but wants to bankrupt Medicare by giving it to illegal aliens and encouraging people to stay in this country? What kind of a person says that she supports law enforcement, but just a few short years ago attacked law enforcement and said that she wanted to defund the police? And what kind of a person says that she stands for working people in this country, but thanks to her policies, the cost of everything from food to housing is unaffordable for the majority of American working families? What kind of a person does that? Her name is Kamala Harris, and we will not let her anywhere near the White House in this country. Now, I think the contrast here, the contrast between President Trump's policies and Kamala Harris's policies, it's really just unbelievable. I mean, Kamala Harris wants to suspend deportations. Donald Trump wants to re-implement deportations. Common sense. Kamala Harris wants to spend trillions of dollars and hundreds of billions of dollars on Chinese-made electric vehicles. Donald Trump wants to manufacture more in the United States of America, build America, buy America, and support American workers in the process. Kamala Harris wants to defund the police. Donald Trump, and I think I speak for every person in this room, we want to back the blue and make it easier for those police officers to keep us safe. Kamala Harris wants to raise the price of energy, which would impoverish millions of Americans. In fact, it already has. Donald Trump wants to drill, baby, drill. And on day one, that's exactly what he's going to do. So the contrast couldn't be clearer. And I think that's probably why Kamala Harris hides from the American media. She knows that if the real Kamala Harris was actually out there, then the majority of the American people would reject her. And that is exactly what we have to do. Just tell the truth, ladies and gentlemen. Tell the truth. Get it out there about Kamala Harris. Get it out there about our great president, Donald Trump. And if we do that, we are going to win Wisconsin. We are going to win the nation, and we're going to take this country back. That's it. Now, I'm going to take some questions from reporters, but before I do, let me just leave you with a couple of thoughts. The first is, I of course, it's one of my first public appearances since the second assassination attempt on Donald J. Trump. And I'll tell you what was going on Sunday afternoon. I was sitting with my 7-year-old, and we were playing video games because we always play video games whenever mom leaves the house. And by the way, we've got my lovely wife, Usha, here in the front row. Usha, I love you, honey. One of these days, I'm going to make Usha come up here and speak for about 35 minutes, but I'm going to be in the doghouse when that happens. But we're sitting at home. I don't know exactly what time it was, probably 1:30, 1:45, and my phone rings, and it's President Trump, and I pick up the phone. I'm like, hey, man, how you doing? He's like, JD, they tried to do it again. I said, what are you talking about? He said, they just tried to shoot me again. And, of course, you know, my heart skips a beat, and I think immediately, well, sir, are you okay? Right? I mean, you sound okay on the phone. Hopefully, physically, you're not calling me from the hospital, but are you doing okay? And, of course, President Trump in classic style said, yeah, I'm doing fine. And I could tell it didn't bother him nearly as much as it bothered me, and I wasn't even there. And then he says, the real problem is that I was on the 6th hole and I was about to make a birdie and they wouldn't let me finish. And yeah, that's funny, but it hit me that what we need in these troubled times, what we need when we have a war in Europe, a war threatening in Asia, a war threatening in virtually every continent all over the world, what we need is the kind of leader who can take an assassination attempt, get back up, and go back to work for the American people. That is courage under fire, and it's sorely missing at the White House. Because, you know, you never, look, there are disagreements that we're going to have, even in this room, on public policy. There are things that I'm going to say, or things even that President Trump says you may not agree with every single thing. But what you do know with Donald Trump is, first of all, you get exactly what you see. This is not a person who filters himself and hides behind slogans like Kamala Harris. He is exactly who he is, and he's damn proud of it. But the other thing with President Trump is you get somebody who is competent and shows courage under fire. Because every president eventually gets that famous 2 a.m., 3 a.m. phone call. And who do you want answering the phone? Do you want a person who hides from the friendly American media? Or do you want a person who takes a bullet to the head and stands up and says, fight, fight, fight? I think I know my answer. So I hope we can all agree that what President Trump showed was not just courage under fire, but the qualities of leadership that are necessary to actually lead this country. And we have an opportunity to put him back in the White House, but only if he makes it 7 weeks to Election Day, because we know that in this environment, unfortunately, it's not out of the question that somebody else might try to take another shot.
You had passions you liked to pursue before you got cancer. At Rocky Mountain Cancer Centers, our breast cancer experts are driven by a relentless dedication to getting you back to doing all those things you love.
And I hate to say it, but it's time for us to be honest about it, that the American media, the Democrats, the Kamala Harris campaign, they've got to cut this crap out or they're going to get somebody killed. Now, you hear a lot of talk about overheated political rhetoric. And I'm not saying I'm perfect. I promise you that I will do my part to lower the temperature because we don't want anybody to get hurt in our politics, whether they're Democrats or Republicans. But to hear the Democrats today talk about both sides, to hear the Democrats talk about both sides need to tamp down the political rhetoric, ignores one big problem. And that problem is that in the past 2 months, 2 separate people have tried to take Donald Trump's life. Yes, we need to tone down the political rhetoric, but that especially applies to the Democrats. Stop the craziness, stop the violent talk, and let Donald Trump go out there and make his case to the American people. Because I realized something, and, Bobby Kennedy endorsed the president, of course, a few weeks ago. I've gotten to know Bobby very well. He's a great guy. We're thrilled to have him on the team. Make America healthy again, right? But I was talking about this with Bobby Kennedy. Look, what happened to his dad, whatever your political affiliation, whatever you believed at the time, whether you plan to vote for him or not, it opened up a wound in this country that I believe has still never healed. And what the Democrats have done, not Democratic voters, but Democratic politicians, what these guys have done in the last few years is embrace something that is very dangerous, and that is censorship. Now, I disagree with Kamala Harris. I disagree with about everything that comes out of her mouth, even when I don't understand it. But I will vigorously defend every person's right to speak their mind in this country because we believe in free speech in the Republican Party and in this movement. But think about all the ways that they've tried to censor Donald Trump. Think about the fact that Kamala Harris herself called for him to be booted off social media. Think about the fact that her political ally said recently that he should be eliminated. Think about all of the sham prosecutions. Think about every single thing that they've done to try to silence him and shut him up. And then consider just yesterday, one of the chief surrogates of Kamala Harris's campaign is Hillary Clinton. And you know what Hillary Clinton said yesterday? She said that misinformation should be met with criminal penalties. That we ought to throw people in jail and silence them if they say something that Hillary Clinton disagrees with. And here's the thing. If you're willing, my friends, if you are willing to throw a person in jail because you disagree with what they say, then you're going to be willing to put a bullet in their head too. So the Democrats, I call on every leader in this country, not just tone down the rhetoric, but tone down the censorship. Let's have a debate with one another. That's what Americans do. Stop trying to silence people you disagree with. And I think if we have that debate, if we have that conversation, I really believe that the American people are going to make Donald J. Trump the next president of the United States. But it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen easily. It's not going to happen without us working for it and without us fighting for it. So as I understand it, there are over 500 people just in this room. That's a great crowd, by the way, and I'm thrilled to see every single person. But every single person here should try to be a force multiplier for this campaign. Because we all know that if you take 100 people who plan to vote for Donald Trump, by Election Day, 95 of them will have done it. And 5 of them, what are they thinking? Maybe a kid gets sick at school. They got to go pick somebody up. Maybe mom gets sick and they got to go take her to the doctor. Maybe something comes up at work where they're working late and they don't get a chance to go to the voting booth. We have got to get every single one of our friends and family, because unless we elect Donald J. Trump, the open border is going to continue, the high prices are going to continue, the economic stagnation is going to continue, and our country is not going to be safe. So let's do our job. Let's fight for this country. From Wisconsin, we're going to send a message. And that message is, we're going red, the country's going red, Donald J. Trump is our president, and we're going to win in November. God bless you all. Thank you. So now we're going to take a few questions from the media, and then unfortunately I have to hit the road. But what I'd ask is that we start with the local reporters first. We'll take some questions from the local folks, and then we'll go to the national folks if we got time. First question. Love you, ma'am. Thank you. God bless you.
Can you talk to us about why you are prioritizing coming to Western Wisconsin? This is your second time here. Why is this area so important to your campaign?
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear the question. Could you just repeat it and maybe hold the microphone a little bit closer?
Can you talk to us about why this area is so important to your campaign? As you said, this is your second time here in Eau Claire.
$5 drinks, $5 bites, 5 free games so you can play all night.
Well, first of all, I just think it's a beautiful area, and I love spending time here. So I'm going to come back as much as these fine people will have me. Thank you, sir. But look, there's no need to beat around the bush here. Wisconsin is one of the most important states in the country, and this is one of the most important parts of the state of Wisconsin, because we know that we're going to win a lot of voters here, but only if people actually turn out and show up to vote. I mean, politics, I've learned this. I've been in politics all of 2 years, but this is not rocket science. You do two things in a political campaign. You try to persuade swing voters, and then you try to get out the people that are going to vote for you. You try to make sure they get to the polls. And we're doing both things here today. We're trying to take a message to swing voters that it could be so much better. Our country could be doing so much better so long as we get leadership that's fit to serve this great nation. That's number one. That's the message to swing voters. We could have lower grocery prices. We could have a housing market where young people can afford to buy the American dream of homeownership. We can have a country with a secure southern border. We can have neighborhoods that are safe for our children to walk down. These things are all possible. We just need better leadership. That's our message to everybody, but particularly to people who haven't made up their mind yet. And then our message to everybody else is get out there, make sure you vote, and get your friends and family to vote too. And those two messages, I think, are why we're here in Eau Claire, and it's why we're going to win the state of Wisconsin. Next question.
Hi, Senator. My name is Allison Fergit. I'm a reporter at WKBT News 8 in La Crosse, Wisconsin. So access to childcare is an ongoing issue in Western Wisconsin, and you've previously said grandparents and other family members should help out more. Unfortunately, that is not a reality for every Wisconsin family. So what policies do you and former President Trump support that would make childcare more accessible for our hardworking Wisconsin families?
Yeah. So one, I didn't say that grandparents should help out more. I said that our government should make it easier for grandparents to help out more. And that's a very important distinction, because if you look at the public policies we have in this country, we spend a lot of money on childcare, and rightfully so. There are a lot of families out there who are struggling with childcare, and we want to make it easier for them. Look, the way I think about it is we want options, right? If you're a young mom or you're a young dad, you want to spend more time at home with the kids, we should make that easier. If you want to go back to the work after a couple years, we should make that easier. If you want to go to work right away, we just want people to be able to fulfill their dreams as they see them. That's what's great about this wonderful country of ours, is everybody's got something a little bit different. But here's the issue right now. Right now, government policy prioritizes one model of business-provided daycare. And there's nothing wrong, by the way, with that one model. But we ought to be promoting other access options for a lot of families. Like, for example, maybe you want to send your kid to a daycare, but maybe you want to send your kid to a church daycare. Or maybe you'd like to be able to get together with other families in your neighborhood to try to do something where each of you is taking care of the kids in your own way. Maybe one person takes one day off, one person takes Tuesday off, one person takes Wednesday off. Maybe that means that grandparents would actually like to be able to help out a little bit more, but they can't financially because they can't afford to take off from their own jobs to help out with mom and dad and the kids. There are so many different options out there, but what does the government subsidize? Just one. We only subsidize, we only support one model in this country. And what President Trump and I believe is that we ought to support every model. We ought to let people make their own choices in family care, not try to force one government-size-fits-all approach on everybody. But look, we have got to get this right. And, you know, we talk a lot about inflation. We talk a lot about groceries being more expensive. We talk a lot about housing being more expensive. But I meet families every single day out on the campaign trail. And some of the stories they're telling me, I mean, you get 2 kids in daycare paying $25,000 a year in childcare. I actually heard from somebody just yesterday who has 2 children in daycare and actually is losing money by going to work because of how expensive daycare is. And again, we got to just give people options. We got to give people choice. And, you know, there are 2 programs here, the Child Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant where the federal government sends a lot of money to the states. We ought to be using that money in a way that benefits all families, not just the one-size-government-fits-all method. And that'll promote options in childcare. That'll make our kids happier. That'll make our moms and dads happier, too. Thank you.
James Kelly with Civic Media. Right now in the Chippewa Valley, we're facing a healthcare crisis with the abrupt closure of 2 hospitals earlier this year, as well as a number of clinics. I'm glad you mentioned providing actual concrete answers to questions. What concrete plans would your administration have to protect rural healthcare access?
So there are a couple things here. So first of all, this goes back to the immigration issue. And why does it go back to the immigration issue? Because a lot of our rural hospitals are bearing the burden of providing health care to millions of people who shouldn't be in this country to begin with. And so those hospitals go bankrupt, and then a lot of American citizens can't afford health care. Now, you might not think that rural health care access is an immigration issue. I guarantee it is an immigration issue because we're bankrupting a lot of hospitals by forcing these hospitals to provide care for people who don't have the legal right to be in our country. We've got to stop that. Kick these illegal aliens out. Focus on American citizens, and we will do a lot to make the business of rural healthcare much more affordable. Now, there are a couple of other things that we can do, too. So one option, and this is something that President Trump is very proud of, and rightfully so, he provided a lot of choice to veterans in healthcare because, look, a lot of folks in rural areas, they live maybe 15 minutes away from a viable clinic, but 2 hours away, an hour-and-a-half drive from a VA medical center. So why does it make sense to make a Vietnam veteran drive 3 hours or 4 hours round trip to get health care when it would actually be cheaper for the government and also better access for that veteran to get it 15 minutes away from his home? So give more choice to people, and then that veteran's going to a local service provider, which again makes that business model a little bit more viable. And here's the problem. The reason why all these rural health systems are going out of business is we're sending everybody to get healthcare services 2 hours away. And if there aren't enough patients for those rural health systems, then they are going to go out of business. So we've got to promote access. We got to make it easier for folks to get to those hospital systems in the first place. I just gave you a couple answers: cut down on illegal immigration, promote veteran choice, but there's a lot more that we could do beyond that. And I think when Donald Trump and I are president, we will.
Hi again, I'm Kim with WEAU. I didn't see that before, my bad. The Senate today blocked an IVF bill. Do you have any comments you want to share about that, especially considering last time Trump was in Western Wisconsin, he shared his support for that?
So I think we have to be careful here because the Senate did not block an IVF bill. The Senate blocked a ridiculous show vote bill that had no chance of passing. And I think it highlights one of the problems that I really have with Kamala Harris's entire approach to government. We have to remember, Kamala Harris is the vice president of the United States. Chuck Schumer, her ally in Congress, is the Senate majority leader. You have in the U.S. Senate right now probably 100 votes or maybe 99 votes that support fertility treatment and want to make it easier for young women to get access to fertility treatment. Now, did Kamala Harris and Chuck Schumer come together and produce a bipartisan bill? No. They shoved through a vote today knowing it would have no chance of passing because they wanted to be able to say, we support IVF and the other guys don't. But that's not a real support of IVF. That's political showmanship, and I think Wisconsinites are sick of it. Let's do real legislation and real policy in this country, not these ridiculous show votes. By the way, I take this a little personally because the most significant bipartisan legislation to get out of any committee the last 2 years in the United States Senate was a railway safety bill that I authored with some of my Democratic colleagues, okay? And the basic idea of this bill, by the way, is trains shouldn't be able to crash into rural communities or urban communities without any consequences. So we want to make those train companies operate a little bit more safely. That bill right now could pass the United States Senate. Chuck Schumer's not bringing it up because he's not interested in making policy. And Kamala Harris, she's not interested in making policy. They're interested in ridiculous show votes so that they can win elections. The American people deserve more. They deserve competent government. They deserve people who do things, who don't just talk about doing stuff. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator. It's Veronica from CNN. If I could ask a follow-up question on the IVF bill. How can voters trust lawmakers' sincerity to protect IVF if both parties keep blocking every proposal from moving forward? Thank you.
Well, look, I just answered that question. And what I said is, it is not an IVF bill. It's a Democrat show bill to say that they support IVF, when if they really supported access to fertility treatments, they would pass legislation that did exactly that, and they would get every single person in the United States Senate to vote for it. It's really not that complicated here. The problem that Republicans have, just substantively, the problem Republicans have with the bill that they're pushing in the Senate right now is that it would be a huge infringement on religious liberty. I want to protect people's access to fertility treatments. I'd also like to protect Christian hospitals' right to conduct their hospitals as they see fit. And you can do both of those things. We're a big enough country. And again, I think it highlights something where Kamala Harris's record is so different from her actual, what she says on the campaign trail. Her record's totally different from what she talks about. Because look, this is a person who says that she wants to turn the page on the culture wars. Well, we have a piece of legislation that could get 99 or 100 senators right now that would protect fertility treatments and promote access to fertility treatments. She's not working on that. She's not working on that legislation. She would rather use fertility treatments as a weapon politically instead of get something done for the American people. Donald Trump and I think totally differently about government. Let's get things done for the American people, even if you have to take political costs to do it. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Senator Vance. Katrina Kaufman, CBS News. So a woman who was behind an early Facebook post about the Haitian migrants in Springfield has now apologized for spreading false rumors. You say that you have a responsibility to share what your constituents tell you, but don't you also have a responsibility to fact check them first?
Well, I think the media has a responsibility to fact check the residents of Springfield, not lie about it. I mean, And look, I think this is really interesting. I actually think this is really interesting, and I've learned a lot about the American media over the last week, and none of it's good, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. But look, what I've learned here is, first of all, I've got residents of Springfield who are coming to me with a dozen different problems. They've been talking about it for months, or in some cases, years. The American media totally ignored it until they showed up to fact check what some people were saying about pets. Well, why weren't you in Springfield, Ohio 6 months ago talking about the housing crisis? Why wasn't the American media in Springfield, Ohio 6 months ago talking about skyrocketing rates of accidents, of car insurance? Why weren't they talking about the rural health care problem? Why weren't they talking about the rural health care problem? Because the hospitals have been overwhelmed. Why aren't they talking about the fact that in a small town, you've got a school district that now has 1,000, that's not an exaggeration, 1,000 children who don't even speak English. How are the American children supposed to get a good education when everybody's focused on the other kids, who, by the way, are innocent children, but that doesn't mean they should be at 1,000 in every single American school? So here's the issue. So there's one story out there from multiple people, by the way, multiple people have come to my office, have said on video, they talk about the pet store. And that's all the American media wants to talk about. And of course, the American media goes into Springfield, dives in, harasses everybody who dares to complain about the condition of the town. That is not journalism, and that's not seeking the truth. That is bullying on an industrial scale. And I think the media ought to be ashamed of itself. And let me just highlight this in a very real way. Yesterday, we got a call from a constituent in my office, a person who's very worried about a lot of the problems in Springfield and has direct eyewitness evidence bearing on a lot of them. You know what this person said? Please do not share my name with anybody, because the minute somebody in Springfield speaks out, a dozen camera crews show up on their front door trying to destroy their lives. That is disgraceful. That is a disgraceful way to think about journalism and seeking of truth in this country. You ought to go in and listen to everybody. By all means, listen to local officials. By all means, listen to the people who say everything's fine, but listen to the people who say this town has been overwhelmed by 20,000 migrants and they can't take it anymore. And by the way, that story of a small town overwhelmed by Kamala Harris's open border, it is coming to every state in this union under Kamala Harris's policies. We've got to stop it.
Hey, Senator Taylor Popolars with Spectrum News. Thank you for the time. Last night, you spoke at the Faith and Freedom Coalition dinner in Georgia. The coalition says on its website that it, quote, supports public policies that strengthen traditional marriage. As voters are learning about you as a vice presidential nominee, they'll learn that you were baptized as Catholic in 2019 and that you speak at events like this. Can you clarify where you stand on same-sex marriage?
Look, Taylor, I think this issue has long sailed in this country. The Supreme Court ruled that same-sex marriage is the law of the land, and nobody is trying to change that. That is not an issue that we're focused on at all in this country. And I mean, not at all, whether you're pro or anti, most people recognize that ship has sailed. And certainly President Trump, you know what we're focused on? We're focused on making groceries more affordable for American citizens. We're focused on making housing more affordable. We're focused on bringing peace back to the world. We're focused on solving the problems that a national government ought to solve. Whether you're gay or straight, you are welcome in Donald Trump's Republican Party, so long as you believe in common sense. So long as you believe in common sense, you're welcome in Donald Trump's Republican Party. And I got to say, we should ask ourselves, how is it that Donald Trump managed to assemble a coalition that is Brian Kemp, Nikki Haley, Donald Trump, Robert F. Kennedy, and Tulsi Gabbard? What could that possibly mean other than the Democrats have gone loony and we're the party of common sense?
Hi, Senator. Thank you for taking our questions. My questions for you is, do you plan to visit Springfield anytime soon? And Governor DeWine said at a press conference today that you guys haven't spoken since the events in Springfield have played out. Do you plan to reach out to him?
Well, first of all, our office has been in constant contact with the governor's office in Springfield, Ohio. I mean, I've probably been to Springfield 100 times in my life. It's a town about 45 minutes away from where I grew up. It's got like a very famous ice cream place. And if you know anything about me, I love my ice cream. And so I've taken my kids there any number of times. We probably have some pretty good ice cream in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, I imagine, right? But I do want to go to Springfield, and I do want to talk with folks on the ground. We also have to be honest that they've got a local law enforcement agencies that are stressed out by what's going on, including the influx of 20,000 migrants. Is it the best interest of Springfield for me to show up with a 40-person strong Secret Service detail right now? Maybe not. So we're going to do what's in the best interest of the citizens of Springfield, but we're going to keep in contact. I mean, every single day we are hearing from multiple people on the ground in Springfield, trying to understand what's going on and trying to help where we can. And that's what we're going to keep on doing. And certainly we're going to visit, but we're going to visit in a way that's consistent with the best interest of the resident of the town. And finally, let me just remind, just while we're on the topic of Springfield, we have to remember here, Springfield is a microcosm of what Kamala Harris's open border is going to do in every town and every city in this country. Now, the promise, these guys actually say the promise is that if we bring in millions and millions of illegal low-wage migrants, we are going to make America more prosperous. That's what they say. Well, check the tape on what's going on in Springfield. You get people getting evicted, thrown out of their houses to make way for migrants who are on housing benefits, paid for by your tax dollars, evicting American citizens. We've got an overwhelmed hospital system, an overwhelmed school system. We've got residents, black and white, by the way, who talk about not even driving on certain sides of town because the car accident rates are so bad. And of course, that's jacked up car insurance rates for all the people in this town. It is an unbelievable tragedy, totally unforced, invited by Kamala Harris's open border, and it must stop.
Hi, Senator. Caitlin Corelli with the
and we'll do two more questions, and then I'll leave you with some final thoughts, and we'll hit the road. Ma'am.
Senator, thank you. Caitlin Corelli with the Daily Mail. Vice President Harris said again today that the, quote, hateful rhetoric over migrants eating pets is what has caused the bomb threats in Springfield. Can you just respond to her latest, please, on this?
I think that's basically my response. Just put that in the paper, loud boos and 2 thumbs down. That's my response to what Kamala Harris said. Look, here's, you guys are going to get me all fired up again. I was ready to leave. Here's the thing about this. It's what happened in Springfield is not just disgraceful because it's made people's lives worse. What's happened is disgraceful because the way that Kamala Harris and her media allies have tried to silence the people from daring to complain that life has gotten worse in their own community, in their own country. Think about this. The argument was that because Donald Trump and I, and the many, many hundreds of residents of Springfield that we've talked to in the last few weeks, because we dared to point out that life has gotten worse for those citizens, we are somehow to blame because a psychopath called in a bomb threat. Now, that story actually got a little bit more complicated in the last 24 hours because you know who was calling in the bomb threats? People who were living in foreign countries. Mike DeWine, the governor of Ohio, came out and said the bomb threats are coming from foreign countries. And he actually said primarily one country. I'd like to know what country that is. But look, the media is laundering literal foreign disinformation in an effort to silence the citizens of their own country from participating in an American election. It is despicable, and it has to stop. We cannot... Think about it. Let's just say, God forbid, these bomb threats were being called in from America and not from a foreign country. It actually doesn't change it that much because, look, bomb threats are despicable. We condemn violence, and of course, we condemn threats of violence. But we do not believe in a heckler's veto in this country. The fact that some psychopath is calling in bomb threats, does that mean the residents of Springfield are not allowed to be annoyed about housing prices? Does that mean that they're not allowed to complain about 20,000 migrants being dropped on their doorstep? Does that mean a mom is not allowed to be frustrated that hospital wait times have gotten so long that her kids can't get treatment for basic medical conditions? That is a ridiculous principle. And the principle, actually, if you think about it, it's all about censorship. It's moral blackmail in the favor of censorship, and I reject it, whoever's doing it.
Hi, Senator. Jake Traylor, NBC News. Given your remarks on Sunday that you don't speak on behalf of former President Trump before you've spoken to him about an issue, I know you said the likelihood of a federal abortion ban coming to a president's desk is very unlikely, but given the topicality of the issue of abortion, don't you think that's something running mates should have discussed before?
Well, we have discussed the topic of abortion many, many times. What we hadn't discussed is a ridiculous hypothetical of a federal abortion ban coming to his desk. Because look, President Trump, and to be fair, I think he's right about this. We shouldn't take the media bait. We shouldn't discuss things that aren't actually going to become law in this country. So when he says, I think that abortion should be a state's issue, and he says that I'm not backing a national abortion ban, then that should be enough to end the discussion. You take him for his word or you don't, but the idea... It's you know, you could ask a million different pieces of legislation, would you veto that piece of legislation? And I wouldn't have talked to Donald Trump about it unless he actually supports the substance of those legislation. So let's not engage in stupid hypotheticals. Let's not engage in something that's never actually going to happen. The president thinks abortion should be decided by the states. He's been as consistent as he could about that issue. Thank you. You know, Mike, I'll give you a question just to be nice. This will be our last question. And this is the New York Times, so don't hold it against them.
The paper of record, New York Times. I appreciate you inviting the tough questions and your crowd welcoming the tough questions here. The question is
I'm sure you're going to ask me an easy one, though, Mike, just to make up for it.
The question is about Springfield, not about the situation, but the style, which I think is something new that we're seeing on the campaign trail. You've said, regardless of what the exact precise facts are here, it's worth it to make the larger point of in town overrun by immigration.
Well, I'd say, I'll let you ask your question,
Yes,
but no, I didn't say regardless of the precise facts. I said you have to listen to what people are saying, right? The media has tried to say now for days that I've made up this story. I haven't made up anything. I've just listened to people who are telling me these things. And when I said, and the media always does this, they're very dishonest. When I say that I created a story, I'm talking about the media story. By focusing the press's attention on what's going on in Springfield, I'm not making anything up. I'm just telling you what my own constituents are telling me. But ask your question.
That's the point. Your willingness to shine a light on issues you see as important.
Sure.
And I'm wondering if you can describe, if you know where your line is on that. Something, at what point what's something you're willing not to say in order to make a point that is important to you?
Well, I mean, come on.
If you know.
Mike. Well, Mike,
question for him,
Mike,
not the crowd.
What I wouldn't say is that the New York Times is a respectable paper. That's one thing I wouldn't be willing to say. But all kidding aside, if one person had called me and said, I'm seeing this in Springfield, we maybe let that pass. When 4, 5, 6, 7 people are telling me they see something in Springfield, and on top of it, that there are certain people who refuse to listen to them, who refuse to take their concerns seriously, that's when it's my job as a United States Senator to listen to my constituents. That's really, it's very simple. Now, I mean, look, there's a lot of crazy stuff you read about. I mean, one of these things, I don't know if you saw the story from a couple of years ago that like the Defense Department had declassified the UFO stuff. Did you see that? That was a crazy story. I don't talk about that because I have no idea what's going on. So my standard for whether I talk about something, Mike, is whether enough people that I trust bring it to me, at least to the point where I feel like I've got to investigate it myself, not just trust the media to do their job, because a lot of times they don't. So, by the way, to all the journalists there, if you do know anything about the UFO story, please tell us, because we're very, very fascinated by it. But look, let me leave you with just one final thought here. So, one thing that people ask me, and it's very sweet, it's very kind of them to ask me, but they always ask me how we're doing. They ask me, Anusha, how we're doing. And I'll say that in a lot of ways, running for the vice presidency, I know why they ask, right? Because they assume that running for the vice presidency is hard. But honestly, it's been the great professional honor of my life to get up here and ask you to be your next vice president of the United States. I wouldn't trade it for the world. I would never complain about it. And thank you. But the thought I wanted to leave you with is a fellow Waterboy fan over here. But look, I know why people ask, but let me just say this. First of all, it's a lot easier to run for vice president than it is to run for Senate. You know, Ohio's not that different from Wisconsin in a lot of ways. And running for Senate in the state of Ohio, I rode around in the back of one of my guys' used Subarus, and now I ride around in a 737, right? That's a pretty nice upgrade. Not bad. But what I wish that I could do is give every single one of you the perspective that I've gotten over this beautiful country over the last seven weeks. Because you fly into places like Eau Claire, and we were in Grand Rapids earlier today, and trust me, as a Buckeye, it's hard to compliment the state of Michigan, but it is a beautiful state. It really is one of the most beautiful states in the union. But you go to Arizona and you see these beautiful, beautiful deserts and natural landmarks. You go into Nevada, you go into Pennsylvania, the mountains of central Pennsylvania, and every single day, I cannot help but think, my God, this is a beautiful, beautiful country. It really is. And I think the one thing that we ought to do, and one thing we have to do over the next 7 weeks, is remind the American people that, yes, this is a beautiful country. We've got the best workers. We've got the best cultural and historical traditions. We have got every single bounty that God could possibly give a nation, including natural resources that the Chinese and the Russians, they would love to have. The only thing that's broken about this country is the failed leadership of Kamala Harris. Let's send her back to San Francisco and give the country a president it deserves. God bless you all. Thank you for having me.
Subcommittee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. And we welcome everyone to today's hearing on oversight of Homeland Security investigations. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Without objection, Mr. Garcia will be able to participate in today's hearing for the purposes of questioning the witness and will receive 5 minutes for that purpose. I'll now recognize myself for an opening statement. I thank all the members for coming today, this important hearing, and I appreciate the Homeland Security Executive Associate Director Berger for joining us today. Today's hearing is titled Oversight of Homeland Security Investigations. Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, is a law enforcement agency within the Department of Homeland Security, and HSI has a broad mission and works to keep Americans safe. HSI plays a significant role in addressing child exploitation, both domestically and internationally. HSI handles more than 60% of CSAM cases in the U.S. that have an international nexus. In FY 2023, HSI initiated 6,601 child exploitation investigations and made 4,214 child exploitation-related arrests, and identified and assisted over 1,806 victims of child exploitation. The agency's specialized units like the Cyber Crime Center and the National Child Victim Identification System continue to be important in protecting children and dismantling global child exploitation networks. In this Congress, this committee has held two important hearings on these issues. The first was a year ago this month, titled Children Are Not for Sale, examining the threat of exploitation of children in the U.S. and abroad. The second was 6 months ago, entitled A Voice for the Voiceless, CSAM Identification. We heard important testimony during those hearings, and I look forward to continuing that discussion with Executive Associate Director Berger today. The very first hearing this subcommittee held this Congress was titled, The Fentanyl Crisis in America, Inaction is No Longer an Option. Unfortunately, that statement is still true today as it was last year when we heard the tragic stories from the loved ones that were poisoned by those who traffic in fentanyl. HSI has played a pivotal role in combating fentanyl trafficking into the country, seizing over 77,000 pounds of fentanyl in the last 3 fiscal years. In fiscal year 2023 alone, HSI seized over 41,000 pounds of fentanyl. However, in my opinion, HSI's efforts are slowed and hampered by its lack of Title 21 authority. Title 21 of the United States Code is needed to independently investigate and enforce drug laws. Currently, only DEA and FBI have Title 21 authority. Without it, HSI must rely on DEA approval to investigate narcotics trafficking. These unnecessary bureaucratic steps cause delays in investigations and hamper the success of both agencies. HSI's efforts domestically and internationally target the disruption of supply chains of synthetic opioids. HSI also combats numerous other threats to our citizens and our economy, such as preventing intellectual property theft, tackling cyber threats, and stopping financial fraud, illegal trade, and the sale of counterfeit goods. It is obvious that HSI has a full plate, which is why I was concerned to hear that HSI is overburdened by its commitment to support the U.S. Secret Service with protection duties. Make no mistake, I'm committed to ensuring that those the Secret Service protect are fully protected so that we can avoid the situations we've witnessed over the past 2 months. But we need to do it in a way that is not interfering with other very important law enforcement functions. HSI faces operational challenges due to the diversion of personnel and funds to support Secret Service operations. From 2019 to 2024, HSI provided over 717,000 hours of personnel support to the Secret Service at a cost of over $23 million in unreimbursed salaries. And according to some whistleblowers, some of the agents assigned to protect President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania were HSI agents. I'm curious to know the type of training that these protective agents that are on loan from HSI receive from Secret Service. As I indicated, I'm all for protecting our president, vice president, and major candidates for those office. But that is 717,000 hours that could have been used to combat human trafficking, interdict fentanyl trafficking, or stop the proliferation of CSAM. To that end, I have produced a document that I'm forwarding to the Speaker of the House on ways to mitigate Secret Service's needs, and look forward to his response to that. I look forward to discussing these issues with our witness this morning. Also, I would inform the body that this morning a story broke indicating that the attempted assassin, Mr. Ruth, who is now in custody, was referred to investigation by CBP to HSI, and HSI declined that investigation. I've informed the EAD of that and look forward to just hearing discussion about that as well. So with that, I yield back and recognize the ranking member, Ms. McBath, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Biggs, and thank you, Ms. Berger, for being with us today. We have a very important discussion ahead of us today, and I would like to shed light on the critical role and mission of Homeland Security Investigations, or HSI as we'll call from here on out, which is an integral division within the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. HSI's nearly 9,000 person workforce operates in the United States and abroad, safeguarding our nation from a broad spectrum of threats that could compromise its security, safety, and well-being. The primary mission of HSI is to investigate and combat threats that undermine the safety and the stability of the United States. This mandate encompasses a wide array of responsibilities, reflecting the diverse nature of the threats we face in our interconnected world. HSI's work is crucial in maintaining national security and upholding the rule of law. HSI plays a vital role in preventing terrorist activities. Through robust investigations and intelligence gathering, HSI works to identify and disrupt terrorist plots before they even materialize. Their efforts include analyzing threats, investigating links between extremist groups, and coordinating with other agencies to thwart potential attacks. And the agency also ensures compliance with immigration laws. This involves investigating unlawful activities like human trafficking, document fraud, and the illegal employment of undocumented individuals. By enforcing these laws, HSI helps maintain the integrity of our immigration system. In an increasingly digital world, HSI is at the forefront of tackling cybercrime. They investigate complex cyber threats, including online fraud, identity theft, and the illegal distribution of contraband. Their work is crucial in protecting individuals and businesses from financial losses and data breaches. Special agents also address crimes that cross international borders, such as drug trafficking, organized crime, and money laundering. By disrupting these transnational criminal networks, HSI helps mitigate the impact of these illicit activities on communities nationwide and globally. Just as protecting children is a top priority for me, it is also a top priority for HSI. Their investigations target those involved in child exploitation, including online predators, producers, distributors, and consumers of child sexual abuse material, and human traffickers. By rescuing victims and prosecuting their offenders, HSI strives to ensure the safety and dignity of the most vulnerable among us. HSI's collaborative approach improves its effectiveness. The agency works closely with other federal, state, and local and international partners to address complex and evolving threats. This collaboration extends to leveraging advanced technology and data analysis and analytics to enhance investigative capabilities and operational efficiency. For example, investigators routinely partner with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children to help identify and rescue sexually exploited children based largely on information that is extracted from images or videos found online. The technology used by purveyors of child sexual abuse material continues to evolve, leaving our children at even greater risk of harm. Atlanta, which I represent, for example, is one of the 14 cities with the highest rates of children used in sex trafficking and ranks just second in the country for the highest rate of human trafficking. Our children are our future and represent one of the most vulnerable populations. We must protect them and do everything in our power to ensure that they are safe and looked after. That is why I was so pleased that my bill, the End Child Exploitation Act, became law just recently. That law extends the period that technology companies must securely store information about child sexual abuse images that they report to NCMEC to give law enforcement, including HSI agents and their investigative partners, a greater chance of rescuing and bringing home our missing and exploited children. HSI is pivotal to our national security. The agency tackles diverse threats with broad and unique investigative and enforcement authority, which requires Congress to ensure proper guardrails to provide effective oversight. Given the sensitive nature of their work and the potential for abuse of power, HSI must operate with a high level of accountability and oversight. Only through a commitment to prevent overreach, protect civil liberties, and promote accountability, transparency, and effective oversight can HSI maintain the trust and confidence of the public and truly carry out its central mission. Today's conversation should focus on what more Congress can do to make sure that this agency has what it needs to fulfill the crucial role in keeping us all safe. I'm here today to find solutions and ensure that HSI has the tools that it needs to be successful and to keep us all protected. I look forward to what you have to say. Director, I really do. Thank you so much, and I look forward to all of us supporting HSI, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
I thank the chairman. I don't have an opening statement. I just want to thank the director for being here and for the work that her agency does, and we'll yield back.
I now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Nadler, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman,
Homeland Security Investigations, or HSI, is a vital component of the Department of Homeland Security, responsible for conducting a wide range of investigations related to national security, border security, transnational crime, child exploitation, human trafficking and smuggling, and other threats to the homeland. The daily work of HSI agents involves conducting complex investigations, gathering intelligence, and collaborating with domestic and international partners to disrupt criminal networks and prevent potential threats to national security and public safety. One of the key features of HSI is its broad authority to use various tools and strategies to protect the country from terrorist attacks, cyber threats, natural disasters, and other risks. HSI agents have the authority to arrest individuals, seize assets, and execute search warrants in pursuit of their mission to safeguard the nation from a variety of threats. This authority necessarily enables robust intelligence gathering and analysis, supports border security, and provides for the critical protection of our online infrastructure. With this broad authority, however, comes the need for accountability and oversight to ensure that HSI and its partner agencies are acting in accordance with the law and with respect for our civil liberties. The nature of HSI's efforts, with its emphasis on urgency and sometimes secrecy, can sometimes lead to abuses of power or violations of individual rights. The potential for abuse has multiplied with the introduction of new technologies such as artificial intelligence, face recognition, and even cellular stingrays. Therefore, it is essential to have a robust oversight mechanisms in place, including congressional hearings like this one, independent audits, and judicial review to provide transparency and accountability and to safeguard against abuses of power. I hope that today's conversation includes a discussion of measures HSI has in place to ensure both transparency and accountability, which are crucial to maintaining public trust in the agency, protecting against the erosion of civil liberties in the name of national security, and ensuring that HSI's efforts are effective and proportionate to the threats it seeks to address. By promoting a culture of accountability and oversight, we can strike the right balance between protecting national security and our communities while safeguarding individual freedoms in a democratic society. I'm also interested to hear about HSI's recent efforts to gain Title 21 authority, which would give agents the power to enforce drug-related laws like those enforced by the Drug Enforcement Administration, or DEA. While some have argued that this is good policy, I remain somewhat skeptical. Granting HSI Title 21 authority could create jurisdictional conflicts, operational challenges, and redundancies in efforts, potentially leading to confusion, inefficiencies, and complications in the execution of drug-related investigations. The existing framework of collaboration and coordination between HSI and the DEA, along with other law enforcement partners, has largely proven effective in disrupting drug trafficking networks, dismantling criminal organizations, and protecting communities from the harmful effects of illicit drugs. I'm not convinced that expanding HSI's authority in this regard is necessary or wise, but I expect that Associate Executive Berger might have a different opinion, which I'm interested in hearing. Considering the broad mandate under which HSI operates, I'm also eager to hear what Congress can do to leverage the strengths of the agency and to ensure that it has the tools it needs to fulfill its mission of protecting the homeland and all Americans against the wide range of threats we face, both seen and unseen. Ms. Berger, I thank you for appearing here today, and I look forward to your testimony. Thank you, and I yield back.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. Ms. Katrina Berger. Ms. Berger is the Executive Associate Director of Homeland Security Investigations, a role she has held since July 2023. She previously served as the Special Agent in charge of HSI's Atlanta, Georgia office and has served for more than 25 years in law enforcement. We welcome our witness and thank her for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct, to the best of your knowledge, information, and beliefs, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. Ms. Berger, you may begin.
Thank you. Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, and distinguished members of this committee, on behalf of HSI, I wish to express our condolences on the passing of Ranking Member Jackson Lee. As a special agent in charge in our Dallas, Texas office, I had the opportunity to meet with her on several occasions. She served our nation and the state of Texas as a dedicated member of this committee. Thank you for this opportunity to appear before you today and to discuss the tireless efforts that the men and women of HSI perform to safeguard our nation's security, public health, and economy by identifying, disrupting, and dismantling transnational polycriminal organizations. I am truly humbled to represent their exemplary service to this nation. I am a career special agent and currently serve as the Executive Associate Director of HSI. In this role, I lead 8,700 employees, including over 7,000 special agents assigned to 235 domestic field offices and 93 international offices in 56 countries. I also oversee our 9 headquarters divisions, 11 specialized national centers, and the administration of our $2.4 billion annual budget. HSI was formed with the creation of the Department of Homeland Security, with a merger of the investigative components of the legacy U.S. Customs and Immigration and Naturalization Services, and is the largest criminal investigative component of DHS, empowered with broad legal authority to conduct federal criminal investigations into the illegal cross-border movement of people and merchandise, to include goods, money, technology, and other contraband. HSI uses this broad authority to successfully investigate a wide array of transnational crimes, to include national security threats, narcotics and contraband smuggling, transnational criminal gang activity, child exploitation, human smuggling, human trafficking, illegal export of weapons and controlled technology, money laundering, financial fraud, cyber and cyber financial crimes, intellectual property theft, trade fraud, identity and benefit fraud, and human rights violations, including war crimes. HSI special agents collect evidence in furtherance of criminal prosecutions, which result in the conviction of individuals and the dismantlement of organizations which would exploit our nation's borders and threaten the public safety. HSI's international presence is the largest within DHS and enables HSI investigations to reach far beyond our national borders. HSI's cadre of internationally assigned special agents, criminal analysts, and mission support personnel work alongside locally employed staff and foreign law enforcement, customs, and immigration partners to advance HSI's investigation and the DHS mission around the world. HSI also leads 8 national whole-of-government centers combating transnational crime, including the Angel Watch Center, which partners with the U.S. Marshals and CBP to use flight data to identify and alert foreign law enforcement of the international travel plans of registered sex offenders. The DHS Center for Countering Human Trafficking, which provides investigative support and training, as well as services to trafficking victims. The Cross-Border Financial Crime Center, which leverages HSI's expertise in money laundering and financial crimes investigations with industry experts and foreign partners to identify the illicit movement of money worldwide. The DHS Cybercrime Center, or C3, which supports, among other programmatic areas, investigations into the production and distribution of child sexual abuse material and technical forensic support to cyber-enabled crimes. The Export Enforcement Coordination Center, or E2C2, in partnership with DOJ and Commerce, which coordinates and supports investigations into the illegal exports of controlled technologies. The Human Rights Violators and War Crimes Center, which ensures individuals who commit atrocities worldwide are unable to flee and seek refuge within the United States. The National Bulk Cash Smuggling Center, which assists our domestic and international law enforcement partners in interdicting and investigating the illicit movement of bulk cash. And finally, the National Intellectual Property Rights Coordination Center, which is world-renowned for its expertise and effectiveness in combating intellectual property rights violations. In addition to investigations and results produced by our agents, HSI continues to serve as a lead component in DHS's overarching mission, protecting the homeland. This commitment to supporting fellow DHS components can be best illustrated through HSI's continued support to the Secret Service, CBP, and others. For example, between 2019 and 2024, HSI special agents have worked more than 700,000 hours in support of the Secret Service's essential protection mission. I would once again like to recognize the true strength of HSI, its workforce, who remain vigilant in their efforts to protect our nation from ever-evolving threats. Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, esteemed members of the committee, I look forward to answering your questions regarding the amazing work being done by HSI to safeguard our nation.
Thank you, Ms. Berger. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. I begin by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. I'd like to take a moment and commend HSI for Operation Boiling Point, DHS's response to organized retail crime. By partnering with groups such as the National Retail Federation and Coalition of Law Enforcement and Retail Clear, HSI has been able to bridge the gap between public and private information sharing and best practices to ultimately stop organized theft groups. HSI has spoken publicly in the past about connections between organized retail crime and domestic and transnational criminal organizations, including groups engaged in human trafficking. Director Berger, have recent investigations found those types of connections?
Thank you for that question. Much of the work that we encounter, transnational criminal organizations, all organized crime is turned into poly-criminal organizations. They're involved not just in one type of violation, but multiple crimes that affect our communities. Organized crime, people may see organized crime and not think that it's very serious, but these groups are laundering money. They're involved in human trafficking, human smuggling, various ways to further their criminal business and their criminal enterprises.
Does HSI coordinate with state and local law enforcement in pursuit of this type of organized theft group, and if so, how?
Thank you for letting me elaborate on that. We definitely do. We collaborate on all levels with federal, local, state partners, with industry to investigate leads. We accept tips, leads to further investigate these types of crimes. We do outreach with industry as well so that they recognize some of the factors, the things that they need to report if they see suspicious activity.
And if you would, share with us why you believe it is important, assuming that you do, that HSI and other federal agencies with multi-jurisdictional authority have a role in investigating and prosecuting organized retail theft.
Thank you for letting me elaborate a little bit further. Again, it's not just the organized retail theft, it's all of the associated crimes that these polycriminal organizations are involved with that are impacting our communities. They are involved with illicit financial schemes, money laundering, human trafficking, human smuggling, Chinese money laundering operations. There's a whole plethora of violations and criminal activity that they're involved with that are putting our communities at risk.
And on that subject of human trafficking, I'd like to turn your attention to the work that HSI does in combating child exploitation and cyber crimes, specifically the use of the Cyber Crime Center, or C3. Would you please elaborate for us on C3, what it is, and how it operates?
C3, the department, it's Department Cybercrime Center. It's an HSI-led cybercrime center focusing on crimes and internet-facilitated crimes. One of our flagship programs is our work in the child exploitation area. We actively investigate and prosecute individuals and organizations that are involved with the production and the distribution of child exploitation material. We take this very seriously. This is a global problem, far-reaching. We work with our international partners to help protect not only child victims in this country, but child victims around the world.
And in that work, do you also partner with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children?
Yes, ma'am, we do. NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, is a fabulous partner. We have personnel embedded with them. Tim Tebow and the Tim Tebow Foundation is also a phenomenal partner and provides us with a lot of support, especially in being able to bring experts in the field from some of our foreign partner organizations and partner law enforcement in different countries to come and help identify and rescue victims through Operation Renewed Hope.
And actually, Operation Renewed Hope recently demonstrated an incredibly successful effort of partnership between HSI, NCMEC, the Tebow Foundation, and those partners you reference. Would you tell us a little bit more about that operation? And if you had additional resources and HSI agents working on that, is it something that you believe would be a successful effort in increasing the numbers of children who are rescued?
Yes, ma'am, it definitely would. Certainly we can always do more when we have more, either in the terms of staffing or funding. There's a lot that we can do with technology, a lot of technology out there that we can really further the identification and rescue of child victims.
Thank you, Ms. Berger. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Georgia, the ranking member, Ms. McBath.
Thank you so much. Ms. Berger, it's common practice for federal agencies to work with local law enforcement, as you've mentioned today, to deliver assistance and partner on various efforts to track criminals, close cases, and share information. What specific initiatives or partnerships has HSI established in Atlanta, which I represent, to combat child sex trafficking?
Thank you for that question, ma'am. Atlanta, being former special agent in charge there, and I maintain my residence there, is very near and dear to my heart. We partner with Secret Service and state and local agencies through the ICACs, the Internet Crimes Against Internet ICAC. I'm sorry, I'm stumbling. Forgive me. To identify risks for children out there. We do a lot of outreach with our Know to Protect campaign and our iGuardian campaign to educate children at all ages, minors, young children, teens, tweens, as to internet safety, parents, teachers, trusted partners, or trusted adults, so that if children are being preyed upon, if they're communicating with adult online and they are requested to provide inappropriate pictures, that they know to come forward. They know that there's adults out there that they can talk with. It's a conversation that many people don't want to have, but we really need to be protecting our children in this fight against online predators.
Thank you. So what specific challenges and gaps has HSI encountered in its current approach to tackling child and sex trafficking, specifically in Atlanta?
Sorry, I'm still live on the mic. We work very closely with all the partners. We can always do more with more resources, but we work very collaboratively with our partners in this area, with NGOs, with the law enforcement partners, with the communities, with the schools. The more outreach we do, the more opportunities we're able to get in front of vulnerable communities and so they can hear our message, the better. I think ICE branding, certainly being able to have HSI standalone branding, which doesn't separate us, but lets us independently brand ourselves as HSI. We're able to reach communities such as immigrant communities that would otherwise not want to really talk to us or hear our message because of our affiliation and our association with ICE.
Thank you for that. So what you just described for us are ways in which HSI is overcoming these challenges so that you can improve the effectiveness of combating crime, specifically in Georgia. I represent a district now that a large proportion of the people in my district are immigrants who've come from outside of the United States. And so I want to keep an eye and focus on making sure that I protect their interests as well. So thank you for that. What is the agency doing to evaluate also and refine strategies, address resource limitations, and to adapt to the emerging trafficking trends that keep growing day by day?
We're very involved with emerging threats. Atlanta, as you are well aware, is a hub. It is a major transit area for various transportation routes. Large cities, large metropolitan areas are often a prime area for human trafficking activities to take place. We continue to do significant outreach with industries such as hotels, hotel staff, service, hospitality industry, so that they recognize human trafficking efforts when they see it. I think many of us over the last couple of years have noticed an increased signage in airports, restaurants, under our Blue campaign, public awareness. If you see something, to come forward, recognizing the indicators of human trafficking and knowing what to do.
And I just want to say, I can remember when I was a flight attendant, I can remember, now I recognize what it was. I did not know at the time, but there would be many young women that would be put on the aircraft coming from either Texas or coming from New Mexico or Arizona, and they would get on board the aircraft and they would sit very quietly and they wouldn't answer any questions. They wouldn't say anything. And the minute they get off the aircraft, they would scatter into the bathrooms and scatter throughout the airport. And so now I'm recognizing that those were individuals that some of them I'm sure were trafficked. So thank you very much for the work that you're doing, because I've actually kind of seen that in action. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the chairman of the full committee, the gentleman from Ohio, for 5 minutes. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, who's Kevin Rojak?
I'm sorry, sir, could you say?
Kevin Rojak, R-O-J-E-K?
I'm sorry, sir, I don't recognize the name.
Well, he's the special agent in charge at the FBI Pittsburgh office looking into the assassination attempt on President Trump. Took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. My understanding is HSI had a number of agents at Butler at that particular day. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, that's correct. We had 16 agents, special agents assigned to the Butler farm
You had
rally.
16 of your people there.
16, 1-6.
Do you know how many Secret Service agents were there that day?
No, sir, I don't.
But you had 16 of your agents supplementing and helping with the security of President Trump on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania.
We provided support to Secret Service as collateral law enforcement support. We were not in a position where we were directly protecting the principal. We would never, as HSI agents, be assigned to that position.
But you were helping out that day.
Yes, sir.
And the guy who's doing the investigation, looking into what took place, where President Trump was hit by a bullet from the assassin, another American was killed, 2 other Americans were injured. The guy who was in charge of that investigation has not talked to you, even though 16 of your agents were there that day?
No, sir.
You don't even know Kevin Rojak, never heard of him?
I haven't. I can tell you that Monday, after the assassination attempt in West Palm Beach, I reached out to Acting Deputy Director Vince Tutoni, who was in West Palm, or the vicinity at the time had gone down. I did speak to him on Monday to further.
You reached out?
I reached out to him, sir.
Do you know who Jeffrey Veltri is?
No, sir.
Okay, he's the guy in Miami who works for the FBI, who's overseeing what took place Sunday, the second assassination attempt on President Trump. You have not talked to him?
No, sir.
But you have actively reached out. And who's the individual you spoke to in Miami? He works for HSI?
No, Vince Tutoni. He's the Acting Deputy Director for Secret Service.
For Secret Service, okay.
I will say, if I may, certainly with an incident like this, they are certainly very busy. I did not take any offense that they did not reach out to me.
Even though it's been 2 months? I mean, since the guy in Butler, that's 2 months ago, and the guy running the investigation has not reached out to the individual in charge of the 16 agents who were there, who was supposed to be helping supplement the protection of the president, former president.
It's something, our support to Secret Service is something ongoing that we do all the time. It's baked into our mission. We've done this historically.
Do you have agents in Miami on Sunday working on President Trump's detail or helping supplement his Secret Service detail?
Yes, sir. We had 4.
You had 4?
We had 4. 2 were on shift and 2 were on shift, not in the immediate vicinity. 2 were not on shift at the time of the
So you had agents at both of the assassination attempts on the former president, and the individuals at the FBI conducting the investigations have not talked to you. In one case, that's been over 2 months ago.
Correct.
That's your testimony today. Is that accurate?
Correct.
I find that troubling. Let's switch here for a second. What type of training do your agents receive before they, well, let me ask this. How long has HSI been supplementing the Secret Service and giving agents to help the Secret Service in their duties?
Sir, thank you for that question. Certainly back to our time when we were U.S. Customs Service agents with Secret Service under the Department of Treasury. I don't have the exact date, but this is historically something that we have supported Secret Service. I personally...
Fairly common.
Yes.
Saying. Okay, and is it common to have like that many agents at an event with the former president? Like, was that unusual, or is 16 kind of normal, or do you sometimes have more? Sometimes, what's kind of normal?
It varies based on the need and the situation.
Is it ongoing? Does President Trump always have some HSI people with him now when he's traveling, or even it looks like when he's at his residence in Florida?
We provide support to Secret Service, and then they assign our personnel as needed.
Okay. Madam Chair, I just find it, I find it kind of astonishing that the people doing the investigation haven't talked to the individual who's in charge of so many of these agents who've been supplementing President Trump's security detail. Maybe that's why it's good that in the case of what happened on Sunday, Governor DeSantis is actually doing his own investigation. Maybe that'll be done a little bit better. With that, I yield back to the chairman of the committee.
Will you yield me just a moment?
Yeah, you got the last.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, my question is, the UN General Assembly is going this week and next week. You have HSI agents supporting protective duty there as well?
I'm sorry, for UNGA, for UN General Assembly? General Assembly? Yeah. Yes, sir, we do. We have around 1,200 agents supporting the UN General Assembly.
1,200. And what is that? What percentage of the entire complement of agents that you have is supporting UNGA right now?
We have around, my math isn't great, around 7,600 agents. So we have about 1,200 supporting UNGA.
So it's about 18%, something like that, maybe?
It's a significant number of agents.
Thank you. And thank you for yielding to me, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nadler is recognized for his 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Berger, as I noted in my opening statement, I'm somewhat skeptical of the proposal to grant Title 21 authority to HSI, but I want to give you the opportunity to make the case for why it is necessary and appropriate. In your opinion, what specific limitations or challenges does HSI face in drug enforcement without Title 21 authority, and how does this lack of authority impact the effectiveness of HSI's operations in this area?
The way drug cartels and TCOs operate has changed dramatically over the last decade. These are no longer single scope violators. They are polycriminal organizations that are involved in many different types of crime. HSI is an agency that investigates polycriminal activity, is well poised and well positioned to attack these polycriminal organizations on all aspects of their criminal activity. For instance, if one of the limitations we face right now, if HSI is working a human smuggling case and they discover that the organization is also involved in narcotic smuggling, we have to pause our investigation. Really not pause, we have to stop our investigation and take time to complete other administrative tasks with DEA. We totally lose the momentum on the case. Oftentimes we may lose evidence, we may lose the opportunity to identify witnesses, use cooperating defendants, execute controlled deliveries to identify more violators that are involved in these sorts of activities, rescue victims. It really slows us down tremendously and affects these cases in a very negative way.
Thank you. And if granted Title 21 authority, how would HSI avoid conflicts with DEA investigations?
DEA is a great partner. We have collaborated traditionally, historically, over the years, and many of our very best cases against the cartels and TCOs have been worked jointly and collaboratively with DEA. We deconflict regularly with DEA. The deconfliction would not stop. And I envision we would continue to work collectively and collaboratively against these organizations that are bringing fentanyl into our communities and killing our friends, family members, other community members.
I assume my next question you may have just answered, and that is, how would you minimize redundancies and inefficiencies created by giving overlapping authority to multiple agencies?
Sure, thank you for the question. And it may look like there are redundancies, and there are some redundancies, but we all bring very unique authorities to the table. All of the agencies have different authorities and different expertise. Our history as a U.S. Customs Service agency and our work with our foreign partners, our international presence, our expertise with the supply chain, with our collaboration with CBP really gives us the unique abilities to attack this problem at all parts of the supply chain. It wouldn't really be redundant. We would really be leveraging all of our joint and very unique and distinct expertise to bring so much additional effort and fight against these cartels. Title 21 would bring, it just easily bring 10,000 trained law enforcement professionals between my HSI criminal investigators and our task force officers immediately, 10,000 more trained law enforcement professionals to the fight against fentanyl at no cost to the U.S. government or the American people.
No cost. What additional resources or support would be necessary for HSI to effectively exercise Title 21 authority, and how would HSI plan to manage these resources effectively?
I'm sorry, sir.
What additional resources or support would be necessary for HSI to effectively exercise Title 21 authority? And how would HSI plan to manage these resources effectively?
We wouldn't need any additional resources to execute this. We would certainly, there would be some minimal training that may be involved. I don't see it being extensive.
Okay. And my last question, I also discussed in my opening statement the need for greater transparency and accountability to HSI. We know that the Attorney General's guidelines for domestic FBI operations govern the FBI's investigative authorities. Has HSI developed similar guidelines for its agencies? If not, why not? And are there plans to do so? And what specific oversight mechanisms are in place to ensure that HSI's broad authority is exercised within the bounds of the law? And how are these mechanisms monitored and enforced? And that's really like two questions.
The gentleman's time has expired, but you may answer the question, please.
Certainly, any authorities that we have, any technologies that we utilize, we are very concerned with preserving constitutional protections, civil liberties, civil rights. I was a public defender prior to being hired on as a special agent. I am very, very well aware of the rights of the community, the accused, and we certainly something that's in the forefront of everything that we do, and we're certainly very transparent.
But my question was, has HSI developed similar guidelines for its agents, similar to the Attorney General's guidelines for domestic FBI operations?
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Thanks for being here. You had 16 people at Butler, and my question is, did they participate in a morning muster meeting that day of the attempted assassination?
Thank you for the question. I would have to defer any questions as to the on-the-ground operational activity in Butler to the Secret Service.
But I'm asking about your people, because the problem we're having, and Republicans and Democrats have noted, is we're not getting really forthright answers from the Secret Service in a timely way. And your agents, you had 16 people there, and those people either participated in a morning muster meeting, which is the protocol to make sure everyone's on the same page, has the same comms, that all the duties are correctly assigned and prepared to be executed. So can you get back to the committee with just a yes or no on whether or not they participated in that morning?
Yes.
Okay, good, great. I now want to talk about Ryan Roth. Ryan Roth is the person who attempted to assassinate President Trump at his golf club in Florida. And was Ryan Roth ever referred to HSI for further investigation of his activities?
Thank you for the question, sir. I recently, just this morning, learned there was an article that he was, when he entered back into the country from overseas, CBP had contacted HSI, and I read all of the items, the things that he was stating, and basically, as a U.S. citizen returning to our country from Ukraine as a freedom fighter, based on the information that I read, there would not have been any reason to immediately take him into custody. He had not made any threats, for instance, against the president or former President Trump. HSI responds to port of entry calls, hundreds of responses, probably daily. Just because a person isn't taken into custody immediately doesn't mean that they're not subject of a longer term investigation.
But you can confirm the Just the News reporting that the suspected Trump attempted assassin was flagged by CBP and was referred to HSI. Can you confirm that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, and it was kind of a crazy story. So is it legal for someone to go recruit for a foreign military? Does that break any laws?
I don't know, sir. I would have to look into that a little bit further.
Me too, frankly. But if recruiting for a foreign military was somehow improper, then that would necessitate some need for investigation, I would think. And here's the story that CBP picked up when they referred it to HSI. They say in their memo, suspect is a U.S. citizen who traveled to Kyiv, Ukraine, for 3 months to help recruit soldiers from Afghanistan, Moldova, and Taiwan to fight in the Ukrainian war against Russia. Subject stated that he does not get paid for his recruiting efforts, and all his work for the Ukrainian government is strictly volunteer work. The subject stated that he obtains money from his wife to help fund his trips to Ukraine. And so when this guy shows up with a business card and this story about how he's recruiting fighters in Ukraine and his wife's paying for it, CBP says this is a little odd. And then they send it to HSI. HSI declines to further investigate. And what you're saying is you think based on the facts that you're aware of now, that was the right decision by HSI.
No, if I may, sir, the statements that day would not rise to the level to take him into immediate custody.
But what about just like to investigate? Because sometimes investigations proceed without a subject being taken into custody.
These are longer-term investigations. We are actively participating with Secret Service and FBI. In fact,
no, I'm talking about at this point in time, though. Here's what you got to answer for me. When CBP refers this to HSI, what I believe happened is HSI declined not only to incarcerate this person, but to further investigate the person. Are you saying that they declined to investigate, or that investigation went forward and the attempted assassination occurred during the pendency of that investigation?
I would have to look into that a little bit further, sir. I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really important second thing for you to get back to us on, is whether or not HSI made an active decision in real time to decline further investigation of this person. And frankly, I mean, this isn't someone who was jaywalking. They tried to kill the leading Republican candidate for president and the former president of the United States. And so I really think it's important to get those answers. I thank you for being here. Thank you for all the good work of your agency. I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman. Yields back. I now, for just a moment of housekeeping, yield a minute to the ranking member of the whole committee, Mr. Nadler, for just one moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to note the presence and welcome the newest member of the subcommittee, Chuy Garcia of Chicago. Tomorrow at the full committee markup, I'll have a more formal and more fulsome introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Nadler, and welcome, Representative Garcia. Welcome. Chair now recognizes Representative Dean for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, for holding this important hearing, and welcome, Chuy. Director Berger, I hope you will convey my thanks to the more than 10,000 employees who you oversee and who are on the front lines of critical issues that we've been discussing, like drug trafficking, child sexual exploitation, national security, just to name a few. It is September, it is Recovery Month, and I have a son who is more than 11 years in recovery, and yet I have friends who have lost sons and daughters to fentanyl poisoning, to overdose. The crisis is extraordinary, and I think I want to know from you, from the front lines, what you are seeing. We know that, for example, last year, more than 80,000 people died of opioid overdose. More than 108,000 people died of drug overdose, but 80,000 of opioid overdose. That is almost twice the number of people who die in car crashes in a single year. It's a staggering number. So on the issue of fentanyl and drug trafficking, how does HSI engage with communities and stakeholders affected by drug trafficking? And how do you measure success around the seizure and the reduction of fentanyl coming into our communities?
Thank you for the question, and I agree. Hundreds of thousands of people are dying, and it's an epidemic that HSI brings a lot of our authorities to that fight against the fentanyl epidemic. We work with communities. We work with locally with our border enforcement security task forces, with state, local, tribal officials to further investigations into the criminal organizations that are bringing this poison into our communities. We work beyond our borders with our attaché offices and our transnational criminal investigative units in other countries to start targeting shipments of precursor chemicals and fentanyl-producing equipment such as pill presses that are exported predominantly from China into Mexico. We have TCIUs that work, transnational criminal investigative units, vetted foreign law enforcement partners that work closely with our personnel in our attaché's office.
Can I ask you about the precursor chemicals in the pill presses coming largely from China? Isn't it true that many of those touch down in the United States before going, airports in the United States before going to Mexico?
Yes, ma'am, and we are working with CBP to target those shipments and seize both the equipment and the precursor chemicals. We work as well with our industry partners, companies that import the precursor chemicals, our Know Your Partner campaign, so that they know to recognize any anomalies in shipments or importers that things just don't look right, so that they know to report those instances to law enforcement. And also it helps us to see trends, like what's really going on. If there's shifts in trends, we're better able to devise investigative strategies to attack.
Can you identify a success so that people, families who are so worried about this, like my own, what successes are you having and what challenges are you having?
We continue to seize a great deal of fentanyl and precursor chemicals and equipment, fentanyl-making equipment. Our seizures have gone up increasingly over the last several years. We've increased the number of our border enforcement security task forces to better combat this problem in our communities. Embedded within our BEST teams are FAST teams, fentanyl abatement and suppression teams, as well as FORTs, which are fentanyl overdose recovery teams, to better focus and leverage our authorities against the fentanyl problem directly.
Let me shift briefly in the time I have left. Could you give us an update on your work in helping identify, find child victims and survivors of sexual exploitation?
Thank you for the question, ma'am. We take leads from any source. If someone has information about a child victim, a victim of child sexual abuse or human trafficking, we welcome those leads and rely on them heavily to advance our investigations.
And what role does AI play in identifying victims?
AI, thank you for the question regarding AI. We hear a lot about it in the news. There are some very valid uses that we have for AI. We're having tremendous success with the identification of child victims in sexual exploitation material.
Thank you, and I apologize, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Chair recognizes now the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Mills.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, thank you for being here. I think Ms. Dean said it, we have people dying of fentanyl, drug trafficking, serious issue in our country. I was an old sheriff. We dealt with it in our county when I was a sheriff. I was listening what the chairman of the full committee said a few minutes ago about Butler, you having 16 agents there. Then I hear the chairman of this subcommittee talk about, so you have 7,100 agents, I guess, and what is your staffing? You maybe have 7,100 funding, but how many do you actually have? Do you know what that number would be? Are you staffed at 90, 95%? Or?
Have it in here.
All right. Well, maybe somebody behind you can answer that. But this is the issue I have. So the UN General Assembly, did you say you're sending 1,200 of your agents up there?
That's correct, sir.
1,200. So when you find out the number, let's say you've got 7,000, 6,800, whatever that number. So you're going to send 1,200. So 25% of your workforce is going to go to New York for a couple of weeks. Is that the assignment to augment or supplement the Secret Service?
That's correct.
Do you ever just raise your hand or just stop and say, I can't send you 1,200 agents? The hell am I going to do that for? We've got a border. We're losing 100,000 people to drug trafficking, to sex trafficking, everything taking place. And you're up there at the UN with 25% of your workforce. Do you ever say, that's not, I'm looking at your mission statement. The mission of HSI is to investigate, disrupt, and dismantle TCOs, which are transnational criminal organizations, and national security threats seeking to exploit the customs and immigration laws of the United States. Now, so I don't know how many human smuggling cases do you anticipate investigating at the UN?
The support to Secret Service is
How many? It's not the question. How many human smuggling cases? I mean, that's one of your missions. You ain't gonna investigate any of those at the UN. Do we consider, I mean, how many transnational criminal organizations do you anticipate investigating at the UN Assembly? Unless we consider the UN a transnational criminal organization. The point I'm trying to make is, as a leader, do you ever say, you're taking 25% of my workforce? And I don't think, quite honestly, you must not really be very well respected by the FBI. I say that because if the FBI, the lead investigator, Butler, never even contacted any of your 16 agents, you may just be filling a gap. That would be insulting, if, in my opinion, if the FBI, you have 16 people there to supplement, augment, whatever, and so what were you doing? Were you out in the parking lot with a road guard vest and a wand? I think you need to focus on what your true mission is, and that is the mission at hand is to try to prevent the deaths of fentanyl and these organizations of sex trafficking coming in. But apparently, you're everywhere else. You quote, 101,000 Americans died from drug overdoses, with fentanyl and other synthetic opioids responsible for 2/3 of these deaths in a 12-month period in 2024. But yet, oh, don't worry about it. We're going to send 25% of our workforce up to New York for a couple of weeks. We're losing too many people. 41,000 pounds of fentanyl seized in 2023. How much do you think it gets through that's not detected? How much fentanyl would you estimate gets smuggled that goes undetected?
I can't answer that, sir.
Bunches, I'm sure. Houston, I represent Texas. 604 people died in 2023 of fentanyl poisoning. But yet, okay, let's send 25% of them up there to New York. Don't worry about it. We'll put the health and welfare of the American people last. We've got a problem on our hands, and our government now spends billions of dollars to combat the problem President Biden created in day one of his administration. Hard to fathom my colleagues on the left would want to take resources away from our brave law enforcement. There's a poster I have here. It's Kamala Harris. She's the leader of the Democrat Party. In 2019, an ACLU candidate questionnaire, she quoted, "As president, I will fight to pass my Detention Oversight, Not Expansion Act into law, which would increase oversight of ICE detention beds, slash detention by 50%, 50% detention bed, and halt funding for the construction or expansion of new facilities." How do you feel about that? Do we need to fund? How do you feel about that when you hear calls for abolishing or significantly cutting ICE funding? And what impact would that have on you, on HSI?
I defer any questions regarding detention facilities to ERO.
Yeah. Kamala Harris, you did this to the American people. Joe Biden, you've put the American people last.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fentanyl is a problem. Do you have any idea what percentage of fentanyl comes into this country through trucks coming from South America, airplanes coming from other countries, or by immigrants bringing it in their purses?
Thank you for the question, sir. I don't have any breakdown, but we can work on that and get you some follow-up information.
Do you have any idea at all? So most of it come by one way or another? Does it come by trucks coming in, or by people coming in, or by airplanes, or what?
It's coming in various ways: trucks, consignment hubs. I'd be a lot more comfortable getting back to some definitive information as to if we can put some figures to that. I think it'd be much more accurate. I want to give you accurate information.
I don't need it to the exact number. I just want a ballpark figure. Can you give me a guess? What's your best estimate? Which is the most likely source?
Again, sir, I don't want to guess.
I don't want you to guess. I want to use your information and give me your opinion based on your history of knowing where fentanyl comes from.
I can't say, sir. I'm sorry.
All right, that's ridiculous, but I'll let it go. Women that have been brought into this country for sex slaves, where do they mostly come in from? Walk in from the border, come in on airplanes from Europe, come in by trucks, or where?
Thank you for that question, sir. Human trafficking and sex trafficking is a very important part of our portfolio. Sex trafficking victims are not necessarily, they can be foreign nationals, but they can also be U.S. citizens. It's not a crime against the border, it's a crime against the person. So many of the sex trafficking victims that we encounter are U.S. citizens. There are trafficking victims that come in from foreign countries as well. Labor trafficking is another very serious crime that we investigate.
How do the human trafficked people come into our country, the ones that aren't born here?
They can come in various ways through.
What is the main way they come in?
They can come in across our land border, ports of entry. They can come in on.
I understand that they can parachute in from a Chinese balloon, but what is the main way they come in?
I would say the land border, sir.
They come into the land borders. And do you think they come in on foot or in trucks or in vans?
Again, sir, I don't have specific statistics for you. I can get back to you with that information, however.
Do you work with companies like FedEx on trying to ferret out importation of drugs?
Correct, sir, and other contraband.
And do you have agents at FedEx in Memphis at their hub?
Yes, sir, we do.
And do y'all do a good job of inspecting packages that may be suspect to ferret out drugs?
We work collaboratively with CBP and our other partners to target. There is a large volume of parcels and shipments that come in, but we target extensively to better identify suspect packages and take contraband off the streets.
And do you do the same thing with UPS?
Yes, sir.
And with USPS?
Yes, sir.
Senator Scott, I understand, put in a bill or said he was going to put in a bill to require that Secret Service protection be the same for former presidents as they are for current presidents. Does it make any sense whatsoever for Jimmy Carter to have the same number of Secret Service agents as Mr. Trump?
I'd have to defer that to Secret Service, sir. That's really a question for them.
No, it's a question for you. I'm asking you. A man who's 100 years old, infirm, in a bed, can hardly get up. Does he need Secret Service protection to the same extent as Mr. Trump, who plays golf and goes around and speaks, and President Biden, who goes around and speaks?
I wouldn't like to make judgments.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
Ms. Berger, thank you so much for being here today. Obviously, the southern border's been in the headlines a great deal, and kind of to follow up on what my colleague was asking, when we went to the border, I talk about this all the time, that the people coming from south of the border are dealing with the cartel. They're paying money to cross the southern border, and one of the most eye-opening things, just south of the border, this was months ago prior to all the inflation, but it was $4,000 or $5,000 they'd pay the cartel and they'd smuggle them into our country. And if they were further south, it was $8,000 or $9,000. And I think Syrians were paying about $18,000 or $19,000. I don't remember what the Russians were paying, but the thing that when I went with Mr. Biggs and he took us down to the border, one of the things that I found was fascinating. Some of those people didn't have the money to pay the cartel, but they put on carpet shoes so they wouldn't have footprints, and they would backpack heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl across that border as a way to pay their passage to the cartel. And then I guess the drugs will be delivered once they cross the border to some distributor or whatever the case may be. Not exactly sure what happened after they got into the country, but fentanyl is certainly an issue. I think 110,000 people died, I think, last year, maybe 109,000, depending on who you ask. I actually attended a funeral Monday, and I come from a fairly small town, and this young man graduated with my daughter. And I'm attending a lot of these funerals. We're losing these young people, think they're buying a Xanax. I think this particular kid actually used one of those vape pods, and it was laced with fentanyl. And so as we move forward, why are we losing the battle to save our young people in America with fentanyl? And what can we do to help you do the job? And what do you see as the issues that keep you awake at night?
Thank you, sir, for the question. Certainly the fentanyl epidemic does keep me awake at night. We dedicate a lot of resources government-wide to combat these organizations bringing fentanyl into our communities. Again, I think I spoke previously about Title 21 authority. Many of these these are polycriminal organizations that are not just trafficking and smuggling fentanyl into the country, but they're also using other types of crimes, human smuggling, human trafficking, weapons trafficking. They're using the same routes, the same money laundering mechanisms. HSI as an agency investigates all of these types of crimes. We have extensive expertise with these areas of crime. Continued partnership with DEA and Title 21 authority for us so that we can investigate fully these polycriminal organizations would help us, give us another tool in our toolbox to help dismantle these polycriminal organizations that are bringing this poison into our communities.
So, Director Berger, you said that, or somebody mentioned, I think in the questioning, that a lot of the raw materials for fentanyl actually land in the U.S. and then they go to Mexico. When they go to Mexico, are they shipping them in trucks or planes or a little bit of both? How are they going back across to make the actual product that comes across in the backpack that we see?
I think predominantly the chemicals are going directly into Mexico. There is some diversion out of the legitimate supply chain where chemicals Mexico. Predominantly, however, the chemicals are coming directly from China into Mexico.
So, I mean, to get to the causation, what do you think immediately we can do? I mean, I understand you need more resources and we need more investigation, and this thing is a trans-global, whatever, crime syndicate, whatever you want to call it, but what immediately, why are we seeing such a spike? What is going on, and what could we do as Congress immediately to put a halt to some of this? What do you see we need to do? And I get tired of apologizing to these families for losing these children.
Sir, I think what we've historically been doing to combat fentanyl it's just not working, and we need to look at this problem differently and really change the way we're doing business. The criminal cartels, criminal organizations have changed the way they do business, and we need to be nimble and be able to effectively hit them back hard with all the authorities that we have. And HSI has those authorities. Title 21, as I said, would bring 10,000 more investigators to this fight at no cost to the U.S. government.
Well, I want to segue real quick. I've got about 15 seconds. You said there were 16 agents in Butler County, Pennsylvania, the day that the assassination attempt on President Trump happened. I guess it was the 13th. What specific training is provided to those agents that are assisting Secret Service?
I'm out of time. Would you like me to?
Yes, the gentleman's time's expired, but you may answer the question, Director.
Our workforce are highly trained federal law enforcement professionals. We go through 6 months of training at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia. All of our agents go through continuing training throughout their service with the agency. In addition to that, there is a virtual training that agents complete prior to their deployment on a Secret Service detail, but that deals—
It's a virtual training, though?
It is a virtual training.
Okay. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman. I apologize.
All right. I accept your apology. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Berger, thank you so much for your testimony and also for the excellent work that you do along with your 8,700 colleagues that keep America safe every day. And I particularly commend you for your previous work as you were in HSI Atlanta for a second, and I appreciate that. Ma'am, cryptocurrency allows for secrecy and impunity in financial transactions. Isn't that correct?
Correct, sir.
And the use of cryptocurrency by international criminals creates unique challenges to our national security. Is that correct?
I would agree with that.
And the use of crypto in the global financial system continues to grow, and criminal actors are increasingly using cryptocurrency to facilitate their criminal activities. Is that correct?
I'm so sorry, I don't know.
Among other different techniques as well.
And the criminal activities that are being facilitated by the use of